Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Volume 3 Part 1. Chapter 39 Part 2. Chapter 39. New Party Member 2. Yi Jin was already aware of Li Xin-Wu's ability to disguise himself as a human being. Had explained it to her after fooling Prince. That's why he expected her not to raise a commotion at him appearing as a human. At least that's what he thought, but you look exactly as I imagined, Mr. Xin-Wu. You look so cool. You can imagine what ID looked like with just my build. Yes. Is that so? Yi Jin declared without even a shred of uncertainty, which caused Li Xin-Wu to go from speechlessness to admiration. Even now, she was carefully touching his forearm, cheek, or hair, acting as excited and loud as other girls her age. Although it'd be easier for him if she followed him unconditionally, it would be a pain in the ass if she clung onto him too much. He tried to cool things down by returning to his original skeleton form. But this form is cool in its own way, so when you become level 7, the atmosphere. Fine, I give up. On the contrary, she blushed and looked muddled. That's right, this girl was a necrophiliac at that moment. Li Xin-Wu changed her danger level to 2. One was obviously reserved for Sarah von Rietadane. Is it because I left her alone all this time? She'll likely cool off after traveling with me. After all, their first meeting was both dramatic and fleeting. She was the type to fixate on her first impressions and even improve upon them. So if, conversely, he acted together with her, then her once strong impression of him will disappear. He concluded that at the very least it would weaken. But Mr. Xin-Wu, could I really be of help to you? I worked really hard, but I wasn't able to reach level 6. I'm still really weak. No, that's fine. You worked really hard. Her current stats were slightly less than 3,100. Since level 6 required 3,200 total stats, she only needed about 100 or so stats to level up. Honestly speaking, Li Xin-Wu was shocked at how fast she'd grown. He and Jin possessed a specialized ability that allowed them to progress quickly, but Yi Jin had nothing of the sort. I wanted to help you, so I did whatever I could and worked hard. Gee, good for you. So this was the power of love, huh? He looked at Yi Jin, who grasped her hands in front of her and almost lost his nerve. She was the type who ignored everything around her. She wasn't two-faced, she was honest and wore her heart on her sleeve. To think she'd worked so hard and grown so much just to be of help to him. If someone told him that she came out of a romance cartoon, then he'd believe it. Her face was pretty too, so had her partner not been a skeleton, it would've been perfect. Even Lloyd, who's pretty much the full package, has some darkness within him. Li Xin-Wu might've turned out differently had there been a young lady like Yi Jin around in the past. Of course, it was nothing more than speculation, so it was pointless to think about. Plus, he liked how he turned out, so it didn't matter. The job I have for you doesn't really require strength. But it does require trust. It has to be someone who trusts me, and someone I can trust. You have to keep this a secret, too. I can do that. I know. That's why I called you. First off, Li Xin-Wu briefly explained the current situation he was in. She was surprised at the fact that Li Xin-Wu could go to the surface, as well as the fact that he could bring her with him. It'd be nice if I could go too. You should be able to. The issue's not about getting there. It's about what you do after you get there. He explained what the peddler, Lawrence, and the mercenary, Kay, did in detail. She looked really happy to be Lawrence's representative, but she was even happier at the fact that Kay was called the sun god's hero on the surface. It seems like the sun god religion has a discerning eye. So it'll be really busy for the time being. During that time, I'd like you to be Lawrence's representative. Of course, it'll pay you a corresponding amount of Pyrium. No, it'll pay you even more. Pyrium, yay. There's a price for everything. The more burdensome it is, the more you have to pay in exchange. In exchange for her being Lawrence's representative, he would pay her Pyrium. Had planned this ever since he first considered Yi Jin a candidate. He wasn't really comfortable giving away Karma, but Li Xin Wu had realized that he'd be freer this way. I shouldn't be the one saying this, but with a hero, Kay, and the sun god religion's help, the value of the Lawrence shop will increase instantaneously. And if you're the representative of such a large business, then that Pyrium can go to you. In other words, it's a legal way of gaining Pyrium. This was what killing two birds with one stone meant. Yi Jin would become the representative of his business and simultaneously become stronger. Not only would he be repaying her for all her hard work, but she'd also be able to use that Pyrium to buy more stat-boosting medicine. She was definitely one of his allies, so increasing her strength would help Li Xin Wu as well. Even to him, his plan was perfect. However, Yi Jin seemed to oppose his decision. I can't do that. I want to help you, not steal your karma. I'll be honest with you. He knew from the very beginning that she wouldn't be comfortable with this proposal, due to her inherent honest and genuine nature. Li Xin Wu snorted as if he were waiting for her to try to continue and replied, "Giving you some Pyrium won't hurt me in the least. I have more than 2.5 billion Pyrium on me right now." 2.5 billion. Yi Jin's face stiffened. The medicine cost 500,000 a pop. With 2.5 billion Pyrium, she could reach level 7 3,200 stats needed purely through the medicine, and still have 900 million Pyrium left over. Yi Jin was well aware of how great a matter this was. "This is beyond amazing, Mr. Xin Wu, you're real. This is all the money I've accumulated from the Underground Empire. If my business takes off on the surface, then I can make even more. So, you understand now that it won't make a dent on my Pyrium, right?" "Yes, I understand." Li Xin Wu spoke confidently, so Yi Jin felt less burdened. Instead, she thought something like, "He's progressed so quickly, yet he's amassed so much Pyrium. Li Xin Wu truly is amazing." He supposed it couldn't be helped that her impression of him had become even greater than before. "I'll accept the Pyrium from you, use it to increase my abilities, and then fight together with you on the front lines. That's okay with you, right?" "Good, you understand. I want you to be Lawrence's representative, and by doing so, you will gain a lot of Pyrium you can use to strengthen yourself. So now we're in agreement, right?" "Yes, I'll do it. I'll become strong enough to help you no matter what." She was so blind that Li Xin Wu felt anxious. But in any case, she would follow him and take this opportunity to become stronger, so she would definitely be helpful to him. He accepted that reasoning and nodded his head. "All right. We're done talking, so let's get a move on. First, we'll go visit the place where we make Lawrence's most popular item." "Most popular item? Is it the wine that's being auctioned off? Did you make that yourself? Is it being made underground by any chance?" "Yeah. By the way, my name's Paul Zero over there. Keep that in mind. Yi Jin looked puzzled while Li Xin-Wu smiled softly and led her. Fortunately, the Care Century winery wasn't very far from here, so he didn't need to use the Heaven Doors key. Before he went into the winery, he took a deep breath and opened the door. What he was really afraid of was its Paul Zero. "Did you say Paul Zero, Kaiar?" Once they noticed his arrival, the dryads rushed over to him like a swarm of bees. He accepted it, as though he knew this would happen, but Yi Jin saw the countless wood spirits rushing over to him and stood still. "Paul Zero, you came to visit spirits dryads?" "Yeah. These guys are invaluable in making the Care Century wine." Li Xin-Wu completely ignored Sinya, who threw herself into his arms and gave kiss after kiss on his cheek, and explained the facility to Yi Jin. The mystery behind this facility wasn't just the dryads. Yi Jin saw the golems dragging carts filled with grapes or rolling around oak barrels and was speechless. "It really is amazing. Paul Zero, is this one of your new friends?" "Yeah. She'll help sell the wine you guys make from now on." "I see. Would you like to eat a grape?" "Tea, thank you." Hee. Once she ate the grape, Yi Jin became mute once again from the grape's indescribable sweetness and sourness. It was cute seeing Sinir laugh with such a proud expression. Li Xin-Wu left her alone and continued with his work. He collected the wine they'd created and remodeled the equipment on the spot, creating a new facility to create wine. A facility that would create sparkling wine, the wine that would represent champagne. For some reason, sparkling wine doesn't exist in this world. Even if it did, they wouldn't be able to reproduce its special characteristic and it wouldn't taste very good. However, our grapes can do it. I don't know what sparkling wine is, but we just have to do as you say, right, Paul Zero? Had done enough prep on the surface, so remodeling the facility wasn't very difficult. While he was at it, Li Xin-Wu decided to expand the facility as well as the wine storehouse. The dryads were elated at the expanded winery and flew around. "Now then, there's something important I have to tell you." "What is it? What is it? What is it?" he said once he was completely finished with the modifications, and the dryads responded instantly. Li Xin-Wu honestly told them what had happened. That had procured a way to go to the surface, and that he could bring about 2 of them with him. "I see. Paul Zero, you're really amazing. I knew you'd be able to go to the surface someday, Paul Zero." They were the dryads who came to the underground in search of living trees, so he had expected more of a fuss, but their reaction wasn't as bad as he'd expected. He tilted his head, as they may have not understood him, but Sinir then replied, "We're satisfied with our life here. Plus, you're the one who told us that the curse is threatening to affect the surface as well." "That's true, but it's just a chance. Moreover, isn't the surface much more attractive than living down here? But we like the underground better since you're here. You can suck the curse away. Plus, we don't want to leave a place that's been handled by an elf." Li Xin-Wu listened as the dryads chattered away, and realized that had been misunderstanding all along. It was like with Yi Jin as well. They were more considerate to him than had expected, and they were showing this consideration now. "I see, thanks. But there might still be some of our kin or other spirits on the surface, so we may have to investigate. All right, I'll go as our representative. Paul Zero, please take care of me. The princess is monopolizing Paul Zero. I'm against this. Everyone, please be quiet." She overpowered their resentment with her charisma, flew over to the vineyard, and came over with a small grapevine branch. Li Xin Wu was confused and asked why Shed brought that over, and Senior explained that she could return freely with that single branch. I've grown a lot too, and above all, I love this place. The other dryads will think the same. You're not a normal dryad anymore, you're right. I became a level 7 elder dryad princess quite a while ago. At some point, Shed reached level 7 as well. Yi Jin, who realized that a dryad had even beaten her in terms of levels, felt gloomy, and Li Xin Wu had to comfort her. Around that time, the final member that they would bring to the surface had arrived. The Master of Darkness, Paul Zero. I have come at your command. He was the level 7 Wolf Avenger, Bisher Moon. When Head come down to the Underground Empire, Head told Bisher to come to the winery. Li Xin Wu had to decide which to bring with him, Shino Rendu or Bisher Moon, as he couldn't bring the giants or the chimeras. Their outward appearances were too frightening. He thought about it for a while and eventually decided to bring Bisher Moon, as he could use magic, while Shino Rendu only possessed combat abilities. I divided my troops and entrusted them to Shino Rendu and Kai Paul. They're all fighting bravely right now. Most of the 12 generals won't even be able to scratch your forces. Good. That's right. The empire wasn't stable yet, but they couldn't just remain in hiding forever, so Li Xin Wu was carefully commanding his undead forces from the shadows. He decided not to use the giants unless they were needed, as they were quite conspicuous. His elite undead and golems moved covertly and cut down the undead empire's numbers bit by bit. If one of the 12 generals appeared, then Li Xin Wu could just go over there. That's why he'd been grateful to have the Heaven Door's key. Mr. Xin Wu, this lycanthrope, remember what he looks like since he's your senior. Since we're all here, let's go. He was really worried how effective his forces would be without the heaven-defying general, but Li Xin Wu couldn't always stick around with his troops. After he sent a brief message to Shino Rendu and the other commanders, Li Xin Wu created a gate to the surface. The biggest auction on the surface awaited him. Chapter 39 Part 3. Chapter 39. New Party Member 3. Li Xin Wu and his party returned to the surface, and his first order of business was to take measures, for example disguise Yi Jin to establish her as Lawrence's representative. And it had proceeded quite smoothly. My name is Izuner. Mr. Lawrence's attendant and representative. What's Mr. Lawrence doing right now? He's left everything to me, so if you have business with him, then you can just tell me instead. Oh, he's left everything to you, huh? You two seem quite close. I feel left out. I will proceed with Mr. Lawrence's contracts as scheduled. Please take care of me. Just a few days ago, Li Xin Wu thought of her as an idiot, but when he saw the sight before him, he was honestly a bit shocked. Had trained her quite thoroughly, but he hadn't expected her to act so perfectly. This is the strength of a woman in love. She's working so hard to be of help to you. She really is amazing. Why are you being so sarcastic? Just compliment her. Just so touched. Her love transcends life and death. You know, that's the very definition of sarcasm. From what Head remembered, Jin and Yi Jin had been really close, but for some reason, Jin was in a bad mood once they met on the surface. By the time Head replied to Jin's complaints and raised his head, the merchants that had come to the Lawrence shop had all left. Yi Jin was dressed formally without any frills, wore light makeup, and her hair was tied tightly. She, who looked like a skilled merchant that had popped straight out of a novel, stared at him with unease. "W's that okay, Mr. Xin Wu?" "Yeah, It was perfect, Izunur. When it's just the two of us, please call me Jin Jin. Jin blushed and requested carefully. As Jin had said, she looked like the very definition of a woman in love. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly, and when he was about to reply, a skeleton horse's head came through the window. "I'm here too, Jin Jin." "Hyuk, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. As expected, something did go on between them. Considering the bad blood between them, he wondered whether he should arbitrate this matter or not, but for some reason, he felt like he'd make it even worse if he acted hastily, so he gave up on it. Just keep acting like that from now on. You may be my representative, but you won't have to worry about the business itself. Just fool the guys that come over and you'll be fine. But still, you should give me something to do. I mean, there's nothing for you to really do. I've found some places nearby that are around your level, so go around and work hard when you have the time." "Ook," she replied so enthusiastically that it felt as though she'd go hunt a dragon if Li Xin-Wu told her to. Even though he felt uneasy as he looked at her, he passed over the materials he'd prepared through the golem network. "Paul 0, I've planted all the trees." Ooh. Around that time, he'd even given the elder dryad princess, Senior, some work to do. He'd wanted her to plant the branch she'd brought with her near his residence, but she said she'd make this entire area hers so that she could use her powers however she wished. "If I plant another branch someplace else, then I can go back and forth. You even have the ability to make a gate. There are some downsides, though. It costs a lot of mana, and if the branch gets damaged in any way, then I get hurt as well." Although it was an unignorable downside, it was quite the reliable teleportation ability, when he took into account how much she'd have to do on the surface from now on. "I'll rush over if something happens to you, Paul 0. Here. Thanks." Senior passed him a tree branch, which emitted the exact same energy as the previously planted branch. If he needed her, he could probably just plant the branch in the ground to summon her. The power of the spirits was formidable indeed. "You're not going with a spirit. Senior will use this spot as a base camp and search for other spirits. Plus, spirits won't show up where I'm going anyway. I'm saddened by the fact that I can't be together with you, even after following you up here for the time being." Li Xin-Wu had to act as the mercenary and clear unconquered dungeons for the Sun God religion. Bringing a level 7 wood spirit there would be extremely conspicuous. Moreover, he used the fire element when masquerading as K, so their compatibility was terrible, which was another reason he couldn't bring her along. "Alright. Then, I'm heading off to a dungeon." "Okay. I'll get it done, no matter what, Paul 0. If you ever want to see me, just use the branch to contact me." Li Xin-Wu parted with the greatly disappointed girl and spirit and left his residence. But when he got atop Jin and went towards their designated location, a shadow shrouded in darkness appeared. "I'll go to the capital, Master. I apologize for not being able to stay by your side and protect you. I'm counting on you. But be careful so you don't die. I'm receiving the power of the moon so close up, so I won't die. I'll prepare everything until you reach the capital, Master." "All right. Go ahead." "Yes, sir." Their final party member, Bisher Moon, was responsible for getting things done. Anything he couldn't ask Jin or Senior to do with the Golem Network's information, he made Bisher do. Had given Bisher Moon the most dangerous task of all, entering the capital. Even Li Xin-Wu couldn't enter the capital without any prep, so he sent Bisher Moon to the capital to make a foothold for him, as he was proficient in darkness magic and had formidable combat abilities. To be frank, he's more of a substitute, but he said it himself, that he wouldn't die, so he should be fine. Li Xin-Wu wasn't really confident that Bishamun would be able to accomplish anything there, but more importantly, Rem's golem network was approaching the capital, so he wouldn't end up empty-handed regardless. If all went well, then his position in the magic empire would be set, with the help of the sun god religion, and Bishamun Li Xin-Wu stopped deluding himself, and raised his head. Now it was really time for him to conquer a dungeon. It's time to act once more, if for no other reason. Time flew by and 2 more weeks passed with Li Xin-Wu acting as the sun god's hero, K. During that time, the sun god religion's plan had indeed borne fruit. His name had spread far and wide, like a fire spreading across a field of grass. His initial dungeon conquest wasn't very effective, like using a fire move on a water-type Pokémon. But due to the sun god religion's positive publicity, as well as him conquering 2 or 3 dungeons, something no one had ever done before, it became super effective, like a fire move being used against a grass and bug type. You've conquered 2 level 5 dungeons and 3 level 6 dungeons. I trusted in your abilities, but you truly are amazing. Due to your efforts, several cities have been saved. Still, I think we're fanning the flames a bit too much. The Pope held a bottle of Care Century Elemental 451 in one hand and held a glass of the wine in the other. He tightly gripped the glass and sighed. He could see several people in the streets yelling the sun god hero K's name. Sir K saw us. The sun god's hero, the sun god is watching over him. Bless you, Sir K. Glory to the sun god. KKKK. There were tens of thousands of people crowding around his lodgings, so many of them chanted his name that their voices overlapped unpleasantly, making it sound like an anthem of sorts. Li Xin-Wu was freaked out and went back inside as if running away from it. Had come to this city a week ago. The city had prepared for the worst, due to level 6 dungeon countercurrent, but Li Xin-Wu happened to be there. After Head informed them of the sun god religion's intent, he quickly cleared the dungeon, and then left the aftermath to the sun god religion's promotional unit. He then went on to the next dungeon, but once he came back, things had intensified. I can understand if you consider the fact that they're all alive because of me, but it's like a religion. It is a religion. The sun god must be so proud of you. It seems like they're worshipping me, not the sun god. You don't need to worry about that, since their faith in you will soon become their faith in the sun god. It's becoming like that in other areas as well. All that the weakened sun god religion had left was their believers and their worn-out honor. They would be able to sway public opinion with those 2 elements and the sun god's hero, K. As the Pope had told him, K's actions would help increase their influence, which in turn would create new religious belief. It was only possible because it was the sun god religion. So how is it going on the inside of the religious order? Who? Li Xin-Wu said whilst narrowing his eyes, and the Pope laughed meaningfully and gave a thumbs up. He wanted to smack him, but he managed to stop himself. The best decision I've ever made was picking you. You should be facing resistance from the other religious orders, as you're charging ahead so quickly. The Emperor won't look at this favorably either. We're looking after the people. Although we're spicing it up a bit, who's going to stop us? Even if they try to stop you now, the people will fight back. They won't do something as stupid as fighting against their own people. Moreover, the Pope said and then added, you've been recognized as a saint by our order, but it's ultimately just an honorary position. You can move more freely because you're not officially a part of our order. In other words, no one can stop you using religious rules, obligations, or duties as an excuse. But it's because I'm unofficially a part of the sun god religion that the order's fame keeps growing. Exactly. Moreover, you're a saint recognized by the Pope himself, so no one has higher authority than you. To think he got all the advantages but didn't have to take any responsibility. His honorary position differed significantly from his own understanding of honorary positions, but he didn't have any complaints. But that's too much. Do you think I can return to Curore's glory sometime tomorrow? Now that you mention it, it's tomorrow, the Pope said nonchalantly and stretched out a hand towards Li Xin-Wu. His hand was now freed of the wine bottle, as it was empty and rolling on the floor. Before the auction's over, sell me another bottle of wine at the special price. That's all for today, folks. Please tune in for the next episode. He was tired in a variety of ways, but he had to put in even more energy tomorrow. Since tomorrow was the day of the wine auction. 1tn getting things done is a loose translation. Literally, it's more along the lines of an execution squad or something like that. Chapter 39 Part 4. Chapter 39. New Party Member 4. 2 weeks later, Li Xin-Wu returned to Curore's glory, and his popularity was better than ever. It's the sun god's hero. I heard he's traversed half of the empire in less than a month. Is that true? Perhaps not half, but he saved several cities. He cleared 5 unconquered dungeons. Li Xin-Wu was able to clear so many dungeons due to the sun god religion's resources and information gathering. As Li Xin-Wu had performed a never-before-seen feat and had returned in triumph, he did indeed look like a true hero. That man, is he really human? He must conquered the dungeons with the sun god religion's paladins and priests, but he's still amazing. I knew he was amazing since the first time I saw him spewing out those endless flames and burning the undead. He was indeed followed by a few of the sun god religion's paladins and priests, but the Pope hadn't. In order to assert that Li Xin-Wu was conquering the dungeon of his own free will, the Pope remained behind, covertly directing his troops and supporting Li Xin-Wu. Is he level 8 by any chance? He's obviously level 8. Perhaps he's even reached level 9. Hey, you can't say that. What if His Majesty were to hear you? He didn't know for sure, but the citizens of the Magic Empire spread rumors that the Emperor was level 9. And based on all the info had gathered thus far, there was a high possibility that the Emperor was indeed level 9. So, calling someone level 9 was considered an act of treason, as it was essentially equating the individual with the Emperor himself. It's quite unreasonable, as it's not a unique title or anything. More importantly, the Undead Emperor must be level 9 if the Emperor on the surface is. When Head first assessed Fitain von Selden's level, he assumed the Emperor would be level 9, and actually felt relieved at the news. He even thought he was lucky that he wasn't level 10. Putting aside the Emperor's strengths, the main issue is the curse. When Head stopped the dungeon countercurrent, he felt a sense of foreboding, but of the dungeons Head conquered this time around, half of the bosses were undead. Some of the normal monsters would transform into the undead as well. If Jin hadn't sucked the death energy from them, then the paladins and the priests accompanying them might have been affected. He felt as though half of the humans on the surface would become undead in just a few years rather than dozens of years, at this rate. He knew about this, so shouldn't the Emperor know about this as well? No, even an idiot would notice what was going on. If that's the case, then how would the Emperor react? No, how did he view the Underground Empire? Li Xin-Wu had to go to the capital if for no other reason than to find that out. Sir K, are you going back home? No, I'm going to the auction house. That's right. You were backing this auction. You never know what might happen, so we'll accompany you. One of the priests asked, and Li Xin-Wu replied nonchalantly and led Jin. Since news had spread that Lawrence was protected by the sun god religion, there was a low chance of anything going wrong at the auction. But since this was the first main event he'd started on the surface, he'd feel sad if he didn't witness it firsthand. Although the priests and paladins knew just how pointless guarding him was, as they'd seen a glimpse of his strength by accompanying his dungeon conquests, it was still their duty, so they followed him quietly. Oh, it's already started. It's really big. They had originally planned to use the store building for the auction, but because so many people it might be indifferent if they were all peasants, but each and every one of them were high-ranking aristocrats or the top business leaders wished to participate. A huge auction house had been set up instead. What was most surprising was that the auction house was filled to the brim. When Li Xin-Wu stepped foot into the auction house, it was quite hot inside, so much so that he almost mistook it for the auction house burning down. 160,000 Pyrium. We have 160,000 Pyrium for this bottle of Care Century Elemental 451. Do we have 165,000 R? We have 170,000 Pyrium. I repeat, we have 170,000 Pyrium. Once he'd entered the auction house, Li Xin-Wu heard the auctioneer's resounding voice and wondered if he'd misheard. He'd sold a bottle to the Pope at the special price for 77,000 Pyrium. But what one bottle is being sold for 170,000? I sold 1 liter of Care Century Delicus 395 to Plain for about 500,000 Pyrium. So a bottle 700 ml should be worth about 350,000 Pyrium. Well, that's accounting for the steep premium due to its age. But what's going on? Although he'd revived the Care Century technique, he was only able to create the wine with an elf and the dryad's help. But one bottle was being sold for 170,000 Pyrium. We have 210,000 Pyrium. Wait a sec. It just went over 200,000 Pyrium. The first successful bid is 230,000 Pyrium. Please remain on edge. There are 49 more bottles left to auction off individually. After that, we'll be auctioning off at least 10 bottles at a time, so make sure you don't lose your chance. Li Xin-Wu had prepared 1,500 bottles of Care Century Elemental 451 for the auction. He couldn't sell it all to one person, and he also couldn't sell them all individually, so the auction had become structured this way. He'd been worried, wondering how it would turn out, but after seeing this he realized how effective it was. In order to buy 10 bottles of Care Century wine, the buyer had to be extremely powerful. Following that logic, poorer buyers had no choice but to go for the individual bottles of wine. Because they had a limited supply of wine, whenever a bottle of wine was sold, the restlessness of the crowd would increase. In the end, the price of his wine increased exponentially. He'd thought it wasn't a very good idea, but it was unexpectedly quite effective. Actually, if the product was good enough, then the seller could always raise the asking price. 330,000 Pyrium sold at 330,000 Pyrium. While Li Xin-Wu was busy thinking, the 4th bottle of wine was sold for an additional 100,000 Pyrium. His contracted merchants had promoted the product and had even given wine tastings, but this had really far exceeded his expectations. Hey, wait a second. The last winning bidder was the sun god religion's Pope. He's supposed to be sponsoring this event. What the hell is he doing? Perhaps he's sponsoring the event by buying it at such a high price. While Li Xin Wu and the priests looked on vacantly, the auction began to heat up. Some of the participants grimaced at the increasing prices, but then Lawrence's representative, Izuna Yijin, picked up one of the bottles. What a waste. Of course, it wasn't up for sale, but a promotional item. Once she opened the top, the entire auction house was filled with the aroma of the wine, which meant that a magical device had been used. Li Xin Wu took a whiff of the wine, and even he was in awe of his product. It had been a long time since he'd missed his sense of taste. This aroma. Why did such a skilled winemaker have to go underground? Oh my god. Was this really made by a human? The wine's aroma had caused a huge commotion within the auction house, yet Yijin spoke calmly, unbefitting her. Of course, her voice resounded throughout the auction house as well. My magic device doesn't have the ability to magnify scents. This is simply the wine's natural aroma. Anyone who buys a bottle of wine is free to sample this promotional product. The effect was explosive. The flames of the auction had begun to die down, but her actions refueled the fires, causing all the participants to spend all their savings on the auction. After that, the winning bid for the 5th bottle of wine was more than 450,000 perium, and the 6th had surpassed 500,000. It was madness. Shizgud and Yijin had been the orchestrator. Had trained her, of course, but she was the one who'd intervened at just the right time. Anyone who'd seen this wouldn't suspect her role as representative of the Lawrence shop. Sir K, the young, silver-haired man sitting at the upper right, is the 3rd prince of the empire. Even the imperial family came. Though there's probably nothing I can learn from them. The 3rd prince, who had likely come to figure out who was behind the Lawrence shop, had become intoxicated by the smell and was upping his bid. The high-ranking nobles, and the other high-ranking priests of the other religious orders who opposed the sun god religion's sudden ascent in popularity were no different. All these individuals, who each had their own reasons for coming here, had abandoned those goals and focused entirely on the wine. What a nice sight. Can't I gather all of the money on the surface with wine? No, wait. I can get all this money without it, so why the hell am I posing as a hero? So much had happened that he hadn't expected, so Li Xin Wu was dumbstruck. However, the auction continued on, and ultimately, he had sold all 1,500 bottles of the Care Century Elemental 451 for a whopping total of 670 million perium. But the highlight of the event was Yijin saying, "We plan on introducing the Care Century Sparkling Elemental next season, so look forward to it." Once she said that, the participants began to fight desperately and scheme against each other so that they could participate in the next auction. It was something worth seeing, better than anything he'd seen in the underground empire. Izuna. Sir K. I'm glad you're alright. Once the auction was over and the goods were transferred, Li Xin Wu found Yijin and encouraged her. While they both looked after the Lawrence shop, Yijin was Lawrence's representative and therefore knew she had to maintain a safe distance from Li Xin Wu. However, she'd managed to take care of everything quite well. Good work. You worked hard too, Sir K. She had already reached level 6 and looked much calmer than before. Perhaps her emotions had calmed down, as she knew that she was being helpful to him. He didn't pinpoint the exact reason, but he was satisfied, as Yijin's condition seemed to have improved. Once he'd looked around the auction house and confirmed that there was nothing amiss, he said, "You can all go now." Sir K, When will the next auction be? I've already told the Pope, but I'd like to do it before things become worse. The auction had ended in a great success. Bishamun and Rem, both of which were in the capital right now, should be working together to create a foothold for him, and he had confirmed Yi Jin's physical and mental growth, so I guess I should go to the capital. On the way there, tell the Pope of what that I'd like to start conquering level 7 dungeons. The priests simultaneously adopted an expression similar to Munch the Scream one, but Li Xin Wu just ignored them and hastened his pace. Then 20 minutes later, he got an unexpected report from Sinir. 1enhttc.imber.com/fwmz.jpg. Chapter 39 Part 5. Chapter 39. New Party Member 5. You've found traces of spirits, huh? Yeah. I found a message they left behind. If I trace the message, we might be able to find living spirits. Li Xin Wu, who'd returned to his lodging, was hugged by Sinir no matter how he thought about it. The spirit's skinship was too much and he looked at her again. Although she seemed happy in his arms, she sported a complicated expression. To be honest, I don't expect there to be any living spirits. Well, probably just find where they had lived. Why is that? Once I became an Elder Dryad princess, I was able to very faintly see through our entire species' memories. It's a blurry memory, an image of when the spirits were driven from the surface. Why was she telling him this now? Li Xin Wu stared softly at her and Sinir sported a prickly expression and explained. It hasn't been very long since I became level 7, Paul 0. Plus, I didn't think there was any reason to tell you since the memories were fragmented and there hadn't been a way of getting to the surface before. It's fine. Keep going. Okay. According to my ancestors' memories, the humans feared the spirits' power and ostracized them. Contrary to magic, which could be fully controlled by humans, spirits possessed a power that was erratic and atypical, which couldn't be trusted. So, not only were contractors oppressed and killed, but the magic empire also attempted to drive out the spirits from this world. He felt like he'd heard something really important at an unexpected moment. Moreover, something she said bothered him, that the empire was trying to drive out the spirits. They attempted to drive them out with the others. Yeah, probably. So, the underground empire wasn't formed by a gathering of eccentric individuals, but by those who were driven out of the magic empire. They were driven out because of the spirits. No, that probably wasn't the only reason. Perhaps those ostracized by the empire were gathered up all at once and were banished underground, like gathering a bunch of criminals and putting them in prison. The spirits must not liked the underground very much then. It probably wasn't a very conducive environment for them, regardless of the presence of death energy. Though it's a livable place for us Dryads due to your help, Paul 0. Then, why didn't they escape from the surface? Wait, I suppose I should be asking why they couldn't escape. There shouldn't have been much death energy back then either. Yeah, this was the core of the matter. From the very beginning, Li Xin Wu didn't think that the underground empire had been formed and developed naturally. The underground empire was built by those who had been driven from the surface. If that's the case, then why were they stuck underground? Or turning it around, why couldn't they return to the surface? And if I'm right, then it's because now it was time to check his answer. Li Xin Wu looked squarely at Sinir. Sinir looked shy and turned her head away. Don't look at me like that. It's embarrassing. Hey. Sorry, but I don't know anymore. However, I do know that the spirits and the people underground wanted to escape like you said. Even if they had to risk their lives in doing so. Risking their lives, Li Xin Wu repeated after Sinya like a parrot and recalled the underground empire. Although it possessed an artificial sun, the world always seemed dreary, gray, and was teeming with the undead. The master of these undead, the emperor, did he really seek immortality? Probably not. He sought something beyond that. As I thought, I really need to see the emperor at least once, face to face. Paul 0. Can I keep going? It's regarding the traces of the spirits. Sure. Now that you mention it, we went off topic. Keep going. He had forgotten what Shed originally brought up, as had been thinking about the capital, the empire, and the underground empire. Li Xin Wu urged her to keep going, and Sinya continued calmly. So, there probably aren't any that are still alive, but there's a high chance that spiritual power or an artifact that contains the spirit's power resides within the place the spirits once lived. If we can, I'd like to collect those. All right. Then let's go together. You're willing to come with me. The surface is just as dangerous as the underground, so I can't just send you off by yourself. Moreover, I just sent the Pope a message, so it'll be some time before I can move to the capital. Moreover, establishing a branch of the Lawrence shop in Curour's Glory wouldn't take just a day or two. Had already made various preparations with the help of the Merchants Guild, but it would still take some time before Yi Jin could fully take the reins, so Li Xin Wu was currently free. Thanks. I knew I wasn't wrong. While we're at it, let's go. Li Xin Wu and Sinya went down to the first floor. Yi Jin was listlessly sitting on the sofa. You did good, Yi Jin. Mr. Xin Wu Ute. Once she noticed Li Xin Wu, Yi Jin's eyes shined and she stood up. However, she immediately sunk back down onto the sofa. She had acted like a completely different person at the auction house, and it seemed like it was all catching up to her now. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu thought, it sure is a pain being human. Mental fatigue had a direct effect on the body. Rest up. But since you're going to taking over starting tomorrow, it'll become a lot busier around here. Okay. Li Xin Wu couldn't just leave Yi Jin in Curour's Glory. Since she needed to act as Lawrence's representative in the capital as well, the Lawrence shop would draw even more attention to itself due to today's events, so she would have to work even harder in the capital. If he knew it would be this much trouble, then he wouldn't have created the Lawrence identity and would've had the hero K manage the shop instead. However, he hadn't known things would turn out this way, so there was nothing he could do about it. Then what are you going to be doing, Mr. Xin Wu? I'll be back soon. It's a matter regarding the spirits. The spirits, I want to go too. While Li Xin Wu considered Sinya an ally, Yi Jin thought differently. She had already considered her a rival. She was reluctant to let her rival and Li Xin Wu go together without her, but unfortunately, her body wouldn't comply right now. Then at the very least then, Jin is going with you as well, right? Yeah. That's probably for the best. That's a relief. Please take care. TCH. Li Xin Wu didn't know what Yi Jin was trying to say and tilted his head, but it seemed as though Sinya understood her, as she openly clicked her tongue. She could only do that because she didn't know that Jin was the reason that the death energy was sucked from their bodies. How far is it? With this horse's speed it'll take 6 hours if you go with me. We could have taken our time if we were alone, though it would have taken a lot longer. TCH. Jin was surprised when he heard her. Even though had reached level 7, it would take them 6 hours to get there, so they might circle around the magic empire. Jin was genuinely happy, as it had been a long time since he'd run at max speed, but Li Xin-Wu had a hunch. Is it spatial magic? As expected of you, Paul Zero. Yeah, the Marner is interfering with the space. A magic that allows you to go there wherever you are in the world, but also makes it difficult to get there normally. Non-spirits cannot go in, but you should be able to, right, Paul Zero? Yeah, I should be able to. He could already create life or death energy. Imitating the spirit's Marner wouldn't necessarily be easier than creating life or death energy, but he should be able to copy Sinier's Marner somehow, as he'd observed her for such a long time. In addition, he'd become adept at disguising others' Marner, so he should be able to bring Jin along with him no problem. Good. Then let's go. We have to go to a secluded place first. Okay. They left the city immediately. Li Xin-Wu shabbily disguised the two of them. Sinya could disguise herself. To see through her disguise, the opponent would need to be a higher level than her, or be a spirit, and it was already dusk by the time they left the city. So now what? Paul Zero, assimilate my Marner. Li Xin-Wu matched his Marner with hers. He could easily make his Marner resemble hers, as he used the Marner bone, Marner acceleration, and even the disguise skill. In the process, Li Xin-Wu's body shook like leaves blowing in the spring breeze, and became very slightly translucent. Oh, so a spirit's Marner has this kind of effect. Paul Zero, how closely did you copy me? Senior was speechless at the sight. Li Xin-Wu hadn't just nonchalantly copied a spirit's Marner, but he had made his body like a spirit's. It was no longer on the level of changing one's Marner, he was changing his very existence. Where the hell would you find a level 7 like this? Even a level 8 or a level 9 archmage wouldn't be able to enact this miracle. Oh, I kept using my disguise skill after I came to the surface, so I got a lot more familiar with it. I should be seeing a message right about now. Oh, there it is. Whenever Li Xin-Wu did something crazy, a skill message would appear as if waiting for that moment. But that message, like always, was shocking. The disguise skill has become LV9. Nothing is as it appears. You disguise truth as lies and show this to the world. If you succeed in fooling all, then it becomes no different from being real. Change is a form of creation. You only have one task that remains. You already know what that is. You have indirectly gained the power of a dryad and have been approved by the world. You have acquired the high-rank earth element LV1. Magic has increased by 100. You have acquired high-rank earth resistance LV3. Magic has increased by 120. Oh, I'm not sure what it is, but you got another cheat skill, didn't you give me that? My bad. I don't think I can give it to you just yet. Once he'd gained a dryad's power, Li Xin-Wu immediately disguised Jin and attempted to give him the earth element and resistance, but he couldn't, perhaps because he hadn't yet mastered the skill. He was limited to disguising Jin's Marner to resemble a spirit's. It's the earth element. Since we the dryads rely on trees, we can only use that power through trees, but you've memorized the earth element, so you should be able to use it now, Paul Zero. Yeah, I think so too. However, Li Xin-Wu wasn't analyzing the earth element right now. He had this feeling when his disguise skill went up to level 9. I think I can fully transform into a human now. Not just the outside, but even the internal organs. A proper human heart, like this. Why had been so conservative with the invisible heart, gathered so much Pirium, and attempted to study said Pirium? Li Xin-Wu felt skeptical. Indeed, things didn't always go as Li Xin-Wu wanted. Li Xin-Wu had finally become able to transform into a human. Chapter 39 Part 6. Chapter 39. New Party Member 6. According to Sinya, the Spirit's road was only accessible by spirits. Li Xin Wu moved under her guidance, and at some point, the surrounding environment became faint, with a silver transparent layer of marner hanging under their feet. It felt like they'd entered a shimmering, light tunnel. It felt similar to the giant's domain, where they were isolated by spatial magic. However, the sense of distortion was far more intense. Is it because only spirits could enter? He felt like he would either get thrown out or never be able to enter again if he was careless. Paul 0, you have to follow me. Okay. Shen Wu, are you okay? You've been strange since way back. Is this spirit transformation thing that hard on you? No. It's nothing. He's only sharp when it comes to situations like this, Li Xin Wu inwardly muttered. Now wasn't the time to be deep in thought and study the spirit's road. Jin was one of the reasons for that. I can fully transform into a human with the disguise skill now, but I can't use it to that extent on others yet. If Jin figures this out, then hell be really sad. He figured that the final remaining task was related to it, but he had no way of figuring out what that task actually was. Li Xin Wu had no idea how to increase his skill level going forward. For the time being, Li Xin Wu was getting adjusted to the leveled up disguise skill by maintaining the spirit transformation. But I should transform into a human when Jin's not looking. Li Xin Wu was human. He wanted to sleep, he wanted to have sex, and he wanted to eat. Once he realized he could regain all the things he'd enjoyed as a human being, he cheered and wanted to go through with it. But out of consideration for his partner, Jin, he endured with superhuman patience. If he looked strange, then it was because of that. And there was one other reason. That was I figured this out once I succeeded in transforming into a human. Ultimately, life and death, humans, the undead, or even the dryads only look different on the outside. They are essentially the same at their roots. It's just a matter of perception. Like how I've fooled everything with my disguise skill. Li Xin Wu didn't know how much hardship and suffering one had to go through to come to this realization. He came to this realization by using the Joker's innate skills however he wished. Reaching the truth so sloppily was perhaps a fitting end to a swindler, though if God figured that out, then she'd be shocked. But if that's the case, then there's a big problem. The source of my life, or the invisible heart skill, is until now, had thought that his life force had been stored in an invisible container called the invisible heart. Had first thought of the idea after had encountered the Archmage Lick. However, he was wrong. An ambiguous energy like life force didn't actually exist. Even if it did, Li Xin Wu could create it, and it would only be another type of energy like Marna. Now that I think about it, the Archmage probably sealed his soul, not his life force. He wouldn't die, even if his body was destroyed, because had sealed his soul into a separate container. Then that would explain that disharmony he sensed then. Although the Archmage had been right in front of him, he couldn't sense his essence, and only felt a bizarre feeling. Of course, Li Xin Wu's soul was contained in his body, so he was built differently from a Lick. In other words, the Lick's ability wouldn't help him learn more about the invisible heart. Then what is the invisible heart? Of course, now that he could freely transform into a human, there wasn't anything wrong with ignoring that matter for now. Rather, there was nothing better, as he could maintain a human form while retaining multiple lives. But despite that, he couldn't help his curiosity due to his instincts as a Joker. It was his nature to understand and control everything, so he couldn't help but pay attention to this unmeasurable power. All right, let's go with this hypothesis. I thought my life force was replaced by a level 100 invisible heart skill, but I already know that that's not true. Therefore, my life and the invisible heart skill aren't the same. He came to the conclusion that God had tricked him, but he also thought she didn't do what she claimed needed to be done. In other words, she could have given him the invisible heart skill with no strings attached, but she had taken his life and turned him into a skeleton with the excuse that it was too hard. My grudge can wait. In any case, invisible heart's more important. If he assumed that his previous hypotheses were correct, then the invisible heart was the goddess power, not his own. Perhaps it was a crystallization of divinity. It made sense, as the max level of invisible heart would go up whenever he completed one of the goddess tasks. If I can make this power my own, then would it help me against powerful opponents? If he could imitate it with his Marner, then he should be able to use invisible heart infinitely. At the very least, he would become a true, immortal undead. No, it wouldn't be that easy. He couldn't even figure out where to start. Hall 0, we're almost there. Already. By human standards, we've already run for 5 hours. Senior called him, and Li Xin-Wu stopped thinking so much and replied. It seemed like Senior knew that he hadn't been paying attention to her as she replied while sulking. In order to best handle the invisible heart, had made various plans and practiced, yet 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xin-Wu was slightly surprised. As I thought, there's something going on with you, isn't there? I was just thinking about my ability. I'll tell you about it later if I figure it out. It feels like it's more important than that. Whatever, it's fine, since you'll tell me about it later. Li Xin-Wu replied and remembered something. Now that he thought about it, Jin possessed a different type of revival skill than him. If he figured out how invisible heart worked, then he would look into Jin's blessing of death. He also had to look into Piriam as well. Although Li Xin-Wu was diligently completing his tasks, he had more to do each and every day. It made him think back to his days as an employee, which very slightly depressed him. No, it's still a lot better than when I was an employee. You're using that excuse again. Li Xin-Wu and Jin followed Senior. Their surroundings remained cloudy, but they found a small entrance to a cave at the end of their path. Although they were already in a subspace, they had to go even further within. It was only natural that the surface dwellers didn't find it. Can the underground empire not make something like this? 10 billion spirits weren't enough to create a space this large while bearing the curse. That's right. Sorry. It's okay. Who? Senior complained, so Li Xin-Wu comforted her by stroking her head. She quickly returned to her old self. Li Xin-Wu thought it was quite nice that spirits were so easy to fool, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Let's go in, Paul 0. I only came with hopes of a small trace of them, but if it's sealed this perfectly, then there may actually be living spirits here. Yeah. FYI, he had already revealed his true name to her when they arrived at the surface. But because he hadn't formed an official contract with her, it apparently didn't matter if he used a false name or not. On the contrary, she had been overjoyed that had revealed his true name to her, albeit belatedly. Even so, she said that she was still more comfortable with his false name, so she kept calling him Paul 0. This way. Follow me. Nothing strikes me as dangerous yet. Okay. Senior went into the cave first. The moment she did, the inside of the cave lit up weakly, as if sensing her presence and welcoming her. Li Xin Wu and Jin followed suit and carefully entered level 9 dungeon. You have acquired the permit to the Spirit's Spring. All stats increase by 100 within the dungeon. The dungeon's information is added to your minimap. All actions are buffed within the dungeon, and then stopped. He heard a phrase that he swore had heard somewhere before, albeit a long time ago. The Spirit's Spring. The Spirit's Spring. The Spirit's Spring. This is the Spirit's Spring. Senior belatedly realized what he was saying and was shocked. Yeah, she should know about it too. After all, had originally heard about the Spirit's Spring from the contaminated dryads protecting their dungeon. The Spirit's Spring existed on the surface. If you don't know what's going on, then what am I supposed to do? At the time, the dryads had degenerated due to the curse, and one of the corrupted dryads had given him a Spirit's Spring key fragment, while also saying that he had to give it to the Spirit General. If he did, she would take care of everything and would protect the spirits. Of course, Li Xin Wu had pocketed the Spirit's Spring key fragment and had put the matter on hold. However, that matter was being brought to his attention once again. So, he trusted that Senior would add her own explanation to this, but looking at her now, she wasn't reacting any differently than him. Since all I know about the Spirit's Spring is what I've heard from the other dryads, it's said to be the paradise for all spirits, but I thought it was referring to the spirit world. So the spirit world does exist. I have no idea. Crap. Had suspected this, but she was no help whatsoever. No, wait. Should he be thankful that she even led him to the Spirit's Spring? Li Xin Wu sighed and took another step forward. Then his chest radiated light. The Spirit's Spring's key fragment is reacting to the Spirit's Spring's energy. The artifact is being restored. You have acquired the Spirit's Spring key. The Heaven Doors key reacts to the artifact, and the artifact is absorbed. You can now open a passageway to the Spirit's Spring with a Heaven Doors key. You have become more familiar with the Heaven Doors key. By using more mana and bones, the passage can now fit up to 12 people. It happened again. Had become used to this happening. It was an artifact that even absorbed God's power. So this was nothing. While Li Xin Wu was thinking that, something appeared before him. I sense that a long-lost key has returned. An irregular has come. It was a huge entity. The entity was slightly translucent like Senior, but was also covered in flickering flames. A lizard that looked as though it had been injured somewhere. LV7 Elder Salamander Prince Zenon. A living spirit had appeared before them. Chapter 39 Part 7. Chapter 39. New Party Member 7. The giant flame lizard, the Elder Salamander Prince Zenon, was a spirit on the same level as Senya, evidenced by his level and his naming convention. As spirits, they were the peak of their respective elements and were incredibly rare. Since spirits don't naturally grow on their own, contractors are indispensable. These factors, stimuli, experiences, will all have an effect on a spirit's growth. Then what about you, Senya? Me? Well, you and I are pretty much already contracted, Paul Zero. Li Xin Wu asked, and for some reason, Senya blushed and seemed embarrassed. That was enough for him to figure out what was going on. When he gave her the spirit stone in the past, she awakened as a dryad princess, and a contract of sorts was formed between them. It seems like you have met a good contractor. How enviable. Zenon breathed out a tiny bit of flame and gazed at Senya. It didn't seem like he was being sarcastic. It looked like he was genuinely jealous of Senya. The reason was easily explainable. Senya just said it. A contractor was essential for a spirit to reach level 7. Zenon must have had a contractor in the past as well. Of course, it didn't really matter at this point. Li Xin-Wu gazed at the injured flame lizard and spoke his mind. Your name is Zenon, right? I'd like you to tell me about the spirit's spring, as well as how you got here, how you lost your contractor, and what happened to the other spirits. Could you tell me? You said you came from the underground empire. If that's the case, then you should already have a grasp on the situation. Do you really need to hear it from me? Are you trying to make me suffer? You see, I wanted proof. I've been looking for proof ever since I came up to the surface. That's right. The purpose of his dual identities, Lawrence and Kay, was to find proof of what had happened. Had never thought of himself as hero material, and he certainly didn't intend to meet God's expectations, but he felt like it was his obligation to figure out what had happened to divide the underground and the surface, in order to appease the souls of the countless undead head slain thus far, as well as the other heroes who have fought on the same battlefield with him, albeit briefly. Is that so? Fine. I ran away that day. Perhaps this is the reason I survived. Follow me. I'll guide you. The salamander turned his body. Li Xin-Wu, Jin, and Sinir glanced at each other and followed him. However, the inside of the cave didn't match his original expectations of the spirit's spring. It was known as the Paradise of Spirits, or the Origin of Spirits, a bright place filled to the brim with magic, and a place overflowing with the aroma of spirits. A place that all spirits yearned for as if it were their hometown. That's what Head thought it was, at least. A shelter. Hey. Indeed. Jin blurted out, and Li Xin-Wu quickly retorted. However, Zenon looked nonchalant and nodded his head. Of course, it wasn't like this in the beginning. It was formed from the collective will of the spirits, and was a resting place for all spirits. A place that welcomed all spirits, which was akin to a spirit's hometown. However, that was all in the past. Ever since that day, it's become a shelter for all the escaped spirits. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a place of exile. There were several spirits that dwelled within the spirit's spring aside from Zenon. All of the said spirits were wounded, with wounds big or small, but their mental scars were worse than their physical ones. Although their minds should be sound, their eyes were lifeless, and merely leaned upon the trees, the spring, or the walls. What's the point of a beautiful interior when its inhabitants were exhausted? Wherever he looked, the scattered spirits looked as though they were dead, and he didn't really know what to think. Sinir was currently looking for any dryads that might be inside. You can't heal your wounds. No, you've chosen not to heal them. Spirits are living beings composed entirely of mana and a soul. If we lack in either, then we don't heal. How sad. But aside from the inhabitants, the spirit's spring did indeed meet his expectations. He could feel the overflowing spiritual power of various elements everywhere and enjoyed the mysterious, natural objects that were formed from rock, water, and flames. There were several objects akin to Sinir's spirit stone rolling around, but they were, of course, much smaller than the one had given her at the time. And the spirits there, on average, level 4. About 20 of them are level 5. There are about 10,000 of them total. While it may seem like a lot, this is a place where all the spirits on the surface where they're abundant gather, so it's actually really low. Which means that several of them died or were chased off to the underground empire. He saw a few level 6 spirits as well, but nothing more. Moreover, the higher-leveled spirits seemed more mentally scarred, as the higher their level, the clearer their mind was. Sinir looked as though she would cry since she could empathize with them more, being a spirit herself. Paul 0. Yeah, I'm right here. You can't leave my side. Yeah, okay. Sinir clung to him even tighter. He looked around the spirit's spring. The mood had become as depressing as a graveyard. Zenon called for Li Xin Wu, who was astounded by the size of the spirit's spring. Now, let's talk. Are you done testing me now? I don't follow human conventions. I just didn't know how to deal with someone as powerful as you. A spirit follows you around, despite not being formally contracted to you, and you can even assume a spirit's form. As expected, Zenon was extremely straightforward, perhaps because he was spirit. Considering how frank he was, Li Xin Wu realized how impossible it would be for him to imitate a human being. You first wanted to know about the spirit's spring, right? Yeah. Li Xin Wu followed Zenon and sat down. Sinir clung to his back, and Jin bent his legs and sat down as well. Zenon breathed out some flames into the air and began his story. Apparently, the spirit's spring was created partly as a joke. There are times when a spirit wishes to relax and be free of its contractor, so all the spirits worked together and created a small world that the humans couldn't enter. It was also used as a shelter for spirits that didn't have a contractor and were thus in danger, or those who had lost their contractor. However, the spirit's spring was meant to be a resting place. The spirits created the spirit's spring through the common human perception of the spirit world and was set up so that spirits could easily find it, while outsiders couldn't. Moreover, the spirit's spring was kept a secret, even from the spirit's contractors. That's how this secret garden was formed. That's why. The reason why this many spirits were able to survive on that day. Elementalists were those chosen by spirits. One could become a magician through training, but being an elementalist depended on luck and talent, so it was a highly coveted position. The magic empire, which was ruled under logic and reason, didn't welcome their existence. No, it was close to say that they hated the spirits. Those emotions were like a ticking time bomb, and when those explosive feelings burst they waited patiently for their chance. The day we were banished, they declared war on us spirits and contractors, and voided our rights. They wanted to completely erase the spirit's existence on the surface. Cuke. At that moment, the spirit's spring momentarily ceased. The temperature of the ground had instantaneously increased by at least 10 degrees. All the spirits raised their lifeless eyes and stared at Li Xin Wu. Although he hadn't gotten any more details, he could feel the images of that day rushing through his head. They were probably memories of all the spirits living in the spirit's spring. A normal person would probably faint from these memories. That day, the spirits and elementalists had lost their lives to both magic and the sword. There were those who had been banished underground, as well as those who attempted to escape the surface. There were spirits who lost their contractors and retreated to the spirit's spring, as well as spirits who attempted to escape underground while protecting their contractors. The events of that day occurred hundreds of years ago. Yet the surviving spirits remembered it clearly, as though it were just yesterday. This was their eternal punishment for surviving, while their contractors had not. Then tell me more about the day of your banishment. There were 2 princes with power magic that could rival the emperor. The crown prince was weaker than the 2, but with the help of the royal magician leader, who hated elementalists, and the imperial army, he managed to banish them underground. Originally, the magic empire had created giant facilities underground and left the monsters that were difficult to handle down there. However, the crown prince wanted to trap the 2 princes and their forces there as well, as they were a threat to his power. This included the demi-humans who weren't accepted by the Empire, the criminals from various species, the monsters that posed a danger to the Empire, and the spirits and elementalists. In exchange for all of them gathering together and leaving, they would be allowed to live. It was a success. They resisted fiercely, but were eventually chased underground and were unable to leave. Tell me more about how they were trapped. It's a type of prohibition magic. 100 light magicians and 100 dark magicians were gathered, and by sacrificing both their souls and their magic, they created a chaos element magic barrier. A barrier that separated the surface and the underground. A chaos element barrier. He finally knew what happened. His non-existent heart pounded in his chest. Yeah, he already knew about the barrier. The underground empire hadn't fallen due to the presence of the undead. Rather, the barrier had already existed when they were banished underground. It's as you think. It's a barrier that doesn't allow any living beings from escaping. Huh. It was Jin, not Li Xin Wu, who asked. Jin's goblin fire looked slightly fallen. It stops all living beings from escaping, not the other way around. He just told us. The two princes' forces were banished underground before the undead curse even existed. Then yeah, did he finally figure it out? Jin's goblin fire curled up. Li Xin Wu marveled at how well he could express himself with his goblin fire alone, and was now sure and said what was on his mind. The Emperor wasn't seeking immortality. He just wanted to get through the barrier and return to the surface. Jisharnu, the undead emperor, hadn't failed. He had succeeded. That's how they had all become undead. Chapter 39 Part 8. Chapter 39. New Party Member 8. End of Volume 9. How stupid. Jin, who'd learned the truth, said and went silent. He probably had so much on his mind that he couldn't say anything more. Li Xin Wu also had mixed feelings on the subject, so he didn't say anything either. Soon, Jin spoke as if he were muttering. If the Emperor's true goal was turning them into the undead and he succeeded, then why are we fighting them? Did even God abandon them? No, it's to protect the world. If the undead curse spreads to the surface, then the world is as good as dead. Since Li Xin Wu was undead himself, he didn't want to label them like this. But strictly speaking, the undead consumed the world's resources without creating anything in return. That was their biggest flaw. If all the beings that lived on this world became undead, then the only course the world could take is ruin. It was only natural that God sought to eliminate the undead empire's curse. But the undead empire's so pitiful. The hell are you talking about? Everyone's trying their hardest to live. What are you going to do? Let the underground inhabitants go to the surface? If you do that, then the underground and the surface will go to war. It's been so long since the underground was isolated from the surface. Even if the underground takes their revenge on the surface dwellers will be the only ones who'll suffer. Then why do you look so unwell? You don't sympathize with the underground citizens, nor do you hate the surface dwellers. So why feel bad for the heroes? As expected, Jin hadn't gotten that far yet. Jin looked bewildered, and Li Xin Wu explained kindly. The heroes don't know anything and are being manipulated by God. They don't know what happened to the people underground, why they became undead, or how the surface is faring. That's pitiful enough, but even if they eliminate the undead curse, all that's left for them is despair. Why despair? Jin realized belatedly and was shocked. The barrier that prevents the living from passing through. I see, so the heroes can't leave the underground empire either. Yeah, God's using the heroes to do her dirty work. But once they've eliminated the curse, she plans on burying them underground. How could she wait a sec? What if they collect 100 permits? If they get that many, they can see the surface. Wasn't her intent to let them escape to the surface? No, absolutely not. God's power seemed absolute, but Li Xin Wu knew that God, and by extension, Plane, were just bluffing. You've never thought about why we're the only ones given the mission of collecting the secret shop permits, even though there were dozens of heroes seniors before us. Just assist it because, other than you, it's impossible to gather that many permits. No, it'd be really tough, but it's not undoable. You can also get quests from God. If God had told our seniors that they could go the surface if they gathered 100 permits, then they probably would have tried. However, God had never given them that option. She had only given that option to Li Xin Wu by surreptitiously saying, "Save the permits." Why did she do that? Li Xin Wu realized why she'd done that early on. If the other heroes were to gather 100 permits, it'd be meaningless. Meaningless? What are you talking about? There were several clues. Li Man Bok hated God, and Plane showed some signs as well. And now that he thought about it, had heard it before he had brought Jin to the secret shop to leave for the surface. Li Xin Wu remembered that time and kindly told Jin what Plane had told him. She said if it were just me and you, it should be possible, but she also said I'd be the first and the last. Why would I be the last? That's because the other heroes can't pass through the gate. That's right. Plane had borrowed God's power to create a gate that led to the surface, and while that gate looked like it could be used by the other heroes, it actually couldn't. Although she seemed omnipotent, even God couldn't do anything about the barrier that divided the surface and the underground. So it made sense that Li Xin Wu and Jin, who went alive, could use the gate. Looks can be deceiving. Rem also wasn't alive, so it could go through without any problems. It made sense that the other heroes hadn't heard of gathering 100 permits in order to go to the surface before. No matter how many permits they saved, God didn't have a way of sending them to the surface. But the Bone Gate absorbed God's power and evolved into a level 9 artifact. It blew God's expectations out of the water and possessed power greater than that of the Chaos Element barrier. God probably wanted us to do something about the barrier from the surface, but the problem had already been solved. So, there wouldn't have been any problem if we went straight back underground when we first arrived on the surface. It sounds really stupid. Yeah, it does sound stupid, even while I'm saying it. Of course, the fact that Li Xin Wu's Heaven Doors key could transport Yi Jin to the surface was enough proof. However, that was merely the outcome. The fact that the Heaven Doors key had even been born was strictly luck. Its creation hadn't been God's intention, but a result of Li Xin Wu's karma. It wouldn't have even been enough if all the heroes traveled around the underground empire and went on a 3 steps, 1 bow 1 pilgrimage to Li Xin Wu. If we put everything together, we find that God's a bitch. Yeah. Li Xin Wu was flustered by Jin's extreme bluntness and agreed with him. Although it wasn't his intention, he ended up defending her a little bit. But I feel like God wasn't pleased with her choices either. Whether she decided that things couldn't go on as they were, or that she pitied the heroes, it doesn't matter. After all, she turned you and me into the undead. Did she make it so that we could go to the surface after we've completed our mission? Sure. But we're undead. Moreover, it doesn't change the fact that the other heroes can't escape. Yeah. So she didn't have a clear goal or plan in place. She probably just hoped we're both heroes and also entities that can enter the outside world. She was hoping that we would do something about that barrier. She should've been more clear. Well, we did deal with it though. From the very beginning, Li Xin-Wu didn't think God was looking far into the future. As he said, she probably just hoped they'd deal with it. That's why they were in this situation. And realistically speaking, they had dealt with it. Li Xin-Wu thought, you sure are lucky that it turned out as you wanted. If he just dealt with the undead curse, then everything would be. Li Xin-Wu knew that that was probably what God was thinking, and it had played exactly as she wanted. So she put us into this situation because of some unclear expectations. It's not like I don't sympathize with her at all though. Whatever the rule that's imposed on her, God definitely can't directly influence the world. And it's true that this world is really suffocating. I still can't forgive her. I want to beat the crap out of her. I don't plan on forgiving that damn woman either. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly, and Jin asked him a question as if he'd just thought of something. But you said that living beings couldn't go to the surface, even with God's power. Then how did Plane go to the surface? You know that Plane possesses an extraordinary power, right? Yeah. Isn't it the same reason that she can't directly intervene with matters regarding the Underground Empire? If Plane were here, then she'd say something along the lines of stop being a hero, lay down a mat, and watch the store for me. Jin immediately agreed with his easy-to-understand explanation. In other words, Plane is also she's either a god herself or a being like one. That's what I think. If I had to call her something, then I'd call her an angel. An angel that really doesn't fit her. Plane was Sarah's older sister but was also a human at the time of the Empire's demise. At the time, something had happened that allowed her to keep her appearance. Even so, it was quite laughable. There was one brother and two sisters, Seagulled, Sarah, and Plane. Yet one of them was an angel, another was a hero, and the last one was an undead. Plane must not know what to think. Since her brother and her sister have been reduced to that, then Li Xin-Wu felt really curious. Plane obviously knew, but did Ritade know the real reason as to why the Emperor had created the undead curse? If he just took into account her desire to eliminate all the undead, then it might seem like she didn't know, but there was still a chance that she knew. Yet she acted like that anyway. If it's the latter, then he had to recognize how strong-willed she was. Paul Zero, are you okay? Yeah. I feel great since you led me here. I actually have a lot on my mind. Don't worry. I'll protect you no matter what. Yeah. I trust you, Paul Zero. Now that he thought about it, there was another puzzle he'd solved. There was an order that every golem in the Magic Empire's golem network shared that was to be their top priority: spirits, search, and destroy. Of course, once Head discovered it, he discreetly cancelled that order. When Head first discovered the order, Li Xin-Wu wondered why the Empire was going out of its way to look for and eliminate spirits. But it made sense if the Magic Empire always hated the spirits. It wasn't enough that they slaughtered and chased out the spirits, they were still actively trying to find and eliminate spirits. He was speechless. Perhaps that was why the golems were so spread out across the Magic Empire. Wait a sec. Wait, golems. Xin-Wu. At that moment, a light bulb went off in Li Xin-Wu's head. It was just a hypothesis, but when he combined everything he'd experienced and the memories he'd acquired from the golems, then everything made sense. The living can't go through the barrier. Yeah, so what? But the golems can go through. Since they're not living. Yeah, That's why Plain said it was okay when you asked if you could bring Rem along. The magic engineering involved in controlling golems was advanced on the surface. It was probably much greater than that of the underground empires. And one day, one of the underground empire's 12 generals, armor steelworker, appeared out of nowhere and greatly advanced their golem manufacturing technique. Armor steelworker, he didn't betray the emperor. Why are you suddenly talking about him? Wait a sec, a golem. Yeah, armor steelworker's a golem. He was probably a golem the moment he showed up in the underground empire. He coaxed the undead emperor, who wanted to leave, to help him develop golems, but he actually took full control over the golems. All the information Head acquired on armor steelworker fell into place. Everything Head done in the past, which he couldn't understand before, made sense when he took into account the circumstances on the surface. He's a spy that came from the surface. Perhaps he was sent to watch over, or even kill the undead emperor. He didn't betray the emperor. He was always his enemy. He voluntarily placed his soul into a golem and entered the underground empire. Why? So that he could leave when Head completed his mission, and he fooled the emperor, who was studying golems, so that he could pass through the barrier, and increased the size of his forces. Did he not get good results from his research into placing souls into golems? It's not that he couldn't, it's that he didn't. And even now, he received orders from the surface and was staying underground. Armor steelworker's true purpose wasn't to live quietly or to annihilate the undead. He was watching the undead emperor, and making sure that they couldn't leave the underground. Wait a sec. Then this might get interesting. You were Xin Wu. Your expressions turned really evil. Turn back into an expressionless skeleton. Hey, turn back. Li Xin Wu completely ignored Jin, summoned Rem, and gave him an order. 5 minutes later, Li Xin Wu got his answer, and thought, I won. 1en An example of a 3-step one-bow ceremony. Chapter 40 Part 1. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sarder 1. Seems like I've satisfied your curiosity. Zenon saw Li Xin Wu's relieved expression and said, his face brightening slightly. He couldn't understand even half of what Li Xin Wu and his party were talking about, but he could at least tell that Li Xin Wu was happy right now. Since he was happy, Senior was also happy. Seeing the flow of emotions between them put Zenon in a daze. Yeah, mostly. I know what I need to do from now on. Now that he thought about it, ever since he came to this world, Li Xin Wu would act depending on the situation and focus entirely on survival. Had been swayed by the goddess and the undead, although had constructed an independent position for himself through his impeccable acting ability, he couldn't deny that had essentially been an actor acting upon another person's stage. However, had gotten his hands on all the information he needed once he came to the surface. Now he was on even footing with the ones behind the stage. It was time for him to pay them back for all the humiliation had experienced. Wait a minute. If you going wild and doing as you please is considered humiliation, then I can only imagine what you're going to do, Zenon. Li Xin Wu had given Rem an order, but Jin didn't know about it, so he looked dumbfounded. Li Xin Wu ignored him, turned around, and looked at Zenon. Zenon was quietly watching them, or more specifically, Li Xin Wu and Senior, who was latching onto him. He then said, "Thanks for being kind enough to explain all of this to us, even though we came in all of a sudden. If there's anything I can do, no, I'm just happy that I could see a spirit and contractor with such a good relationship. If there's something I want, then it's for you to care for and not discard that lady." Those words were unnecessary. There's no way he'd treat Senior, who had unlimited affection for him, unkindly. Their relationship wasn't the issue right now, but Zenon himself. Li Xin Wu asked with a more forceful tone than before. You don't want anything else? He could've done as he asked since Zenon had given him such valuable information, but this and that were separate issues. His instincts as a joker wouldn't allow Zenon to leave the stage like this. There should be something you want, Zenon. Then, he had to go for it. He would push Zenon in the direction he wanted him to go. Don't mock me. I'd rather not bare my fangs at guests. Har, what a joke. Your fangs are already worn, no. Zenon, who'd weakened from lacking a contractor, likely felt vicarious satisfaction from witnessing Senior and Li Xin Wu. But was that all? Would the fury from losing one's contractor truly fade into lethargy after several hundred years? What did you say? If they went, then there's no way that the ones who killed your contractors would be living so peacefully outside. No way. When one loses a loved one, their anger may pass for a short time, but it would never fade completely. The reason Zenon and the rest of the spirits here were so lethargic was because they didn't have enough wood to feed the fire. Their anger would reignite with just a little more fuel. While you guys toiled away in here, unable to either live or die, the humans on the surface have lived peacefully, bore children, and advanced their civilization. Yeah, they live truly shamelessly. The humans who killed the ones you love. Enough, Dryad Contractor. Stop with the pointless provocations. By staying here, do you know even now, the Emperor has spread golems all across the Empire and has ordered them to catch and kill any newly born spirits. If you don't believe me, then I can catch one for you and show it to you. Shut up. Zenon couldn't put up with Li Xin Wu, who ignored his warning and said whatever he pleased and spewed flames. However, Li Xin Wu blocked his attack by just drawing the greatsword strapped onto his back. Although Zenon had lost his contractor, he was still a level 7 spirit. But Li Xin Wu had blocked it with one simple move. Impossible. I looked through all the memories you've all shown me. They were so clear that it felt like it happened only yesterday. But do you think the humans who tried to eliminate you remember you? Would you even be able to recognize those they so cruelly trampled upon? Be they spirits or their contractors, what do you think? You went too far, human. Then, the spirit's spring seethed once more. It wasn't just Zenon. The scattered spirits radiated light and surrounded Li Xin Wu and his party. Don't say it. Human. He wanted to say that they were full of vigor now, but their eyes didn't show such pure energy. Their suppressed hatred and resentment were forcing their bodies to move. Li Xin Wu looked around, witnessing their encirclement. Tens turned into hundreds, and the hundreds into thousands. Then, he laughed fearlessly. You're too scared to fight your enemies, yet you bare your fangs at me, someone who's trying to help you. Har, you're just rats who've escaped a battlefield once before. No matter how many of you gather, you can't beat a tiger. I said, shut up. Zenon squeezed out every inch of his magic, and the other spirits followed suit, focusing all their magic onto Li Xin Wu. Senior was ready and quickly formed a wall of wood, but she couldn't stop thousands of spirits all by herself. Kyre, it's all right, Senior. Thanks. The wall crumbled instantly, and the concentrated spell, comprised of various elements, annihilated Li Xin Wu and his party, or so it seemed. He's not dead. He's absorbing our magic. He's not human. How is he who? Li Xin Wu stepped forward so that his party would remain unharmed, and drew all the spirit's magic to himself. First, He activated all of the elemental resistances head trained thus far. He could block the majority of the damage with his resistances. Then, he used his level 8 absorption skill to take care of the rest. Since Zenon was level 7, despite being weakened, Li Xin-Wu hadn't been able to fully absorb his attack and was forced to use his greatsword to defend himself. But even after receiving thousands of attacks from the spirits, Li Xin-Wu's body even his armor wasn't damaged in the least. Even if they kept attacking him, the result would be the same. He was the worst opponent they could've faced. As I thought, you really are too weak. You can't even consider taking revenge if you're this weak. Of course you'd turn tail and run. You've hunkered down for dozens of years. It's actually hundreds of years, isn't it? You bastard. Li Xin-Wu picked and chose the words that stung most, and Zenon, unable to put up with him, attacked physically this time. However, there's no way Li Xin-Wu would lose to a spirit which had sat rotting for hundreds of years when he possessed such high-rank combat skills. Kuok. Fundamentally, a spirit's body was quite fast. Moreover, they were in a world created by the spirits. The salamander's charge was both powerful and quick, like lava shooting out of a volcano. However, Li Xin-Wu moved his body with ease and avoided him, as though he knew how he'd attack beforehand. Immediately after, he raised his greatsword as high as possible. Zenon was left wide open from his charge, so Li Xin-Wu hit his waist and pushed him onto the floor. Li Xin-Wu had completely overpowered Zenon with a simple maneuver. Feel better now, or do you want some more? Kyukye, you must be really angry. I know. What would you know? Once Zenon realized that he was outmatched, his voice became weak. It seemed as though the other spirits were shocked by Li Xin-Wu's overwhelming strength, as they shrank away like Zenon. How pathetic. He thought of their fallen attack as an injured baby throwing a fit. With that in mind, he was tormented by a non-existent conscience when he thought about doing as he pleased with them. But since he didn't have a conscience, the feeling went away soon after. No, I know. You said it yourself. That all the spirits here are from that day. So it's only natural that you still feel the anger you felt that day. I get it. More importantly, your question's odd. You were desperately trying to pass it on so I could understand. Am I wrong? Yukar, he's starting to cry. He really is a big baby. Li Xin-Wu wondered whether he should press on or console him, but then, the other spirits also began to cry and Li Xin-Wu's heart stiffened. There was no point in tormenting them any further. If he did, they'd just get more depressed and he wouldn't be able to talk to them anymore. Now was the best time to prove how sincere he was. Zenon, neither the crown prince nor the magicians trying to kill you are here. You can be honest with me. Even if I am honest, there's nothing I can do. You can't do anything, so what can we do? You're right. You guys are so weak that you can't do anything on your own. I guess you could pop some popcorn and watch the Magic Empire from your corner. Then what about you? However, it was time. I can give you a chance to sell some medicine. What's a single human going to do? I'm a human who stopped an attack from thousands of spirits. I'm also able to transform into a spirit, and honestly, I haven't been a human for a long time. I showed you plenty. Right now, if you get it, then let's start over. Medicine too dangerous for children to ingest. Even if we assume you are that powerful, it's still too much for us. As you said, we weren't able to protect our contractors. We're just losers who only care about our survival. Even though hundreds of years have passed, we're still trapped in that day. But you want to take your revenge, right? Ute. Once ingested, they wouldn't be able to go back to how they were, a medicine filled with lies. You want to pay them back, right? You want to give those humans who made you suffer their just desserts, don't you? Say it. Yeah. Gulp. He heard the sound of Zenon drinking it. I want to take revenge. I want to kill those humans. I want to take revenge for my beloved contractor. I want them to feel what we feel. I want them to suffer eternally. It wasn't just Zenon. He heard the other spirits' weak voices too. At first, they were half-hearted, but they gradually got louder and louder. So much so that the spirits' voices resounded throughout the spirits' spring. I want to kill them all. I want revenge on all humans. I hate everyone who stole our happiness away from us and then shamelessly enjoyed the world as their own. I want them to feel all my pain. No, even more than that. Revenge. I want revenge. What honest and good kids they are. A thin smile appeared on Li Xin-Wu's face. Jin thought, here he goes again, and sighed, while Senior couldn't help but feel her heart pounding at the sight of Li Xin-Wu overpowering thousands of spirits. Now tell me again. What do you want, Zenon? I know, Li Xin-Wu asked, and this time, Zenon's voice didn't waver. We want revenge on the humans that made us suffer. Good. I'll help you. We've established a contract. Once Li Xin-Wu uttered those words, the spirit's spring began to light up. Chapter 40 Part 2. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sarder 2. Li Xin-Wu saw the spirit's spring begin to radiate light and groaned. In his head, he thought, now I've done it. His plan had been to get the spirits to follow his every whim and turn the spirits into an assault force through the covert use of the spirit's spring and the spirit's road. Since he thought that was his only option of upholding their request to attain revenge against the Emperor whilst still keeping them safe. However, the spirit's spring and all of its spirits have agreed to form a contract with you. The spirit's spring has contracted with you as a subordinate. Sweat gathered on his forehead. Oh right. He was disguised as a human right now, so his body mimicked human physiological phenomenon. When he wanted to maintain a complete poker face, he should abstain from disguising himself as a human. No wait, now wasn't the time to begin escaping reality. What's going on? How would I know? The spirit's spring, the will of all the past spirits, is responding to the contractor. How can this be? I thought they were exhausted and in a deep sleep. Zenon barely stood upright and said, his eyes brimmed with tears, touched by the sight. Li Xin-Wu could ever so slightly understand what was going on. The spirit's spring was a space created through the combination of all spirits. It was apt to call it a living world. He was talking with the spirits here, but the spirit's spring itself had also responded to his words and had accepted his offer. It had decided that Li Xin-Wu would save the weakened and lethargic spirits, and had left everything here to him. It's warm. This feeling, it's been a long time. The spring is embracing us. Thanks. Sorry for how I've been. The light the spirit's spring emitted reached its peak and enveloped both Li Xin-Wu and the spirits. At that moment, Li Xin-Wu felt as though his magic, as well as all the spirits' magic, had been fused together. No, he soon realized that it wasn't a mere feeling or illusion based on what came next. The spirit's spring has completely subordinated itself to you. When using the Heaven Door's key to create a gate to the spirit's spring, the amount of necessary bones and magic is reduced significantly, and the amount of people you can bring along is increased significantly as well. All stats have increased by 10. By making the spirit's spring your subordinate, all elements and resistances grow significantly. High rank fire, high rank lightning, and high rank darkness have become LV5. High rank acid has become LV4. High rank wind and high rank earth have become LV3. Intermediate ice has become LV10 and evolves to the high rank level. The absorption skill has become LV9. Magic has increased by 250. You have learned the high rank water element. Magic has increased by 100. High rank fire resistance, high rank lightning resistance, and high rank acid resistance have become LV4. High rank wind resistance and high rank earth resistance have become LV3. Intermediate ice resistance has become LV10 and evolves to the high rank level. Magic has increased by 200. You have learned high rank water resistance, LV1. Magic has increased by 100. U had gone through various experiences thus far, but the change was so severe that he couldn't help but groan. His elements and resistances simultaneously leveled up, and as a result, his magic stat increased immensely. There's no way he could remain calm. My other stats went up too, but my magic went up by 660 all at once. What the hell? If Jin had experienced this instead, he would fallen to the floor and rolled around the spirit's spring 100 times. Pain always accompanied growth, especially when one's magic increased by at least 15. The accompanying pain would be quite intense. Hey, you okay? Leave me alone for just 10 minutes. He hadn't noticed since he was busy groaning in pain, but Li Xin Wu wasn't the only one to change. The spirits of the spirit's spring had become subordinate to Li Xin Wu as well and were influenced by the spirit's spring. The spirits began to awaken. There was a vast difference in strength between a spirit with and a spirit without a contractor. They were entities composed of mana and a soul, so without a medium contractor, they found it difficult to influence the physical world. The spirits, who had lost their contractors, had anchored themselves to the spirit's spring, which was why they were pretty much immobile. But because Li Xin Wu had formed a contract with the spirit's spring, and by extension all the spirits within it, they were now capable of moving forward. They had regained their minds, which had become hazy over time, and thus they, who were entirely composed of mana and souls, became stronger as well. How is this possible? My body is growing. I'm overflowing with power. That wasn't all. The mana that had accumulated within the spirit's spring was released, strengthening the power of the spirits, and in the process, the level 4 spirits leveled up to level 5. The level 5s, who had been close to level 6, leveled up, and Xenon level 7, as well as the original level 6s, saw both the growth and strengthening of their magic. Their combat ability couldn't even be compared to before. If they attacked him all together now, they could possibly kill him. Of course, they no longer had any reason for doing so. I'm ready to proceed. It's as the human said. He gave us more power. Even the spirit's spring, which protected us. I see, we should've made up our minds earlier. We thought to ourselves that it was over, even though it hadn't even started yet. The spirits had become stronger and they had regained their intellect as well. They made some valid points, but he wouldn't last if he had to address each and every one of them. Li Xin Wu focused on getting his newly acquired magic under control using his rule of bone and magic acceleration skills. Had experienced rapid growth in the past, so it wasn't as difficult as he expected. The high-rank Marner Bone skill has become LV5. Magic has increased by 30. You have a deeper understanding of Marner and bones, and you are now ready to study the essence of Marner. The Marner acceleration skill has become LV5. Magic has increased by 10. Had gone through such a mess, so it was only natural that his skills would level up. As his skills leveled up, Li Xin Wu got his new increased mana under his control. After that, he raised his head and he saw Senior approaching him with a sulky expression. Paul Zero, you are. Once he saw her heartbroken expression, he realized that Head made a mistake. Of course, it wasn't his intention, but Head ignored Senior, who'd been with him for such a long time, and had instead formed a contract with the spirit's sprint and its accompanying spirits. Objectively speaking, he was the bad guy here, since Senior was the one who led him here in the first place. Senior, do you want to form a formal contract with me too? You're late, you idiot. She had become so refined after awakening as a dryad princess, but right now, she acted like a little kid. He quite liked that, but if he spoke honestly, all that remained for him was ruin. For 5 minutes after, Li Xin Wu tried to sweet-talk Senior into forming an official contract with him, as she was his first. Although Head formed a contract with the spirit's spring, he hadn't formed an individual contract with each and every spirit. His coaxing didn't seem to go anywhere, but in the end, Senior calmed down. You have formed a contract with the LV7 Elder Dryad Princess Senior. The contracted spirit's element has become more powerful, and you can transfer your power to the spirit as well. Your understanding of souls has deepened. You have acquired the special passive skill, Soul Seeing Eye. All stats have increased by 5. You can understand souls, and the higher the skills level, the deeper your understanding becomes. No way. He thought it was made up, but something happened aside from his contract with the spirit's spring. The contract with the spirit was in no way normal, but the special passive skill Head gained along with it was extraordinary, no matter how he looked at it. Does everyone who becomes an elementalist get this skill? No, there's no way. Since skills are only given to talented individuals in the past, when Li Xin Wu had encountered the Archmage Lick, he knew that the Archmage's life force didn't exist within his body. Of course, at the time, he thought of it as his life force, but now he knew for sure that what wasn't there was his soul. Perhaps he had an ability that allowed him to separate his soul from his body. The skill Li Xin Wu had gained from the contract had enlightened him of this possibility. In any case, Soul Seeing Eye allowed him to more clearly perceive spirits. Perhaps He'd be able to strengthen the spirits even further if he leveled up this skill. The Dryads had called him an elementalist in the past, but he had actually become a genuine elementalist now. It's not very special. It's just another one of the Joker's roles. He checked his skill once more and nodded his head. Li Xin Wu could feel all the spirits watching him. All right, it seems like you're all ready to go. Yeah, we're ready. You told us you'd help us with our revenge. So what do we need to do? We have no idea what to do. Tell us what we need to do. Was it because He'd formed a contract with the spirit's spring? He instinctively knew what the spirits wanted and what they were trying to tell him. Li Xin Wu looked at them and spoke firmly. We obviously can't fight them head-on. We need more time to prepare. Do you understand? Yeah. Zenon, the representative of the spirits, replied firmly. Was it because he had the deepest connection with Li Xin Wu amongst them? Li Xin Wu could feel the strong link between them, second only to his connection with Senior. He decided to recognize Zenon as the representative of the spirit's spring from now on and continued. I plan on using the spirit's spring as a moving fortress. You can enter the spirit's spring through the spirit's road wherever you are. Conversely, you can follow me and go someplace else through the spirit's road as well. If we take advantage of this ability, then we can quickly attack whomever we want with minimal risk, and also get out without anyone noticing. If we use my gate, then we can shorten that process too. I understand. I'll pick the right situation, place, and time. In other words, I'll be setting the stage for you. I understand that too, thanks. Whenever Zenon nodded his head, the spirits followed suit and nodded, which was adorable. Li Xin Wu grinned and went to the main topic. However, there's something you need to take care of before that. The newly born spirits. Ute had said this once before, but it must have been a sore spot. Zenon widened his eyes. The Emperor has tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of golems searching for naturally born spirits. The spirits are then captured and killed. Of course, I'm stopping them right now, but you should know that there's little chance of a neglected spirit growing safely. So find those spirits and bring them here. I'll tell you where they are through my link with the golem network. Revenge is just part of the process. Your ultimate goal is to live happily with the other spirits. Had scared them and fueled their rage before the stick, so now it was time for the carrot. It was, of course, quite effective. Li Xin Wu made himself sound concerned for the newly born spirits, so some of the spirits sniffled. Then thanks. I didn't think that far. But to think you were worried about the other spirits as a spirit, I'm ashamed. You were overwhelmed by your emotions, so there's no helping it. But I just wanted to warn you that you can't just let your rage fuel you. Li Xin Wu was the one who'd incited their rage and caused them to awaken, yet he still said something so shameless. However, the spirits were already in the palm of his hand. They were touched, and when he saw them floundering around, he inwardly muttered, I really like spirits. They're so easy to manipulate. Chapter 40 Part 3. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Cider 3. Had acquired an army of 10,000 spirits in an unexpected place. Moreover, had also obtained a crucial springboard to conquering the surface. Funnily enough, none of this had come about due to his extensive planning, but due to him bringing Senior with him without really thinking. You really don't know what'll happen in life. It's really moving hearing that from you. Jin replied teasingly. So many good things had happened, yet Jin didn't seem very happy. The reason was quite simple. Senior had approached Li Xin Wu quite aggressively, but once had formed an official contract with her, she was so happy that she clung onto him like a girl who'd been in a relationship for 2 weeks. Who? Paul Zero. We've already formed a contract. Do you not need to use my real name? An exchange of one's real name is like a wedding ring, so it's fine. Roman 2 at Li Xin Wu finally understood how she felt about him. Apparently, a formal contract with a spirit is like a wedding ceremony. Even more so, when the spirit's gender is clearly distinguished like the Dryads. The Dryads are all female. She had been waiting for the time to form an official contract with him. Yet Li Xin Wu had the gall to form a contract with 10,000 other spirits first. So he could understand her pent-up frustration. Who you can stare at me all you want, I'm not going to give Paul Zero to you. At this point, Jin actually appreciated that she recognized him as a rival, which was all the more pitiful. That unspeakable misery made Jin think, can I score a point now? But then, their last remaining party member said, will this really be okay? The spirit shaped like a flaming lizard was, of course, the level 7 Elder Salamander Prince Zenon. Li Xin Wu had ordered the other spirits to form teams and find the newly born spirits on the surface, but he had asked Zenon to follow him. Don't worry. Even the 12 generals wouldn't be able to recognize you when you're hidden within the flames I've created. No, I'm okay. I'm right beside you, so I won't be in danger. I'm worried about the other spirits. He was thankful for the overestimation, but Li Xin Wu was still level 7. Of course, if he told Zenon that he was level 7, he wouldn't believe him. Li Xin Wu's stats were on the cusp of level 8. He possessed a variety of high-rank skills, and his level 11 rule of bone skill increased his stats equivalent to a level 8. I'm this strong at level 7, so what will happen when I reach level 8? He was confident that he could take on the level 8 12 generals head-on when he hit level 8. Even if he encountered that lick again, Li Xin Wu could manage against the lick due to the buffs from his rebellion skill if they were to fight right now. Even from his own point of view, he felt like he didn't have any weak spots. Do you have a plan? A plan R, you mean for the spirits that can go to the surface now? Nope. Cute. Li Xin Wu replied irresponsibly, and Zenon looked like he was at his wit's end. When they had formed a contract, Zenon had seemed so confident, but now that the excitement had worn off he seemed fearful again. Li Xin Wu sighed and said, "Like I said, I've taken control of the Emperor's golem network that orders the golems to search for and kill any spirits they find. For now, no one will find out about the spirits. Of course, there's no helping the ones who are unluckily found. Then that means they're in danger, so you wanted revenge when you're not willing to risk anything to get it." Zenon's weak response caused Li Xin Wu to sigh once again. How was he such a coward? His attitude didn't fit his appearance at all. Of course, Ted expected this from the very beginning. If coaxing them to fight had been easy, and they had sufficient courage while being willing to charge into danger without hesitation, then they wouldn't have hidden within the spirit's spring in the first place. That's what war is like. Each person risks their life. Moreover, the task I've assigned to the spirits is their most important one. It's for the spirits' future and what they'll do after the battle is over. If they can't do that, then give up on your revenge. I can't give up. We all agree on this. Good. Don't forget that feeling. Of course, Li Xin Wu wasn't planning on leaving the spirits to die. The golem network would help, but he also left some spirits on standby within the spirits' spring. These spirits would act as a rescue unit and were ready to be deployed whenever necessary. If they were to die, even though he went through all this effort, then there was really no helping it. They were executing their plan in a much safer environment than the Paul Zero Corps, which was going around the underground empire and hunting the undead. I'm willing to die for you, Paul Zero. But before then, I'd like to leave behind a child. Don't worry, you're not going to die. Paul Zero went. Dryads birthed from trees, so if they had another way of leaving behind children, then what was it? He wanted to ask, but at the same time, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of anxiety, so he kept it to himself. Following his official contract with her, Sinir began to look at him more sensuously than before. Perhaps no had figured that out when they were alone. It's good to be loved by a spirit. You even got the spirit's spring to respond to you. You truly are an impressive elementalist. I'll see that later. Zenon seemed truly awestruck by Li Xin Wu. On the other hand, Li Xin Wu just felt bitter, replied, and hurried on his way. They would soon reach the end of the spirit's road. Li Xin Wu had set it up so that they would arrive outside of the thicket near Kuro's glory. At first, it had taken several hours to get to the spirit's spring, but it only took a few minutes on the way back. If I can control the exit, then I can go wherever I wish on the surface without the heaven door's key. You're too greedy. Greedy, you'd be surprised how much I'm holding back right now. If you knew, you'd be shocked. Why? Ye Jin tilted his head at Li Xin Wu's unbelievable response. However, Li Xin Wu was telling the truth. Although had become able to transform into a spirit, and had leveled up his disguise skill, enabling him to transform into a human, he desperately held back his desires with a thought, not while Jin's here. Moreover, had even formed a contract with 10,000 spirits and the spirits spring itself, so a compliment wouldn't even be enough. It's already night. Rest up for now, Jin. Starting tomorrow, you probably won't have anything to do for 2 days. Okay. Then call me when you're free. Let's play some board games. When he heard the word board games, Li Xin Wu inwardly smiled bitterly. Board games. As Jin couldn't sleep or eat, Li Xin Wu had thought of board games as a way to pass the time, since he wanted to prove that humans had other methods of relieving stress other than eating or sleeping. Of course, there was no way that this world had any proper board games. He referenced some of the board games had played on Earth and created them in his spare time, but Jin had reacted a lot better to them than had expected. Jin pointed out that his world had board games like this too, but Li Xin Wu just used the excuse of parallel worlds. It was his absolute defense skill. Sure, I can always spare some time for some board games. Okay. Then, see you tomorrow. He tied Jin to his normal spot. Jin could clearly see him if he looked through the first floor window, but from the second floor, Li Xin Wu was free from his gaze. Li Xin Wu discreetly checked his inventory and inwardly clenched his fist. Ultimately, he triumphantly passed the living room, and when he was about to go up to the second floor, someone stopped him. Jin was quietly doing paperwork in the living room. Mr. Xin Wu, welcome back. You went asleep. You'll be busy tomorrow too. Well, I thought if I finished my work a little quicker, then I would be able to go on a date with you before you go to the capital. That's only if you accept, Mr. Xin Wu. Seems like you're not only loved by spirits. Jin replied, and her cheeks became flushed. Seeing that, Zenon he was hiding his existence, so Jin couldn't hear him, quietly muttered. Li Xin Wu ignored him and replied, Don't sleep too late. Okay, I'll read just a little bit more and then I'll go to sleep. Alright. Li Xin Wu was actually quite surprised by her growth. After their first meeting, Jin began to grow rapidly, and when she came to the surface she quickly picked up the shop business. She had so much latent potential that he couldn't help but say, as expected of a hero. He knew what the driving force behind her actions was, so he was a bit concerned, but he should be able to solve that problem. Why? Because he could turn into a human now. If she's seeking his affection, then he could give it to her bit by bit. This is nothing compared to my days as an employee entertaining clients. He couldn't even count how many times had eaten together with a girl or attended a party in order to close a deal. That wasn't all. Had been asked for more than twice before. When he really hated it, he did anything he could to get out of it. But that was what work life was. You use everything you could get your hands on to succeed, or you keep your pride and chastity, whichever you choose. You would have to make a choice you didn't like again and again. How does it compare to back then? She's a cute girl that'll do anything I ask of her. This is actually a win-win. It doesn't even compare to South Korea. If they knew about the environment he was in, all salarymen would clamor at him to change places with them. He had no plans of switching with them, Li Xin-Wu thought, and raised his head. Li Xin-Wu had already reached his room. What about Zenon? I told him go away and go to sleep. I don't have the time to deal with him when you're by my side, Paul Zero. Senior said coldly, but soon her expression changed. She approached Li Xin-Wu's side and he realized that she'd found out about his disguise skills upgrade. When did you find out? Paul Zero, you can transform into a spirit too. I see. How did he not notice? Li Xin-Wu felt like he was an idiot. If spirits could eat and sleep, then they had reproductive abilities as well. And since Li Xin-Wu had succeeded in transforming into a spirit, is that when you decided you had to form a contract with me? I decided to form a contract with you before then, but it's true that the situation was good. Is that so? Wait a sec. There was something I wanted to do when I turned back into a human. Li Xin-Wu stopped Senior, who looked at him like a predator would its prey, and took out a bottle of wine from his inventory. It was the Care Century Elemental 451. Oh my! This is the wine we made together. It really fits. That wasn't my intention, but you want a drink too? Yeah. Li Xin-Wu brought the wine glass to his lips and felt something. When was the last time he'd drunk wine? It's definitely been more than a year. Moreover, he'd spent such dark days in the underground empire, so it felt like it'd been even longer since his last sip. But he could accept it if this was the result of all that hard work. Since good wine was created by proper maturation, it really is delicious. Yeah. It's so delicious I feel like I'll cry. He could smell the aroma of the wine with his disguised nose, and the wine traveled down his disguised tongue and passed through his disguised throat. It was then heated up by his disguised stomach. This feeling, which he'd regained, felt like ecstasy. Who? Then Senior smiled mysteriously and got even closer. It seemed like she wasn't willing to wait any longer. Honestly speaking, he wanted to enjoy the wine a bit longer, but it couldn't be helped. He shrugged his shoulders and accepted her. The dryad's refreshing and sweet aroma invaded his nose. This is also business. A win-win, huh? How nice. 2 days later, Li Xin-Wu had completely finished his work as Lawrence, and he and his party went on a short trip to the capital. Chapter 40 Part 4. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sardar 4. Harjin didn't seem like he was in a good mood all throughout their trip to the capital. Was it because Li Xin-Wu had made him draw their wagon, so that his cover as a normal horse wouldn't be blown? No, it wasn't that simple. Jin was definitely dissatisfied with his partner. Li Xin-Wu was absolutely sure that he hadn't figured out about his complete human transformation, but he was also reluctant to ask Jin what was wrong, so he just shut his mouth for the time being. The weather's great. It really is. It's so clear, as if it's wishing us happiness in the future. I guess there are some things worth seeing on the surface. Whereas Senior and Jin couldn't be happier, sitting opposite to Li Xin-Wu in the wagon. What was he hiding? He was with Senior on the first day, and Jin on the second. They were so boisterous, so much so that it seemed like they'd go to heaven, due to the entertainment he'd provided with the date. Li Xin-Wu had asked them to restrain themselves. Apparently this was them restrained. Don't be so loud. Okay. Who? Those girls knew, of course, how Jin was feeling more than Li Xin-Wu anyway. That's why they tried their very best to not show how happy they were, but there was no way for them to hide the happiness and joy they felt. Their reactions reminded him of his friend when he had first started dating his girlfriend. No, now that he thought about it, they were reacting similarly to his friend. Mr. Shin Wu, that cloud looks like your eye socket. Who, no matter how I look at it, it looks more like his sacrum than his eye socket. Do you guys always look at my bones so closely on a regular basis, Kyuk? And whenever they engaged in more intimate skinship, he could hear Jin's hit points going down. Be honest. What did you do to them? Did you by any chance? I told you. They've been working hard, so I complimented them a little bit after that. I guess we had a date. It was a commercial service. A service. A date is a service. Li Shin Wu could hear Jin's voice through the assimilation skill and responded naturally. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his attitude. Of course, Jin didn't trust him right away, as he'd traveled with this joker for so long, but he didn't have any evidence to pursue it with. So I'm your partner. You shouldn't lie to me. I told you, I'm not lying to you. Really? So Jin stopped his attempts at breaking Li Shin Wu's unbreakable mask, and tried to hit at his conscience instead. Of course. You're my partner. My only partner. Your only partner. However, Li Shin Wu didn't have a conscience, so it was completely ineffective. Unfortunately, Jin didn't know that, so he decided to accept his explanation. Well, I guess it makes sense, since those girls' mental state hasn't been normal since the beginning. You're the worst. You looked like you were being friendly to Jin. This and that are two different things. Yeah, I was being friendly, but she's still crazy. Of course, just because Jin had accepted his explanation didn't mean he was completely over it. Since Jin and Senior were still clinging onto Li Shin Wu, and he was still drawing the wagon. It feels kind of lonely since we left. I wanted to stay in Kuro's glory for about 10 more days. Our shop doesn't have any holidays. If you want to take a break, then apply for a vacation. Of course, it'd be unpaid leave. In the past, Li Shin Wu had worked in a vicious enterprise that exploited him, and he was carrying on that tradition for the Lawrence shop. After all, this is how you got rid of bad habits. I don't care if I'm not paid, but it's meaningless if I'm the only one resting. I wanted to go sightseeing with you, Mr. Shin Wu. Once we get to the capital, Paul Zero will be working hard again. I'd rather time just stopped right now. Li Shin Wu had invested a day into Senior and a day into Jin, so he couldn't rest anymore. Of course, he didn't forget to play board games with Jin in his free time. Honestly speaking, he was more comfortable with Jin than with them, the business targets. I can kind of see the capital's walls. Shin Wu, what are you going to do about the paladins that are following us? They'll be working on behalf of the Sun God religion, while I'll be staying at the Lawrence shop, so there's no reason to go in together. Moreover, if I stay too close to the Sun God religion, then it'll be hard for people to approach Lawrence to negotiate with K. As expected of you, Mr. Shin Wu. To think that far ahead, Li Shin Wu wasn't planning on ruining his alliance with the Sun God religion, but he also wasn't going to avoid the influential individuals in the capital. If he could gain information, assistance, or form personal connections by meeting with them, then he had no reason not to. The Sun God religion had more power than I had initially assumed. Since my name was spread to about half of the empire by just clearing 5 dungeons, it goes without saying that my name was spread to Kuro's glory and the adjacent capital. The nobles in the capital might be tense. Normally, an individual recognized as a saint by a religious order isn't someone often seen. A saint had to possess power that displayed the god's distinct characteristic, such that everyone in the religious order would acknowledge them. At the same time, they had to have a meek personality that obeyed their orders. Plus, Li Xin-Wu had enough power to clear a level 6 dungeon by himself, which had made a strong impression on not only the other religious orders, but the nobles in the capital as well. Furthermore, he was Lawrence's sponsor, the same Lawrence that had had such a successful auction. According to a report had gotten through the Golem network, people were selling books in the capital detailing the peddler Lawrence and the hero K's friendship and successes. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about people recognizing either Lawrence or K. But for some reason, he was a bit concerned about the contents of the book. He would get Yi Jin to buy it for him later and check it for himself. Anyway, my position in the capital will be set once I clear the unconquered level 7 dungeon. I'll have as much power as a high-rank noble, and in a way, an image that surpasses that of a hero. If he wasn't going to engage in an all-out war with the surface, then he had to take this opportunity to create a foothold in the capital. He had, of course, given Bishamun that mission, but there were things one could do in the light that couldn't be done in the darkness. But you can't succumb to temptation, even if they offer their daughter to you or something. Even though the sun god religion has acknowledged me as a saint, I'm still originally a mercenary. The nobles won't give up their daughters so easily. But they might send me a prostitute disguised as a young lady of the house, or their daughter. You can't take care of all of that. Yeah. Yi Jin acted so innocent, but said something so bold. Li Xin-Wu stroked her head and grinned. Of course, her concern was unnecessary. If need be, he could dispel his human transformation. With that, all his worldly desires would disappear, and he would become a sage. Being able to control his sexual desires when speaking with other humans or negotiating with them was a huge advance. One's base desires would cause one's judgment to go askew, and it was especially difficult to control oneself when faced with an intelligent and attractive individual. However, Li Xin-Wu was now capable of switching to his sage mode at will, so during a negotiation, he could dominate the other side. In that sense, Bishamun was the right choice to move in the shadows, though he didn't know just how much he'd accomplished here. He got his answer 30 minutes later. Once the front gate guards noticed his wagon, their eyes shined and they immediately welcomed him. You must be the party of the sun god's hero and the Lawrence shop. We've been waiting for you. Please come inside. Your store branch in the capital has been completed. If you're going that way, then I can take you there myself. I'd appreciate it. He thought that perhaps Bishamun had done something to the guards to take advantage of the nobles, but once the lid was open, he found that it was the complete opposite. Just in case, he checked the guards' stats, but there was nothing suspicious about them. They were 100 human. While he was puzzled, one of the guards guiding them approached him and whispered, "Lord Bisher said he'd meet with you in the evening. Can you tell him I got his message?" Of course. As he thought, this human was under Bishamun's control. He didn't know if he commissioned them, or if one of his subordinates had infiltrated the guards, but he was amazing either way. As a regular business employee, Li Xin-Wu didn't know what Bisher had done to acquire such power in the capital. Well, I'll know after I hear it straight from him. Perhaps he did stuff like this in the past before he became a hero, Li Xin-Wu thought vaguely. At the end of the road, he could see an indistinct castle. It seemed completely hidden, but he could feel it. The existence of the Emperor within those walls, as well as magic greater than that of the Archmage. At that moment, he was sure of it. He was a lower level than him, but for some reason, he was able to roughly measure him. Level 9. Had expected this, but it felt different in person. Did the Emperor sense his presence as well? Even if he did, he would probably regard him as the sun god's hero. There was also a chance he hadn't sensed him at all. Li Xin-Wu was confident that his Marner control wouldn't lose to anyone. As I thought, it'd be difficult to face a level 9. Is the Undead Emperor also level 9? He probably is. Ultimately, if I want to achieve my goals, then I need to take those two down. His magic had increased significantly and had collected bones from the level 6 dungeons, which had increased his stats by a little. So, his current stat total was 12,392. He needed a little over 400 stats to reach level 8. But even if he reached level 8, he didn't think he could defeat the Emperor. Even if he used all his strength, using the Bone Armory, the Thon Shadow, or even the fully charged level 8 Titan Bone Golem, he didn't think he would be able to win. That's just how overwhelming a level 9 was. Just by sensing the Emperor's existence from afar caused him to instinctively feel tense. So that's why he's so confidently emitting his magic. He doesn't know that he'll use that against him. Could he find his weakness and make use of it with just that exposure of Marner? Yes, indeed. As long as Li Xin-Wu was the one fighting him at least. Now then, let's go see the place that Bishamun has prepared for us. Xin-Wu's making that face again. Whenever he makes that face, someone dies. Mr. Xin-Wu, you're so cool. It's perfect. Why do all the girls involved with you have such perverted fetishes, or does the world have some sort of proclivity towards the name Li Xin-Wu? Roman 2 can feel the Emperor's Marner. Can we go undiscovered? We probably won't be. But and thus, his party, they were all in the same situation, but had different thoughts, successfully entered the capital. They'd gotten in quietly without a hitch, but in the end their presence would be unavoidable. Everyone will know. Chapter 40 Part 5. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sarder 5. First off, Li Xin-Wu visited the Lawrence shop's capital branch, checked the interior, and dumped items from his inventory into the storehouse. He was then led to the residence Bishamun had acquired for him. Seeing the huge size of the house was an indirect confirmation of Bishamun's success. Jin complained as he was the only one who couldn't enter the building, but there was no helping it. Li Xin-Wu once again thought that he needed to hurry up and master the disguise skill. It's been a long time, Lord Paul Zero. Long time no see. It seems like you've exceeded my expectations. It's an honor that you feel that way. I've made a list, albeit poorly, of all the forces and goods we've acquired. So I'll present it to you later. As promised, Bishamun met with Li Xin-Wu in the evening. He wore a stylish suit and was refined, so much so that Li Xin-Wu would believe it if he said he were a noble's butler. He was a handsome man that evoked a cold feeling, with gray hair and reddish-brown eyes. No matter how you looked at him, he looked like a proper human. He didn't look like an undead at all. All right. It's a relief that you were able to properly transform into a human. Yes. I was a bit concerned, as I had never made the attempt after becoming an undead, but Bishamun's original species was the moon wolf. They were a race of werewolves who hovered between the boundary of human and wolf. Bishamun's kind were the elites, blessed by the moon more so than any other werewolf tribe. The moon title was a dead giveaway amongst the moon wolves. Bishamun was equivalent to royalty. However, he had become undead and degenerated into a mere ghoul. Li Xin-Wu had played on Bishamun's desire for revenge, and as a result, Bishamun had pledged his loyalty to him, and evolved into a completely new species, the Wolf Avenger. He regained his abilities as a moon wolf, and had even gained the title of Avenger. So if he excluded the fact that Head turned into an undead, he had become much stronger than before. No, wait. Avengers are undead created only after one has experienced death before and then revived due to their thirst for vengeance. In other words, it seems like a class that only the undead can get. In any case, Bishamoon had regained his long-lost power as a moon wolf, and by subordinating himself to Li Xin Wu, his darkness magic had become even stronger. This was especially true regarding his original transformation skill. He had been influenced by Li Xin Wu's innate abilities and had become noticeably stronger. That's right. While incomparable with Li Xin Wu, Bishamoon could also use his magic to disguise himself as a living being. This was one of the reasons that Li Xin Wu had picked Bishamoon to accompany him, despite having so many subordinates to choose from. It's supposed to be difficult to obtain the ability to disguise an undead's manner unless you're a vampire. However, by subordinating myself to you, I was able to obtain that ability. I'm in awe of your abilities, Lord Paul Zero. Thanks for the compliment, but you saying that makes me feel kind of tense. I feel like I'll meet a vampire somewhere down the line. To tell you the truth, I knew this would happen. What he said next was classic. The darkness within the capital would deepen at night, and there was a group that hid inside said darkness. Both Bishamoon and that group fought against each other to increase their power. With the goods Li Xin Wu had entrusted to him, as well as his own skills, Bishamoon was quickly able to increase his power, but by doing so, he had come into contact with the capital's deepest darkness. With the backing of a count that resided within the capital, the organization went wild. However, the organization had a huge secret, and I was recently able to figure it out, just barely. A vampire lurks within the Red Moon faction, the group that opposes our own moon shadow. Yeah, I saw that coming. By the way, everyone sure loves the moon. The underground empire had been filled with things Head never experienced before, but once Head come to the surface, he repeatedly experienced things that would happen in any fantasy novel. But a battle between the vampires and the werewolves in this city of the night, aside from the original, he couldn't acknowledge or understand it. Moreover, both factions had the word moon in it. It was a relief that his side only one had werewolf in it. Don't waste your time on such a pointless fight, and end it already. Want me to help? Not only do they have a noble in their group, but information on our group has spread, so it would be difficult to fight them head on. If we attack them half-baked, then we'll lose our standing in the capital. If we're going for it, then we have to strike at their core. Perhaps then I'll ask you for your help, Lord Paul Zero. All right, I got it. The count that Bishamoon had found was likely under the control of a vampire. The fact that Bishamoon could easily find information on them meant that there was a key figure in the Red Moon that used them as shields. A giant force that had power over day and night. It probably wasn't the Emperor, but it had to be someone close, like a high-ranking noble. Both sides are really daring. When all the undead were forced into the underground, they went purged and instead have been operating in the capital and raising their forces all this time. Which means they were powerful and daring enough to fool even the Emperor. An unexpected competitor had shown up. Knowing this information beforehand would prove indispensable. Wait a sec. Then, what's most important is it's to ensure that they don't figure out the link between us, Lord Paul Zero. But you don't have to worry about that, since I can use darkness magic as well. Are you sure you're up for it? Of course. You can count on me. All right. Then I'll leave it to you. After that, Li Xin Wu accepted and read Bishamoon's report. The report summarized Bishamun's successes, including how many troops had gathered and managed important figures, and an account of their finances. With feats like this, Bishamun could raise his head up high. He was surprised that Bishamun had gathered so many troops in such a short period of time, less than a month. 300 buildings, with at least 100 of them in the capital's main street. As expected, they are disguised as either shops or inns. Moreover, you won over a noble too. My identity wasn't revealed, but I was able to recruit those who opposed the Red Moon, which is where most of the low-ranking nobles gather. In the process, I tried to imitate you, albeit poorly, and was somehow able to resolve the issue well. Now they're completely loyal to the organization Moon Shadow. Unbelievable. They say a child learns from their parents. This was a good example of that. Li Xin-Wu didn't know when Bisher even had the opportunity to watch and learn from him, but this was quite the success. Good. You've done well. Now I don't have to meet them one by one. There were several people I couldn't persuade. If you just give me a little bit more time, then leave them to me. I just got a title that might work here. As expected of my lord, Li Xin-Wu had originally planned on spreading Lawrence and Kay's names far and wide, and slowly build his position in the capital, but due to the Sun God religion's support, his plan had been sped up by a few months. As the hero, Kay, he had cleared unconquered dungeons one after another, ones which had been untouched by mankind, and regained human territory. Plus, he made the Sun God's light more well known. He was powerful enough that a low-rank noble wouldn't be able to deal with him. You really get along with him, your subordinate. If we can deal with the Emperor somehow, then you should be able to seize control over the entire magic empire. Lord Paul Zero. Why do I have to carry that burden? Li Xin-Wu wanted to live freely. He didn't want to live for others. It may sound like this was coming out of the blue, as he was now the heaven-defying general, but managing his subordinates was a real pain in the ass. He imagined managing something as large as the Empire and just sighed. Being a peddler, Lawrence, is plenty enough for me. Mr. Xin-Wu. It's too late, so please just accept it. Yi Jin laughed, and Li Xin-Wu felt his dreams being cut apart. Li Xin-Wu twisted Yi Jin's nose as punishment. She seemed happy for some reason, but she was a pervert, so it wasn't all that new, and then gave her his orders. We'll officially start up the Lawrence shop tomorrow. The shop's not well known enough in the capital as of yet. We'll focus on increasing our power for the time being. I acquired a few small shops, so I should be able to help you discreetly, madam. Madam Yi Jin blushed and twisted her body around. How did he find out? He hadn't shown any signs, but Bishamun had found out regardless. Li Xin-Wu felt quite uneasy. I figured it out based on the space between you two, the way Ms. Yi Jin looks at you, and various other factors. The spirit you're traveling with as well are, right. I expected of one of Paul Zero's subordinates. It sure is a relief that Jin couldn't come inside, Li Xin-Wu suddenly thought and smiled bitterly. No, now wasn't the time to be engaging in this love comedy. Li Xin-Wu shook his head and asked Bishamun. Bishamun, did you get what I asked for through Rem? I thought it would be quite difficult to obtain, as it is stored in the heart of the Empire, but I was somehow able to procure it with Rem's help. I was shocked when I witnessed Rem's ability to nullify level 7 golems. Yeah. Rem might be the strongest when there are a lot of golems around. I'll take over later, so bring it to me personally. Understood. What are you talking about? Was there an item hidden within the capital that you wanted, Mr. Xin-Wu? She didn't directly ask if he stole something, but went about it in a roundabout way. In response, Li Xin-Wu smiled meaningfully. It's the best loot I've gotten from the surface. Once Head carefully looked over Bishamun's report, Li Xin-Wu discussed the direction they'd go from now on concerning the cooperation between the Lawrence shop and Moon Shadow, or what the Hero K would be doing, as well as any urgent problems. After that, he told them to break up. Then, I'll give you my report. Now it was Rem's turn. He wanted to know how it had acquired the golems without the Emperor's notice, how the golems were arranged, and how many there were. He'd heard about it on his way here already, but if he reviewed it again, then he'd be able to adjust their future actions. Of particular note was the discovery of a few spirits. Golems were placed across the empire and sought out spirits under the Emperor's command, so they were able to find spirits faster than anything else. It was important that he let the spring spirits know so they could take care of it. Of course, I deleted all of the golems' previous orders, but I cannot force them to act outside of their designated routines. Thus, the spirits must act quickly. Let's ask Senior for help with that. You don't need to report each and every matter to me. Just inform the spirits through Senior. Understood. Aside from that, I acquired information from the capital in order of importance while Li Xin-Wu was organizing and analyzing Bishamun and Ram's information. Senior and Yi Jin were fighting starting tomorrow. Li Xin-Wu would be busy with his work as K. So they were fighting for the right to be with Li Xin-Wu this evening. With this, I have 4 wins and 3 losses. I win. It's a deuce. If you lose the next game, then it's invalid. Hurry up, go on to the next game. When did we have such a rule? If they were fighting with pure strength, then Yi Jin would lose instantly, but because they were using the board game Li Xin-Wu had created to determine victory or defeat, they weren't getting a clear winner or loser. Ultimately, Li Xin-Wu, who'd finished with his work, ended their dispute by promising that he'd bring both of them to his bedroom. Even though he was disguised as a human, his infinite stamina as an undead remained. Mr. Xin-Wu, can't you give me another hug? Seriously, do some work. Work that would end Li Xin-Wu's unpaid leave. Senior and Yi Jin thought it to be nice if the night would go on forever, but there was no way their wish would be fulfilled. Li Xin-Wu calmly shook off Senior and Yi Jin and stood up. He was hit by the rays of the morning sun and equipped his armor once more. He had gotten a report from the Sun God religion they had procured the level 7 dungeon. Chapter 40 Part 6. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sarder 6. It had been a long time since they'd last met the Sun God religion's Pope looked at Kay, who was fully equipped, and asked, I heard that Lawrence has a young, beautiful lover, who's also business savvy and goes with him everywhere. What about you? You got anyone? I don't want to take all the credit, but you've become more well known because of us. I'm planning on stealing her from him. Don't do it. If the Sun God's hero splits from his backer for such a trivial reason, then well, lose face. It was a joke. To be honest, I'm not interested. Since both of them were him, there weren't any problems, but it seems like the Pope still considered them separate individuals. The situation had changed from what he'd first envisioned, and there wouldn't be any problems with disclosing the fact that he was both Kay and Lawrence. However, he stubbornly wanted to go with his original concept. People would be suspicious if he disclosed the fact that Lawrence never existed in the first place. So that's your preference. I'm just asking, but are you trying to steal Lawrence from his lover, not the other way around? Hold up. That's what the close relationship between Lawrence and Kay meant in the book being sold in the capital. Li Xin Wu was conflicted. He wanted to interrogate the Pope, but he was also fearful of the subject. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Pope soon changed topics to the main point of discussion. Don't think about which side you like for the time being. The dungeon we're headed for now is no joking matter. You're talking about the level 7 dungeon, right? We've named it the Desert of Death. I like it. It's clear and concise. As normal humans couldn't check stats, it was difficult for them to assess a dungeon properly. So, they would only be able to assess its level by going into the dungeon and fighting the monsters. That was why dungeon casualties were so high. When you asked us to look into a level 7 dungeon, we actually tried looking into other places. But you just entered the capital, and you need to make a huge impression for the spotlight to be flashed onto you, so we ultimately came back to this one. It seems quite famous. Of course. In a way, it's the most famous dungeon in the entire country. To be honest, Li Xin Wu already knew about the dungeon. He had learned about this dungeon from Rem just shortly after it had acquired the Golem network. The reason he was able to get information on it so quickly was because of how well known it was. The dungeon wasn't open to the public, but he had gotten the info once the Golem network had spread to the capital. It's influential enough to reduce the size of the capital. To be exact, they had attempted to form outer walls to expand the capital, but the creation of said walls was cancelled due to the dungeon's sudden appearance. At the time, the damage done to human life was considerable, so the Knight Order was mobilized. However, the Knights were annihilated. The 12 generals of the surface were sent next, but even they had trouble with it, so it was sealed unless the Emperor himself took action. This just went to show how dangerous the dungeon was. If all the 12 generals had gone, or if they had risked their lives to clear it, they could have done it. Aside from clearing the dungeon, the 12 generals had several other tasks to do when they actually tried to clear the dungeon with the help of another Knight Order and the magicians. They found that it was too difficult, as the monsters were too strong. Ultimately, the Emperor only passed a temporary measure. The 12 generals would lead a punitive force, consisting of elites from the Knight Order, and stop the dungeon countercurrent. Dozens of years have passed since that order was given. Then it must have gotten worse inside if it's been dozens of years. Of course, if the 12 generals couldn't hope to clear it, then it must be hell. But the critical reason that made them entrust the dungeon to him despite all that was the internal environment is a tropical desert. You take fire damage just from entering, and the inside is teeming with monsters that can use high-rank fire. No matter how great of a warrior you are, it's difficult to maintain tip-top condition throughout, and because magicians lack stamina, they can't even enter the dungeon. The dungeon is protected by its awful environment, but our religious order uses fire, so the entry barriers are less severe for us. Conversely, you're saying that our fire won't be very effective against them. That's why you're here. All the priests and paladins that have watched you know that your power doesn't lie entirely in your ability to use fire. They had probably noticed how powerful bursting thunder was when combined with a fire element. A warrior that possessed impeccable swordsmanship and could wield powerful flames. That was Li Xin Wu, or Kay's current image. It wasn't wrong in real life either. But there was one thing that bothered him. But bursting thunder is strongest when used in conjunction with a lightning element. However, I can't just pull out a new element out of the blue, and using bones in front of other people is out of the question. Of course, he should be able to progress through the dungeon. He had Zenon's help right now, as well as the absorption and fire resistance skills. He couldn't help but feel relaxed. Li Xin-Wu thought of it as training his fire-related skills. But it's still the wrong way to go about this. Though, it doesn't matter how much time I take as long as I clear the dungeon, my fame will rise. And if I'm in a pinch, then I can just get away from the others and use my true abilities. Should I lay a smoke screen beforehand? While Li Xin-Wu was deep in thought, the Pope seemed to misunderstand and spoke in a relaxed tone. If you're this worried, then I, the Pope of the Sun God religion, should go with you. I have no intention of losing you here and even less intention of dying in there. Relax. No, I won't die no matter what. There's no need for you to enter the dungeon. Y'all get in the way. Get in the way. You shouldn't look down on my fire magic and resistance. I can also use healing spells too, so the paladins and the priests will get in the way too. It's fine that they are willing to risk their lives for their religion, but if I find that they're holding me down, then I'll send them right back to the surface. The Pope groaned. Of course, the Pope had sent the paladins and priests to assist him so that he wouldn't think that the Sun God religion was using him one-sidedly, but he was still worried. After all, the Sun God religion and the hero K had pledged to sink or swim together. Li Xin-Wu knew how conflicted the Pope was and just laughed softly. I understand how you feel. But I can't clear this dungeon as easily as the others, so that's why I'm telling you this in advance. The other dungeons were easy for you. You truly are impressive. I wonder where you came from. Har, isn't this all because of the Sun God's grace? Li Xin-Wu replied jokingly. After that, Li Xin-Wu could begin to see the ruined dungeon entrance and acted like he was taking something out of his bag when he was really going through his inventory. He took out a bottle of Care Century Elemental and passed it to the Pope. There's nothing to worry about. You don't need to be so nervous either. You're the one who picked this dungeon, so I'll trust you. So, you should trust me too. But our knights aren't weak either. They can protect themselves at the very least. If I think I can clear the dungeon all the way with them, I'll do so. However, if I judge that that's impossible, then I'll send them back. That's all. We don't have a simple business relationship. I'm looking out for you as well. Is that so? I didn't think you'd say something like that. Of course, Li Xin-Wu was thinking something along the lines of I can't take out a bone while other people are watching. But unfortunately, the Pope didn't have the ability to read minds. Had also accepted the Care Century wine, so any grievances he had were cleared up when he took a sip of the wine. All right, I'll trust you. Once the knights and priests are able to escape, the hero clears the dungeon alone and returns. That'd make quite the story too. I'll let you take care of that. But for that to be a reality, you have to clear the dungeon. Can you prove to me that my ambition wasn't unreasonable? I already told you. If it's a level 7 dungeon, then everything will turn out just fine. If I was going to give up from something like this, then I wouldn't have taken your offer in the first place. Around the time they were finished speaking, the soldiers and knights surrounding the ruins looked like they were at their limit. They were probably responsible for taking out the monsters that occasionally popped out. That meant that you really came, Pope of the Sun God religion. It's been a long time, Evili General. At the center of the soldiers, a person boasting exceptional energy walked forward and greeted the Pope. They wore a full suit of armor, so Li Xin-Wu couldn't tell their age or even their gender. But when the general raised the visor of their helm, Li Xin-Wu could see her eyes and hear her voice. She was definitely a woman. LV7 Evili General Shurina von Hegel. Li Xin-Wu tilted his head, as he couldn't really feel anything magical about her eyes. Her eyes were just a normal, deep green color. Maybe it was an active skill. Evili. You don't know anything, do you? She is one of the 12 generals and is known for her eyes that see through all. She sees her enemies' weak spots, and snipes her enemies with frightening accuracy. He listened to the Pope and then checked her over once more. There was indeed a longbow hanging on her back. It was a level 4, no, a level 5 artifact. Unlike with humans, an artifact was amazing when it hit level 4, and when one found a level 5 artifact, they would have to treasure it forever. It was a piece of equipment fit for one of the 12 generals. However, Li Xin-Wu wasn't the only one sizing her up. The Evili general was in awe of Li Xin-Wu's weapon and armor. His armor was level 6 and his weapon was level 7. But all she could find out was that his equipment was good, yet was looking at him lukewarmly. Li Xin-Wu kept a portion of his mana from flowing, so it was only natural that she would look at him like that. Are you the sun god's hero? So how is he really, Pope? I can only say that the sun god himself sent him down to revive our religious order and to bring peace to the continent. If you see him in action, then you'll come to understand. He has truly impressive abilities. Is he truly one of yours? You used quite a cunning method. No, it was more reckless than cunning. The Pope and Li Xin-Wu's current plan was you-know-what fair thinking, but you still have to take it. It didn't matter what his purpose for coming here was, so long as his methods were righteous. They would have no reason to refuse Li Xin-Wu, and even if they had legitimate concerns, they had no evidence. Li Xin-Wu's background was much too clean. Once he clears this dungeon, no one will be able to say what you just said. HMPH. You've just found a man of talent, but because of your impatience, you're going to overwork him. He'll die and you'll end up regretting it. Yes, it's my Evili. You Li Xin-Wu shouldn't do everything he says. After all, you only have one life. As he thought, the relationship between the sun god religion and the 12 generals seemed strained. No, perhaps every religious order's relationship to the emperor's forces was like this. Perhaps the Pope hadn't accompanied Li Xin-Wu to go into the dungeon with him, but to ensure that no conflict would come between him and the Evili general, he would remain on standby near the dungeon. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you. Li Xin-Wu briefly thought about verbally manipulating her, but he decided against it. He didn't have only one life, but he didn't want to argue with her. I'll leave the outside to you, Pope. Oh, you're going in already. It seems like she doubts my skills. It'd be much faster to prove my skills with my actions than to try to convince her with words. Now, everyone, prepare yourselves. We're going in. I warned you. I'd rather not have to get rid of your corpse, so be careful. While she nagged at him, Li Xin-Wu picked the most elite level 6 paladins and priests that had followed him here. He only picked those who, at minimum, possessed level 5 intermediate fire resistance. Ultimately, he had picked 6 level 6 paladins and 2 level 6 priests. All right, let's go. Do you really not need me to go in with you? It won't take very long. The Pope said his goodbyes with a relaxed expression. Li Xin-Wu then confidently led his elite force into the dungeon. They felt immense heat at the entrance, but it had no effect on Li Xin-Wu due to his high-rank fire resistance. It's tough. I feel like I've experienced this once before. I'm sharing my resistance with you, so buck up. Power. I can feel power surging within me. Jin acted like he was suffering, yet he walked on top of the sand as if he'd gotten used to it already. Zenon couldn't handle the power that surged from the hot environment. Finally, the priests and paladins followed close behind, sweat dripping from their faces. Li Xin Wu sighed softly and stepped forward. Thus began the dungeon conquest of the Sun God's hero. Chapter 40 Part 7. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sarder 7. Level 7 Elite Dungeon. You have acquired the permit to the Cradle of Fire. All stats are increased by 50 within the dungeon. The dungeon's information is added to your minimap. All actions are buffed within the dungeon. It was strange the Pope's information on the dungeon was all wrong. He didn't care about the dungeon's true name, but he didn't expect it to be an elite dungeon. Even so, he couldn't just pack up and leave. Li Xin Wu didn't tell anyone about this and just hurried forward. He was prepared to hit level 8 before he left this dungeon. A strong, hot wind is blowing. High-rank fire resistance completely nullifies its effects. The ground is agonizingly hot. High-rank fire resistance completely nullifies its effects. You guys all good? I feel like I'm dying. But you're still not dying. Li Xin Wu felt like the entrance's heat was akin to a tepid summer breeze, but the paladins and the priests looked like they were heroes facing off against certain death. Each and every step was difficult for them. Despite them equipping gear that increased their fire resistance, it seemed like the heat was too much for them. I feel like it's gotten a lot hotter all of a sudden. If His Holiness' analysis is correct, then it's a sign that the monsters inside are further strengthened. Because mankind has only killed the monsters that come outside the dungeon, and haven't tackled the dungeon itself, the trapped mana fundamentally strengthens the monsters. Li Xin Wu had experienced this phenomenon before, where monsters that have been trapped in a dungeon for several years are many levels stronger than their normal counterparts. This dungeon may be the same. In fact, Li Xin Wu was shocked that the Magic Empire was so willing to leave a bomb at their very doorstep for so long. It's the same in both the Magic and the Underground Empire. These emperors sure love sitting in their rooms doing nothing. Maybe they're protecting the palace. No matter how threatening an elite level 7 dungeon was, the Emperor should be able to deal with it without much difficulty. But the fact that he left the dungeon alone for so many years meant that he had some sort of reason that he couldn't leave the palace. Or that he's afraid of something outside. Probably not. Li Xin Wu couldn't think of anything that the Emperor would have to be afraid of. If there was, then it'd be the Undead Emperor, or death itself. I'm getting stronger. My power is growing. Yeah. Get big and strong. An enemy approaches. From below. Li Xin Wu didn't need Zenon's warning, as he sensed the enemy's presence already. He silently thrust his greatsword into the very heart of the desert. A chilling sound was accompanied by black blood surging up to the surface. He raised his sword, revealing a red scorpion in the place he'd stabbed. The end of its tail was bent like a hook and emitted a red flame, rather than poison. Jin was a bit surprised and took a step back. LV7 Sun Scorpion. Everyone, prepare for battle. Be careful, it might be able to shoot its fire over long distances. Understood. With Li Xin Wu at its center, the priests and paladins got into formation, leaving a certain amount of distance between them and Li Xin Wu. While they were doing that, Li Xin Wu roughly assessed the Sun Scorpion's strength and abilities. He ripped off its outer shell and beat on it, and also figured out its methods of attacking. It's weak. It is. A sun scorpion's greatest strength wasn't its toughness. It was its heat. It wasn't very large, but the scorpion's heat felt as though it had concentrated the surrounding desert's heat. Moreover, the flame at the end of its tail would bypass intermediate fire resistance entirely and burn the body. Of course, it didn't have any effect whatsoever on Li Xin Wu. After Head tested this, Li Xin Wu stamped on it and killed it. When he picked up the fire tail it dropped. It transformed into a fire tailbone like any other non-skeletal drop. He acted like he was pocketing it in his bag, but was actually activating bone reinforcement. Activating bone reinforcement had become completely natural for him now. Absorbing the LV7 fire tailbone. Health has increased by 1. Skill proficiency in high-rank fire and high-rank fire resistance has increased. Perfect. Had been fighting against either way weaker or way stronger opponents for the longest time, so he was needlessly happy from picking up a same-level bone. He was slightly moved by the experience, but there were people who needed him. Sir K, please help. We need help too. These guys are a lot stronger than no flames incoming. Flame shield. In the short period of time that Li Xin Wu spent studying the monster, the paladins were forced onto the defensive against 3 sun scorpions. Li Xin Wu sighed and straightened his greatsword. Then, the sun scorpions' flames disappeared, as if they were all a dream. Their tail flames disappeared too. The scorpions panicked and shook their tails, but it didn't change anything. What, that's elemental domination? I didn't think anyone could actually use that ability. Even the Heavenly Light General, the leader of the 12 generals, shouldn't be at that level. Elemental domination. It wasn't a skill. When one's element dominates the other, the dominator can seize his opponent's element and use it as he pleases. It was recorded as a legend, but the paladins and priests were seeing the rebirth of that ability right before their very eyes. Is what they thought, but it wasn't. Although it was true that Li Xin Wu was far stronger than the sun scorpions and that he could indeed absorb their flames, it wasn't his own ability, but the fire dragon's scale greatswords. Special passive skill Fire Eater absorbs the fire element and all fire-related energy. Special passive skill Countercurrent. Once it reaches the maximum capacity, the fire energy is concentrated in a single point, amplified, and discharged. He hadn't fought against any fire enemies thus far strong enough to warrant the skill's use, but after thinking about it, he realized he could make good use of the fire dragon's scale greatsword here. Of course, there might be a limit to how much it could absorb, but at the very least, Li Xin Wu hadn't met any enemies as powerful as he was. I'll erase the flames, so do your best. If you can't, then you have to go back, so keep that in mind. To kill, try my best. Yeah, keep it up. The level 7 monster, the Sun Scorpion. The level 6 paladins and priests had to fight these monsters with their lives on the line. If it went for the combination of paladins and priests, their defensive and healing capabilities were impressive, even when compared to other level 6s. Then they wouldn't have stood a chance. Tyrar, Kishar. But that only applied if the Sun Scorpions were in tip-top shape. Li Xin Wu's greatsword had mercilessly stolen the flames they emitted, as well as the flames that made up their bodies, so they were weakened to the extent that they could barely be called level 7s. At least enough that the paladins and priests could take them on. It's sucking their flames well. But what are you going to do with the fire? Are you going to use that countercurrent ability against them? Li Xin Wu had already told Jin about the greatsword's options, so Jin had asked about it while tilting his head. Li Xin Wu firmly shook his head. I have no intention of wasting that energy. I'm going to use the countercurrent ability, but the target's going to be me. As I thought, you had thought this when they had first entered the corrupted Dryad's domain, which had been filled with trees spewing acid. Li Xin-Wu had to be a masochist. However, Li Xin-Wu immediately rejected that notion. Training my fire resistance is nice and all, but my main goal is to charge the Titan Bone Core. The level 8 Titan Bone Core, which had charged for 2 months, and would enable him to board the Titan Bone Golem for 4 minutes. The item had evolved, allowing the outside of the golem to endlessly accumulate heat and charge itself, but Li Xin-Wu wanted to go one step further. The heat should be able to reduce the charge time, and if that all goes well, had come to a dungeon filled with the fire element. Hadn't he? Li Xin-Wu secretly hoping to improve the golem's performance with the loot he got here. After all, he would hit level 8 soon. The narrower the gap between his stats and the Titan Bone Golems, the lower the stats he'd gain from synchronizing with it. That's why he wanted to improve the golem. In the end, he just didn't want to lose out on his investment. What about that tailbone? I absorbed and analyzed it, but it's unusable. I can't use something that weak to reinforce the core. When he had researched the core with Crasher before, they came to the conclusion that this was its limit, but Li Xin-Wu thought differently now. Didn't the Bone Gate evolve to the Titan Bone Core, as well as the Titan Bone Golem it created, could definitely reach new heights? It should be possible, he hoped. We've successfully hunted them. Just now do you need a break? That's just a little. All right. Then let's rest for 5 minutes. While Li Xin-Wu was ruminating over the Titan Bone Core, the paladins managed to finish up. With their elements sealed, the Sun Scorpions were weaker than other normal level 7s, so the paladins were able to win somehow. And with their victory, the paladins and priests had achieved a feat. Their stats must have increased. If you want to survive even 1 second longer in this dungeon, then fight desperately like your life depends on it and grow. I'll watch your backs so you don't die. Thank you very much. Li Xin-Wu collected all of the scorpions' tails and absorbed them, but left the Pirium to the paladins. Sealing the scorpion's fire was a huge achievement for him as well. He absorbed all of the fire and as a result, his health increased by 1. It was quite effective, as they weren't even elites. I thought you'd tell them all to leave. Yeah, that's what I'd intended to do, but Jin asked, and Li Xin-Wu recalled the Evili General, the level 7 archer. Of course, Li Xin-Wu was confident that he could overpower her quite easily, since she was weaker than the Beast General had fought before. But while Li Xin-Wu wasn't here, he didn't know what might happen. The Pope was level 7, but the Sun God religion didn't have any other level 7s. Li Xin-Wu had only just realized how little military might the Sun God religion had. He didn't know how the other religious orders fared, but that wasn't really important right now. It's because of my actions that the Sun God religion has gotten famous enough to attract the attention of the 12 generals. It would be irrelevant if everyone liked them, but there are some who clearly oppose or are wary of the Sun God religion. If I continue to stay here, then nothing bad should happen, but if I were to disappear, then you're trying to nurture the Sun God religion's elites because you're worried about them. Actually, it's more along the lines of me not wanting my foothold to disappear while I'm gone. The Pope didn't think Li Xin-Wu would help them grow forever, but they were forced to concentrate entirely on supporting Li Xin-Wu and fostering his image, so they had no time to pursue anything else. So, Li Xin-Wu would increase their power in their stead. They won't be at the level of a hero, but I should be able to get them to level 7. There's no helping that. Even if they reached level 7, a hero would far surpass them in power. But Li Xin-Wu wanted to train the Sun God religion's elites so that they could at least stop 1 or 2 of the 12 generals. They had fought just 3 scorpions and were gasping for breath, so it may be impossible, but alright, it's been 5 minutes. Let's get a move on. Cucumber stood. Their happy training camp began nonetheless, however, just 3 days later, after traversing through 30 of the dungeon on foot. Li Xin-Wu was forced to stop their training. A level 8 enemy had appeared. It wasn't even the boss. Chapter 40 Part 8. Chapter 40. Fake Hero Sarder 8. Although he was nurturing the paladins and the priests, he was still required to come forward at times. It was no ordinary dungeon, it was an elite dungeon. Not only were the monsters that appeared within this limited, enclosed space huge, but a level 7 elite monster would appear whenever it felt like they were progressing smoothly. LV7 Elite Solar Scorpion King. Kishar. Aren't there not that many level 7 elites in this world? Indeed. However, so much time has passed since this dungeon was formed that had already experienced it in the Underground Empire. So he knew just how rare high-level dungeons were. But contrary to the Underground Empire, where heroes actively conquered dungeons in order to kill the undead who ran rampant due to the curse, as well as the undead emperor who ruled over them, no one on the surface would seek dangerous monsters or dungeons, so long as no significant harm came from them. And by neglecting these dungeons for hundreds of years, it came as no surprise that elite level 7 monsters, as well as a high-level dungeon or 2 would appear. That's why Li Xin-Wu was able to enter the level 7 dungeon without any competition. They must grow as time passed. Sir K, we cannot defeat this scorpion alone. Ch. Li Xin-Wu cut through all the bothersome sun scorpions with his greatsword, ran towards the paladins and priests, and confronted the Solar Scorpion King one-on-one. Not only was its body almost 5 meters tall, but its body was also covered by a tough, red outer shell. If he wanted to pierce through its exoskeleton and inflict damage, then he'd have to put in some work. Kishart. But its greatest weapon, its fire, wasn't working. It shot a yellow flame at him as if it were taking the initiative, but Li Xin-Wu just absorbed it with his greatsword. That wasn't all. Zenon. I got it. He called, and Zenon settled into his greatsword. Li Xin-Wu hadn't consumed him with his greatsword's fire-eater ability. Zenon simply dwelled within his greatsword temporarily. But that temporary effect was quite immense. The LV7 Fire Dragon's scale greatsword is temporarily reinforced. You now have the ability to command all fire. The soul-seeing eye skill has become LV3. All stats have increased by 5. Had only realized he could do this due to his contract with Sinya. To be exact, it was because of the soul-seeing eye. The name of this skill couldn't be taken at face value, as it not only increased his understanding of souls and anything related to souls, but also made it easier to control said souls. It was the same for transferring spirits to items. He needed to look more into the fusion among Marna, the soul, and matter, but to sum it up, if a spirit was compatible with a certain item, they could be infused into said item. And the compatibility between Zenon, a fire lizard, and the fire dragon's scale greatsword was obviously quite good. Combining with my sword is already this effective, so what'll happen if he combines with the Titan Bone Golem? He knew that it was nothing more than a temporary power-up, but he still wanted to try it at least once. The Titan Bone Core was already fully charged. Li Xin-Wu could start it up whenever he wanted, but I'll leave it be just in case. Li Xin-Wu stared at the scorpion before him. After its initial assault had failed, it seemed to become more cautious, as it had stepped back and watched him. No, that's not what it was doing. It was actually gathering a frightening amount of mana at the end of its tail. Li Xin-Wu yelled instinctively. It's a solar beam. Kajiar. Li Xin-Wu marveled at its solar beam. At the same time, the Scorpion King screamed and thrust its tail at him. Unfortunately, it wasn't an actual solar beam. It gathered as much heat as it could in one place. The end of its tail and swung it around like a mace. Heat smash would be an apt name for it. A hammer of fire that threatened to smash through any defense. Huarp. If Li Xin-Wu avoided its strike, then the entire area would be caught aflame. As they were deeply assimilated, Jin could read his thoughts. Jin let out a battle cry and kicked off the ground. Li Xin-Wu pulled his greatsword back with both hands and then swung it directly at the scorpion's tail in midair. The sound of their collision resounded throughout the entire dungeon, and all those who were fighting flinched. Kaihark. The moment his greatsword and its tail came into contact with each other, the condensed heat at the end of its tail strangely disappeared. The scorpion hadn't expected that, yet it didn't let that bother it and tried to push him back. However, that was its biggest mistake. Its tail had lost both its heat and the force behind it, so Li Xin-Wu's greatsword just cut through it easily. Dirty bodily secretions spurt out, but before they could spread, Li Xin-Wu evaporated it all with heat. The scorpion felt immense pain, temporarily halting both its thoughts and its movements. All it was allowed to do was scream in agony. Kisha-ark. Hup. Whereas Li Xin-Wu relayed his intent to Jin once they landed. Jin changed his stance and prepared to jump again. Li Xin-Wu was amazed, as it felt like he and Jin moved as one. Then, the high-rank assimilation skill leveled up. It had been quite some time. The high-rank assimilation skill has become LV2. Agility and magic have increased by 10. The assimilation skill leveled up, and the two matched their breathing, though the undead couldn't breathe. Then, they leaped beautifully, as if they had truly become one, and Li Xin-Wu swung his greatsword using the momentum. The sight of them cutting through the rampaging and tailless scorpion's head to stomach was akin to the creature with a human's upper body attached to a horse's lower body, a centaur. You have acquired 5,192,430 Pirium. You have acquired the LV7 Solar Scorpion King's Fire Tailbone. He had only swung his sword twice, once to cut off its tail, and the second to cut through its head. Contrary to its status as an elite level 7 monster, it had died quite pitifully. The paladins and priests, who had just barely defeated the scorpions and turned back towards Li Xin-Wu, saw that scene and spoke in awe. I knew you were strong, but to think you'd finish it with just 2 swings of your sword. I can't even begin to imitate his horsemanship. It felt like they became one. To be honest, Li Xin-Wu was just as surprised as they were. There was a huge difference in stats between a normal level 7 monster and an elite level 7 monster, with a huge difference between their skills as well. For example, the primary skill that increased Li Xin-Wu's offensive and defensive abilities was his Rule of Bone skill. When one becomes an elite, they gain a unique attack skill and a buff skill like Rule of Bone. In effect, there would be a huge difference between a normal level 7's attack defensive power versus an elite level 7's, so much so that it was difficult to consider them both level 7. This was the primary reason why elite level 6 monsters could be more powerful than normal level 7 monsters. However, Head killed an elite in just 2 swings of his greatsword. If Head used bursting thunder as well, then Head probably have managed to kill it in 1. It made no sense, no matter how much stronger Head gotten. If that's the case, then Xenon, did you feel anything? I think the scorpion could increase its defense and magic resistance with its fire mana. The moment you attacked, I could feel something being sucked away from it. Arhar. I felt the marner when we clashed, but I thought it was nothing and ignored it. So that's what it was. He understood immediately. Not only had he nullified his enemy's attack, but also nullified its shield as well. As a result, he was able to cut through it easily. Li Xin Wu felt a bit sorry for the Solar Scorpion King. Wait, this won't work either. However, the loot was disappointing. He had been hopeful, as it was the loot of a level 7 elite, but its tailbone was no different than an agglomeration of several normal Sun Scorpion's tailbones. He wouldn't be able to reinforce the Titan Bone Golem with this. If the elites won't work, then I suppose I have no choice but to hope that the boss what's wrong with you guys. That's K. The paladins and priests, who had been watching him, were now looking behind him. Li Xin Wu tightly gripped his greatsword and looked behind him. Smack dab in the middle of the desert, the sand was being sucked down. Quicksand. No, it's not a natural phenomenon. Li Xin Wu sensed the presence of something huge beneath it, drawing the sand towards it. No, it wasn't really drawing the sand in. It was from hot wind. An artificial, powerful flow of air was added to the heat to create it. The hot air drew in not only all the sand here, but all the sand in the dungeon itself. At this rate, they wouldn't be safe here. Although he was flustered, Li Xin Wu tried to give the paladins and priests their orders, but then saw a message. Level 7 Elite Dungeon. You have found Cradle of Fire's Truth Path. The dungeon's information has been updated. Magic has increased by 10. Level 8 Dungeon Sun's Nest. All stats are increased by 75 within the dungeon. The dungeon's information is added to your minimap. All actions are buffed within the dungeon. This was his first time in a level 7 dungeon, yet that same dungeon had been upgraded to a level 8 dungeon. Rather than feeling fear or terror, Li Xin Wu was speechless. But for some reason, a corner of his face was smiling. If it's a level 8 dungeon, then a level 9 boss might show up. Level 9 humanity can't contend with a level 9 unless the Emperor intervenes himself. Of course it's impossible. It's obviously impossible. But what if this dungeon hadn't been a fire element dungeon? What if he hadn't possessed the fire dragon's scale greatsword? What if he hadn't had the good fortune of meeting Xenon and learning how to infuse him into a weapon? What if he hadn't had the Titan bone core? Then he would have had to give up on this dungeon. I've come this far, I can't just leave. You guys get out of here now. Tell the Pope what's happened and make sure no one approaches the dungeon. Sir K, you're not thinking of going in, are you, Cuke? The hot air intensified and the sand the paladins and priests were standing on began to crumble. It was clear that they didn't have much time to retreat. The paladins and the priests looked hesitant. The fact that they hadn't run away immediately touched Li Xin Wu to no small measure. I'm not interested in your feelings right now, so hurry and run. Sir K. Keep these 2 things in mind. First, I can return alive, whether I succeed in conquering the dungeon or not. Second, it'll be dangerous for anyone besides myself to come near the dungeon. If you understand, then get out and give the Pope my message. Why, yes, sir. All the paladins and priests simultaneously turned around and began to run at his command. The hot wind had begun to affect the entire dungeon, and the sand began to coil and rise. It attempted to draw them in as well, but before it could, Li Xin Wu extended his greatsword, absorbing and nullifying the hot air. You see, I can absorb more than just heat. While he was at it, Li Xin Wu used air to push the paladins and priests towards the dungeon's entrance. When he was sure they were safe, he turned around. Li Xin Wu and Jin slowly sank into the sand while being buffered by the hot air and gazed into the eyes of the mastermind of this phenomena. LV8 Elite Desert Ghost. It was time the sun god's hero underwent a true test. Chapter 41 Part 1. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 1. The Level 8 Elite Desert Ghost looked half scorpion and half spider, and was a huge 20 meters tall. It was so striking that he would believe it if someone told him that this was the boss. You are facing a higher-leveled foe. The rebellion skill activates, and all stats are increased by 16. Due to the existence of a partner, who you can share everything with, all stats are increased by an additional 11, and all these effects are shared with your partner. They've all left, right? Yeah, they're gone. Good. Then, shall we begin? Why are you putting your hand on my back? The sand, which formed the desert, was devoured by the hot wind and disappeared. Li Xin Wu couldn't defy gravity and began to fall, but even then, he remained calm. Jin remained calm as well, thinking Xin Wu will do something about it, but Li Xin Wu placed his hand on Jin's back, causing Jin to flinch. I guess I have no choice. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden, Hujiak? It was only for a brief moment, but Jin was flustered and confused. However, he was soon able to get a hold of himself, as images and messages flowed into his head through the assimilation skill. Calmly thinking about it, he was the strange one, as he was thinking about something so preposterous while they were falling down. No, the images flowing through his head were just as preposterous. I told you, I want sprout wings. The image is good enough. The design's perfect. I'm going. I've already tried it before. I told you I can't do it. To be honest, Jin had once thought that he could sprout wings. Why, in the past, when Li Xin Wu had used bone reinforcement on him with winged monsters' bones, Jin was lucky enough to learn the fly skill. Of course, he was really flustered back then, and tried his best to hide the truth from Li Xin Wu. He then tried practicing it by himself later, but he failed. No, you can do it. Focus on sharing our consciousness. I was going to attempt this after I'd become more accustomed to the disguise skill, but there's no way it'd work with just your disguise skill, huh? Jin couldn't create wings, even if he used his steel heart ability. The fly skill would only allow an individual to fly if they had the means to do so. It wasn't a skill that created weighty, steel wings that would enable him to fly. If that's the case, then why did he even receive the fly skill? If an individual isn't capable of using a skill, then they wouldn't learn it. But why? Jin questioned and completely gave up on their dream. It was really more Li Xin Wu's dream of flying. He was a little disappointed that he wasn't able to make Li Xin Wu's dream come true, but that was a secret. Hey, that guy's locked onto us. Hurry up. However, Li Xin Wu's images were much clearer than his own attempts. He would focus Steel Heart on his body and create a new, exterior arm like the design. Yeah, disguise. Steel Heart. When the level 9 disguise skill was used on himself, it was absolute. However, when it was used on other people, it was quite strict, especially for things that didn't originally exist. One could say that creating wings out of thin air was pretty much impossible. Of course, Jin possessed the steel heart skill, which coated his body in a steel-like substance using Marna. Because of that, it wasn't difficult for him to attach wings to his body. But this would result in the same outcome as when he had tried it by himself. This time though, Li Xin Wu had designed the wings, all of the details and the power system as well. And through the simultaneous activation of Li Xin Wu's disguise and Jin's steel heart skills, the image became a reality. Geez, this is really embarrassing. With the slightest of movements, Jin could easily control the tough, huge steel wings, while also having firm abominable armor to support them. These wings should allow him to slide down a slope, but it obviously didn't end there. The wings, the abominable armor, and the leg armor were perforated with dozens of fine holes, and pipes were routed throughout the armor, acting as its power supply. Jin, all you need to do is let it out. Cuke magic breath. Through the combination of the disguise and steel heart skills, Jin looked outwardly like a steel Pegasus. While they plummeted to the ground, Jin was somehow able to use his magic breath. Due to their near-perfect assimilation, Jin was able to store Li Xin Wu's high-rank wind with his magic breath. I did it. At the end of his desperate training, Jin had become capable of discharging magic breath from anywhere on his body. The magic breath flowed out of his toes first, and then traveled along the pipes and spurted wind out of all the holes connected to them. They began to float. He wasn't sure if they could truly fly yet, but they could at least float. But the wind was too chaotic, so they were immediately overturned within the air. A jack. Control it. Keep your balance at dies opening its mouth. Kai Kihiakaiar. Although the desert ghost had sucked up all the sand, it wouldn't allow any bugs to buzz around in the air. It marked its target and opened its mouth. The rotating sand, heat, and wind mixed together and changed into something unknown, like lava. Since it wasn't all elemental power and had some substance to it, Li Xin Wu knew couldn't handle it with just his absorption skill. We have to dodge. His body became tense at the thought of avoiding it, but Jin recklessly discharged the wind element through his magic breath, in other words, wind breath. But releasing wind like this wouldn't do any good. They wouldn't be able to maneuver properly at best. They would be able to hover. Jin was a sprinter in the past, so he had excellent motor skills. Even so, it would be impossible for him to control something he'd never had in the past. But then his flying skill activated. The low-rank fly skill has become LV10 and evolves to the intermediate level. Agility has increased by 75. You now have an unclear understanding of the fundamentals of flying. You can fly with any means at your disposal. The higher your agility, the quicker and more safely you can fly. When he had first acquired the fly skill, it was low rank level 8. Of course, the level was meaningless, as he couldn't even fly back then, but it had went up by 2 levels all of a sudden and reached the intermediate level. At that moment, Jin instinctively understood how to move the wings Li Xin Wu had designed for him. The wings fluttered, and the finely controlled wind was sprayed out. Gujjar. Nice work, Jin. Just wait until after the battle. All of Jin's superlative speed was concentrated entirely into his flight at that moment. They, who had been flying round and round, disappeared instantly and reappeared in the opposite direction. Rather than flight, it was more like teleportation. The clump of lava passed where they had just been and flew far away. It hit the dungeon's wall and melted it. If it continuously spewed out lava, then it would be able to melt the entire dungeon. Who do you think you can do it? Xin Wu fighting while running on the ground and flying in the air are completely different. Of course they are. Just a short while ago had been so unconfident, but now Jin, who'd gotten a feel for flying, ignored the hot wind, as well as the rotating sandstorm within it, and circled around the desert ghost with ease. On the contrary, it worried Li Xin Wu. However, Li Xin Wu was already connected to Jin. If Jin could do it, then Li Xin Wu could too. In conclusion, with enough spatial awareness front to back, left and right, and top to bottom, all one needed to do was control their body. All right, then I'm going. Once Jin stepped in the air, they charged at the desert ghost with explosive acceleration. The desert ghost attempted to eviscerate them by making use of the hot air around it. It divided the air into dozens of wind blades and rushed towards them, but Jin avoided them with ease and continued to charge forward. Even the sandstorm, which had fused with the wind, was of no use. Its wind couldn't even catch Jin's shadow. Although they were penetrating through a level 8 elite's defenses, the sandstorm and hot air, they were still unscathed. But in order to attack it, Li Xin Wu would have to go face to face with a shield of hot wind that covered its body. He got a signal from Jin, inwardly nodded his head, and gripped his greatsword. Now, Kaihar, Hup. Li Xin Wu forcefully swung his greatsword, his blade emitting a brilliant red light. From an outsider's point of view, it may look like a toothpick against a natural disaster, but at the moment of impact, the natural disaster was the one that folded. A portion of the desert ghost's typhoon, which consisted of the sand, the wind, and the heat, was destroyed. However, that wasn't the end. It had lost its balance, and Li Xin Wu absorbed the typhoon's energy into his greatsword. Then, the greatsword released wind blades at the desert ghost's face. Jayar. Even while flustered, the desert ghost quickly fused the wind and heat near its face and formed a shield to protect itself. Jin followed up on Li Xin Wu's wind blades by picking up the pace. The greatsword, which emanated a red light, let out a crackle and was covered in golden lightning. Suck out all of its heat. I can't suck out all of it. However, I can do something about that shield. The wind blades crashed into the monster's shield and disappeared. They blew up right in front of its face, so the monster briefly closed its eyes and stiffened. At that moment, Li Xin Wu's greatsword sliced through the shield like paper and burrowed into its shell. Thunder strike. Li Xin Wu unleashed bursting thunder's true power, causing its forehead to explode. It didn't matter that his opponent was a level 8 elite. His rebellion skill had increased his stats by almost 30 and adding the speed of Jin's flight, as well as Zenon's ability which nullified the desert ghost's fire shield, Li Xin Wu managed to land a single powerful strike with bursting thunder. Plus, Thorn Shadow. Kaihar. Critical hit. Shadow greatswords sprouted from the greatsword's edge and flailed around inside its head. The serious injury caused the surrounding wind to momentarily stop, and the previously uplifted sand to fall. It screamed, and Li Xin Wu knew he had to take it down quickly. If not, then its scream could attract other monsters over. First, Li Xin Wu quickly pulled out his greatsword. Jin jet blasted it and quickly retreated. Immediately after, the larva around it began to boil over. Kaihar. That's no desert ghost. It's more of a larva ghost. Enough with the jokes. Just focus on killing it. The desert ghost was pissed, as it had sustained a grievous injury on its face. It began launching its larva haphazardly. It didn't think it could catch Jin, so it hoped that if it shot larva plumes in every which way, then one of them would hit him. But against Jin, that was the worst possible choice. He didn't look for a pattern, he instead saw through the attacks with his frightening reflexes and senses in order to avoid them. Kushire. Kaiha-ark. Then, Li Xin Wu suddenly felt ominous. The fallen sand had disturbed the monsters underground. These infuriated monsters had begun to mobilize. LV-8 Solar Scarab. The solar scarabs were encased in shells, and their wings rattled unpleasantly as they flew over. From a purely external view, they looked like stag beetles, but each one of them were more than 3 meters tall, and they were obviously level 8. Li Xin Wu and Jin were instantly surrounded by dozens of level 8 monsters. This was an uncommon experience both underground and on the surface. If hell existed, then this was probably what it was referring to. "Hey, what are you going to do about this?" Jin spoke as though they could run away easily due to his newly gained wings, but Li Xin Wu couldn't contain his smile. "If we play our cards right, you may be able to reach level 8 too." I was stupid to ask. Why did he even ask, when he already knew how Li Xin Wu would respond? Jin sighed and felt more at ease for some reason. It felt like all those suffocating feelings he had been feeling on the surface were disappearing. He and Li Xin Wu were the only 2 people here. They would combine their strength and get out of this hardship by themselves. They were both comrades who trusted each other 100. This sense of unity could only be felt now. Everything culminated into his relaxed sense of calm. Jin knew he was distorted, as he felt relief in that. But it didn't matter. "It's a disease." Jin grinned and unfolded his steel wings. Even if a Pegasus were to appear, Jin was confident he could match it in flight. The intermediate fly skill has become LV3. Agility has increased by 60. "Alright, let's go." Once he fluttered his wings, the 2 became one, and they eventually became a streak of light. The level 8 dungeon was nothing more than a date spot to Jin now. Chapter 41 Part 2. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 2. No matter what he did, Jin's skill would multiply his agility gain by a factor of 3. Therefore, his agility stat was truly abnormal. Assuming Jin's total stats were 10,000, his agility would be 6,000, 2,000 would be in magic, and the remaining 2,000 would be split between strength and health. Just to be clear, if Jin wasn't a horse, then he wouldn't have a way to effectively use these stats. At least he was armed with Steel Heart, a skill that changed his magic into strength or health. With it, he was able to deal with this imbalance, but it didn't change the fundamental problem. These disparate stats were special compared to other horses, as well as flying monsters. The intermediate fly skill has become LV4. Agility has increased by 30. So once Jin, who'd acquired the fly skill and a means to fly, actually began to fly, his flight was in a dimension of its own compared to other monsters' flight. It was like a superhuman ability. With the wings Li Xin Wu designed and his own wind breath, Jin freely accelerated and decelerated repeatedly. He, who could fly freely regardless of what direction he went, befitted the title of Child of Light. Jin was so fast that everything else seemed to come to a stop. Kashat. Kick. Where are you looking? That's an afterimage. You're doing great, Jin. The desert ghost couldn't overpower them, despite the level 8 stat bonus, since Li Xin Wu's rebellion skill was being applied to Jin as well. Although the Solar Scarabs knew how to fly, their skill level wasn't very high, so Jin could easily around with them. Li Xin Wu and Jin didn't have to worry about the Scarabs for now. The intermediate fly skill has become LV5. Agility has increased by 30. My stats exceeded 10,000 because of the skill level up. 10,000 stats aren't the issue here. I told you, we're leaving this dungeon once we've both hit level 8 Hupe. Kaek, Li Xin Wu said and simultaneously extended his greatsword once more. The desert ghost had shot larvae in every which direction in order to catch Li Xin Wu and Jin, who both kept appearing and vanishing in thin air. But then, Li Xin Wu's greatsword dug into the desert ghost's forehead again and discharged a bolt of powerful lightning. To be exact, this was his third attack. He wasn't sure why, but it couldn't move from its spot. Plus, Jin had gained wings and was actually flying around, so there was no way it could win. The carapace over its head had been halfway crushed. If he attacked a few more times, then he should be able to kill it. Kaya-ark. Huh. Then, the desert ghost exploded, as it couldn't bear the one-sided beating. To be exact, it blew up its remaining exoskeleton, where its powerful flames were concentrated. Due to its size, the exploding flames covered the entire dungeon. It didn't discriminate between friend or foe. The flames mercilessly melted the solar scarabs as well. There were some who took the attack straight up and disappeared right then and there, as well as some who lost their wings and fell down to the ground. All he was sure of was that hundreds of level 8s had been incapacitated by the attack. It was an attack that truly fit a level 8 elite's finishing move. Even if one were to equip fire-resistant armor from head to toe, they wouldn't be able to survive this torrent of larvae. Who? E8 scale greatswords. What happened? That's right. Through his bone armory skill, Li Xin Wu had summoned 8 fire dragons scale greatswords, aside from his armor. Since he had added level 6 fire to his armor, he was assured of its resistance, and the Prayer of the Dead, the level 7 cape that possessed the high-speed casting and magic reinforcement options, and would buff any action related to magic. No one, other than Li Xin Wu, could replicate such a feat. Why didn't you just summon those when the priests and paladins left? Soup, I wanted to see if I could beat it with a single sword. The torrent of flames, which had covered the area surrounding Li Xin Wu and Jin, was being absorbed by the 8 greatswords. Li Xin Wu looked at the greatswords and muttered in disappointment. The reason he went with just one sword was simple. He wanted to know how effective his bursting thunder skill was. However, he could no longer demand for one-on-one confrontation any longer, so being stubborn would just be a waste of time. Now, he had no choice but to go into annihilation mode. How are there 8 scale greatswords? Is that an elementalist's ability too? The scale greatsword's information is kept inside me. I can only summon a certain amount of them, but I can keep summoning items with the same info. Roman, too, that so you can summon treasures whenever you wish. I see. I suppose that is possible. Kaihark. Zenon realized that what Li Xin Wu had shown before was merely a portion of his true abilities and spoke gibberish while shocked. The desert ghost, who'd shed its exoskeleton and revealed its disgusting body within, noticed that they were still standing and shrieked. It was no simple scream. It was composed of ultrasonic waves reinforced by high-rank wind. Hute. Kyre. The ultrasonic waves traveled at the speed of sound, yet Jin moved his body and easily dodged the attack. It was then that the desert ghost realized that they were unscathed and was shocked. Why, it was such a powerful attack that even the solar scarabs, which possessed fire resistance, were severely harmed. Let's go clean up. It feels like we lucked out, so I feel bad, but let's go. However, Li Xin Wu didn't even give it the time to respond. The 7 fire dragons scale greatswords followed his gentle hand gesture and shot out all at once. Aside from the one of he was holding, the one Zenon was inside of the swords pierced the exposed, disgusting skin of its head. He had further reinforced them with wind marner, so their speed was comparable to the desert ghost's ultrasonic waves. The desert ghost couldn't move from its spot, so it obviously wasn't able to dodge the blades anyway. Kyriarch. When it blew up its exoskeleton, it made sure to keep its head protected. But once the 7 greatswords dug into its head and the Fire Eater option activated, its shell began to shrink. Its shell was a result of its flames, so there was no way it would remain unscathed when the 7 greatswords were sucking out all of said flames. Impossible. How can a human be allowed to possess such powers and unwatched as the desert ghost died a dog's death despite its status as a level 8 elite, and shuddered. Of course, this was all due to the option of the fire dragon's scale greatsword. The option was incredibly effective against the monsters inside this dungeon. Even Li Xin Wu wouldn't be able to dominate a level 8 elite monster normally. But Zenon didn't know that. Zenon, let's finish it. I got it. Jin, okay. It was truly ironic that Li Xin Wu was using his weapon, which possessed a high level of fire, to absorb fire rather than release it, but what had learned today would help him in the future. What exactly were elements at the end of his study? He should find what he was looking for. Jin accelerated. The 7 greatswords pierced through its head and its flames were being sucked away as well. The desert ghost rampaged about and violently twisted its body, but it still couldn't move from its spot. Li Xin Wu suddenly thought about the possibility of it being bound here by something underground. Lightning strike. Kayak. Li Xin Wu raised his sword into the air and sliced its head open. He absorbed its flames and emitted lightning out of his blade, unleashing a powerful attack. It not only cut its skin in half but the brain and respiratory organs that lay hidden within. Flames burst from its body as a last-ditch effort to kill Li Xin Wu, but even that was divided and absorbed by the 8 greatswords. You defeated an elite enemy with ease, and in the process, defeated the other higher-leveled foes as well. You used an enemy to kill several of your other foes. A truly shocking calmer. All stats have increased by 10. The rebellion skill has become LV5 and the skill's effectiveness increases. All stats have increased by 10. The absorption skill has become LV10 and magic has increased by 20. Lucky Strike. You have acquired 83,119,090 Pirium. The Lucky Strike skill has become LV3. You have acquired the Desert Ghost's Head Carapace. You have acquired the LV8 Flame Wind Core. Through bone reinforcement, it has transformed into the LV8 Flame Wind Bone Core. Li Xin Wu tilted his head, as he didn't quite understand what it meant by him defeating all the higher-leveled enemies. Now that he thought about it, the Solar Scarabs that had been caught in the huge explosion had been level 8. He didn't even have a chance to fight against them and hadn't even been attacked. Had considered them a weak mob. Jin, have you achieved a feat of some kind? 2 achievements related to flying. My agility went up again as I thought. You were destined to fly. Just as planned. Even so, I'm not going to forgive you for suddenly testing it out in the field. It's all a misunderstanding. My secretary planned it all. The dungeon suddenly vibrated, while Li Xin Wu, who'd collected all the loot, went back and forth with Jin like always. He wondered whether the floor beneath them would collapse with the desert ghost's death. Depending on the situation, Li Xin Wu might have to run without hesitating. While thinking that, he looked down at the distant underground. With the desert ghost's disappearance, the opening to the underground could now barely be seen, and Li Xin Wu saw darkness energy leaking from that crack. Li Xin Wu swallowed and said, "This feels kind of dangerous." "That's funny. I thought the same thing. It would've been okay if it were normal darkness, but the darkness had been changed. In other words, it was the same energy as the curse that permeated the underground empire. Some of the other, lower-level dungeons had been affected by the curse, but a level 8 dungeon, this dungeon's boss, might be stronger than the 12 generals. Well, the desert ghost was stronger than most of the 12 generals anyway. That's not unexpected. No, what I'm saying is that it might be stronger than the archmage. He automatically gripped his greatsword tightly. On one hand, he thought it's dangerous, and on the other, he thought him lucky to be given this opportunity before fighting the archmage. Then, black larvae surged from underground. This was the primary cause of Li Xin Wu's tension. It was no mere fire or darkness, a vestige of his long-forgotten Chunibyu syndrome, or his past flames of revenge. It was a new element formed from the combination of the fire and darkness elements. Kaihayar. Kiik. Kudyugout. These bastards, what are they even saying? Jin imaged the fierce battle ahead of them and joked weakly. Li Xin Wu saw the 3 desert ghosts as they stood up within the larvae. They had become undead and were reborn as LV8 Fiery Sands Dark Flame Ghost. He looked at the elite monsters and shrugged his shoulders. Doesn't seem like they want to become friends, huh? 1tn The expression he uses here is eating it raw. This is usually used in a negative connotation, as it describes you producing results without struggling or putting in the effort. Chapter 41 Part 3. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 3. Li Xin Wu decided to call the dark flames that the Fiery Sands Dark Flame Ghosts wielded a fusion element. Though the elements could exhibit extraordinary power based on the one wielding them, the Dark Flame was well beyond that. It wasn't a simple fusion of the 2 elements, fire and darkness, with the end result retaining properties of both. Instead, it was a completely different element. Geez, that was dangerous. We're done for if they eat your skill, so be careful. I know you are. They're coming again. They're coming from over there too. If he had to use one word to describe it, it would be plundering. The Dark Flame erased anything it touched, and it would then be given to the element's wielder. How would darkness and fire fuse to result in something like that? Moreover, when one is afflicted by the undead curse, they usually just become an undead. So then how did they awaken the darkness element and fuse it together with the fire element? Damn it. These guys are copying my absorption ability. You're still joking around, so I guess we're still okay. My bad, Jin. It's not a joke. I think we're really going to die. Jin's fly skill continued to level up, even though they were in the midst of battle, so Jin continued to fly faster and faster. He disappeared from afar and then reappeared as if he were a bolt of lightning. The only reason they were still alive was because of Jin's exceptional flight. However, the dark flame was not only far-reaching, but it also began to eat into the very fabric of space itself. They were slowly losing places to run away to. Yet, they had to dodge the dark flames for now. So you still can't absorb that dark flame. If I want to absorb that element unscathed, then I need to understand it. Even I can't fully understand it by just looking at it once, but I'm trying my best to. Li Xin Wu knew he needed to risk his life to grow. Li Xin Wu tried to analyze their dark flames with one of his bones, but one of the dark flame ghosts ended up eating his fire dragon's scale greatsword, gaining its countercurrent and fire eater effects. As a result, the danger of this battle increased sharply. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu was shocked, as the scale greatsword was completely erased. The dark flame almost controlled all the space inside the dungeon, so they would be able to devour any of his bone armaments before he could hit them. But what would happen if his main body was devoured by the flames? He didn't even want to think about the skills they might gain. It's our chance. Rising thunder. Kaya hark. They're coming. Their saving grace was the fact that they could beat them with a powerful element, as the dark flame couldn't consume it all. They occasionally landed some hits while they avoided the dark flame and hectically ran away. Before the dark flame ghosts could retaliate, they would just run like hell. But at this rate, they would die before they took down one of them. It had been a long time since he was in such danger. Li Xin Wu saw the dark flames dot the dungeon with large cavities and slightly, very slightly thought of death. Couldn't he just take these guys to the underground empire? They would take care of the undead emperor for him. But then he'd have to pledge his loyalty to these bugs, as they would be the new emperor. Xin Wu, should we run away? Let me think about it for a bit longer. I could bring these guys to the capital and see how the emperor reacts, but if I do that, then it'll be all over for me, the sun god religion, and Lawrence. Once the situation is resolved, then everything I've done thus far will go up in smoke. If he had no other options, then he would ride the Titan Bone Golem and vie for supremacy. But if they were to devour that as well and they were able to imitate the outer shell of a golem, then it really would be the end of the road for them. Wait a sec. They eat it and then they're able to use it. If you've thought of something, then hurry up. At this rate, we'll really die. Wait a sec. I'm not sure it'll work. If it fails, then it'll just increase their defense, but it was a lot better than running away. Now, he had no choice but to trust in his abilities and brave the risks. Li Xin Wu resolved himself. Then, he summoned 7 giant pieces of armor around him. They were just huge pieces of armor that held no element within them. Because he'd used gigantification, he consumed quite a bit of mana. But Li Xin Wu was undeterred and launched the 7 pieces of armor in every direction. The dark flames rushed over as if they were ants that had found a piece of candy, but it would take a long time for them to fully consume the armor due to their size. By using them as a distraction, Li Xin Wu was somewhat able to erase the dark flames that filled the dungeon. We can take a breath now, but won't it become a problem if they eat those? Let them eat first and then let's think. The dark flame wasn't absolute. Was it because it was a fused element? While using the dark flame to eat something, their main bodies became sluggish. Li Xin Wu took advantage of this opportunity of them eating the pieces of bone armor and used lightning sprint, causing a deep scar on one of their jet black heads. Kaya good boy. Now explode. If he could, he would use his combination attack lightning sprint and explosion to kill the one that had consumed his fire dragon's scale greatsword, but the explosion had barely broken the exoskeleton around its head, and it had to take that moment to finish eating and begin to change. Kikr. The broken and unbroken areas were all covered in black bones. See, I knew this would happen. Yeah, I knew that would happen too. The fiery sands dark flame ghost finished eating the bone armor and began to change. The bone armor they'd absorbed was obviously tougher than their own shells. They, who had stolen an ability from their enemy, looked quite imposing. Hey, I don't think we can even get through that enemy. Of course we can't. The dark flames even wrapping around the armor. Then you made them stronger on purpose. Are you trying to use them to kill the magic emperor? Nope. Now I have to try something. Li Xin Wu gazed at the giant bugs and tightly clenched his fist. Either way was hard. However, this way was much more likely to work than absorbing the dark flame. He gritted his teeth. I've been practicing ever since I came to that realization against the beast general. Although they'd eaten the giant armors, it seemed like they were still hungry, as their tongues darted in and out of their mouths, and they lunged towards them. Li Xin Wu relied entirely on Jin to dodge them and then concentrated on a single skill. He concentrated so hard that even his assimilation skill was released, but Jin didn't realize, as he was flying around, dodging the dark flame that came at him from each and every direction. If they could move, then we would already be dead. Xin Wu, are you almost done? Li Xin Wu was silent, even though he usually talked throughout the battle. His silence made Jin feel uneasy. The dark flame head erased through the armor was beginning to spread gradually once more. At this point, they had to choose whether to cut down their numbers or to run away from the dungeon. If they didn't, then they really would die. Although they possessed revival abilities, they had no way of overpowering the dark flame ghosts. Would they be able to win if they self-destructed every single time they revived, causing the dark flame ghosts to accumulate damage? I should've known ever since this guy came into the dungeon all smug. Normally, Li Xin Wu made his choices very carefully and then made his move. But there were times when he became overconfident. Whenever he did, something unimaginable happened, which would put them in a puzzling situation. They were always able to adapt and overcome their enemies, but that meant that if they couldn't adapt, they would die right then and there. True, Li Xin Wu's abilities and his combat sense were incredible, but what would he do against these beasts then? Jin saw one of the monsters flinch. Kaihark. Kairar. It was the most fearsome of the three, the one that had eaten Li Xin Wu's fire dragon's scale greatsword and had absorbed its countercurrent and absorption abilities. However, it suddenly twisted its body in pain. At the same time, a portion of the dark flames that surrounded them collapsed, making it a lot easier for Jin to move around. I did it. Nice. Wait. You're the one doing that. Just a little. Li Xin Wu's body had also twisted atop Jin. However, the monster's reaction had been far more intense. At first, it seemed to be twisting its body left and right, but now, it was knocking into the other dark flame ghosts. It couldn't escape the underground and its head and body moved in every direction. It resembled a balloon figure that wobbled around in front of a newly opened store. Kei. The other two dark flame ghosts couldn't hide their unease at the sudden onset of their comrades' insanity. Even while getting hit here and there, they tried to communicate with their comrade in their language, but their comrade was completely out of it. It just screamed in pain and repeatedly tackled the other dark flame ghosts. Due to the sudden internal conflict, the dark flame ceased its advance, allowing Li Xin Wu and Jin to rest. Although this was their best chance to attack, Li Xin Wu continued to tightly squeeze his fist and focus on something. Seeing that, Jin finally got it. Xin Wu, are you using the bones too? Yep. Li Xin Wu looked at the dark flame ghosts and nodded his head. He was using none other than the rule of bone skill. He was controlling someone else's bones, to be exact. He was controlling the dark flame ghosts' newly acquired bone armor. Ever since he fought the beast general and learned of the rule of bone's potential, he trained diligently. As a result, he was better able to meddle with another person's bones, and in the end, he was able to control the dark flame ghost's bone armor and use it to control its movements. It's really strong, but it's still a lot easier than doing something about that dark flame. They're ignoring us and have started fighting amongst themselves. The other 2D arc flame ghosts realized that there was nothing more they could do, so they concentrated their attacks on the crazed D arc flame ghost. Li Xin, Wu and Jin were left completely alone. That's because the D arc flame ghosts knew that Li Xin, Wu and Jin wouldn't be able to hurt them. I had something ready, just in case they figured out I was the culprit and attacked me. But this made things a lot easier on them. Li Xin, Wu took a deep breath and then concentrated even harder. Honestly, this part was even more crucial. Kai arc. KR. The D arc flame ghosts shot their dark flames at their comrade. The D arc flame ghost under his control took the dark flame head-on with its black armor and was able to mitigate the damage by absorbing it. The magic reaction that arose from the collision between the dark flames they shot out and the dark flames around their arm, all those feelings were relayed to Li Xin Wu. It was only natural, as it involved the bones he was controlling. In an instant, his understanding of the dark flame skyrocketed. Nice. Now I'm at the starting line. Li Xin Wu smiled. This battle had just begun. Chapter 41 Part 4. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 4. Li Xin Wu reaffirmed that a level 8 dungeon was indeed amazing. Since the dungeon was still standing despite those giant monsters twisting their bodies around and shaking the ground, the ceiling, and the walls. The ground was especially impressive. These bugs, which possessed extraordinary strength, all groaned in agony, yet they couldn't escape the floor. This was no longer a cradle of fire, but a prison. Kishark. Qei. Kairao. Whenever the monsters covered in dark flames and being several meters tall collided with one another, their black their black armor would break and fly in every which direction. When their dark flames clashed, they would eat each other and disappear. If it were a one-on-one battle, then the D-Arc Flame Ghost, which had eaten the Fire Dragon's scale greatsword, in other words, the one Li Xin Wu was controlling, would be in the lead, but it was fighting 2 against 1 right now. Neither side got any sort of lead. Their dark flames simply crashed against each other again and disappeared. This may not have been Li Xin Wu's intent, but either way, it was a complete stalemate. Good. I've gotten a lot better at controlling bone, so it would be nice if he could focus all his attention on studying the dark flame, but he had something he needed to do beforehand. He needed to collect the non-undead D-Arc Flame Ghosts, or rather the Desert Ghosts. Loot 3 level 8 elites had come rushing out after he'd beaten the Desert Ghost, so he hadn't had the opportunity before. He immediately checked the loot. Had acquired the Desert Ghost's head armor, in other words, the exoskeleton that enclosed its head, as well as a flame wind bone core. My stats are at 12,564 right now. I need 236 more to level up. Will I level up if I absorb the exoskeleton and the bone core still, as its name implied? Li Xin Wu felt a powerful energy consisting of both flame and wind from it. Of course, since it was now bone, he could absorb it. But there was a reason he hesitated. It seemed to have high compatibility with the Titan bone core. He felt as though it could increase the Titan bone core's maximum capacity. In other words, the amount of time he'd be able to use the Titan bone golem. Furthermore, it should also increase the golem's performance as well. Then, I'll save this for later. If I don't level up, then I'll use it. It couldn't be helped. Li Xin Wu absorbed the Desert Ghost's head exoskeleton, though not as much as the flame wind core bone. The exoskeleton retained a large volume of flames. The flames instantaneously spread throughout Li Xinwu's body. You have absorbed the LV-8 Elite Desert Ghost's head exoskeleton. Strength has increased by 10, health by 50, and magic by 60. High-rank fire has become LV-6, and high-rank fire resistance has become LV-5. Magic has increased by 40. Kyujujuk. Gyarkai can't escape from here, Desert Ghost. Only 76 more stats until I level up, haha. Once he was finished with the bone reinforcement, his body shook. Was it due to the sudden rise of his stats? Of course not. He was used to the feeling of his stats rising so sharply. He was just deep inside the Desert Ghost's memories, feeling the depths of its fear and despair. It was only after he finished going through its memories that he understood why the Dark Desert Ghosts couldn't leave the floor. Those guys, they're trapped in a barrier. A barrier? Yeah. They're animals, not trees. They can't live in the ground. It wasn't their original ecosystem. They weren't born to live like this. Their original names hadn't even been Desert Ghost. They were incredibly rare, parasitic insect monsters that originated from the Mantis forest. Of course, they were very powerful for parasites, but they were only about level 5 before. However, their species had a unique trait: if even a portion of their body came into contact with something, they would be able to absorb their power, no matter what it was. They were captured because of the no matter what it was part, and were then trapped inside a barrier and forced to live here along with the ones that would become their host. Although they couldn't move properly, they continually sucked power and mana from their host. They continued this for hundreds of years. These parasites, which had once been level 5, had suffered so many years to become level 8 elites. Level 5 monsters becoming level 8 elites. That just goes to show how impressive their host is. So their host is down below, huh? Then can't we just let them be and just leave? I'd like to, but the one who'd put the parasites into this position probably didn't do this to torment them, but to weaken their wood host. Their barriers were also meant to disallow the parasite's host from escaping. The exact function of the barrier was to disallow any living being from escaping. Li Xinwu was quite familiar with that type of barrier. In other words, this barrier was created by the Magic Emperor. The Emperor from hundreds of years ago. He may even be the Crown Prince who chased out the second prince. He could also be a past or future generation too. Then is this a passageway that connects to the underground? If we were to force our way through, then yeah, we'd probably get to the underground empire, but it's not an official passageway. If the underground empire's at the very bottom, then there's a stratum above it, and the dungeons underground is above that. The undead curse gradually moved up and managed to affect the underground part of this dungeon. The barrier here and the barrier in the underground empire were strangely different. Not only was its purpose different, but its function was different as well. Since the barrier was created for the sole purpose of trapping the parasite's host. If that's the case, then why did they waste time and set up a new barrier? The answer was quite simple. The Magic Emperor wasn't powerful enough to move these monsters into the underground empire. It seemed like these monsters had originally lived here, and they'd never left ever since. They left a bomb right next to the capital. On the contrary, they did it because it was close to the capital. That bastard the Magic Emperor was afraid that these parasites would harm his empire, so had left them here and cast a barrier to prevent them from leaving. In exchange for its limited scope, the barrier was much more powerful than the underground empire's barrier. The most representative feature of this barrier was that the one trapped within the barrier cannot move. However, the parasites were already connected to their host, so even if they couldn't move, they could still suck them dry. The Emperor had probably set it up that way. Wait a sec. The fact that they're moving so much now, when they're not supposed to be able to, means yep. They were able to escape the barrier by becoming undead. While its main feature was to prevent the living from escaping, it had several other functions as well, so the parasites couldn't leave immediately, even after becoming undead. However, they had cleared the most limiting condition. If Li Xin Wu hadn't come here, then the barrier would've broken before long. Why was the first one we took down not undead, he wondered. This was just a hypothesis, but perhaps the barrier had loosened as the undead versions rampaged about, allowing the still living bugs to escape as well. Then, Xin Wu, what if the host has turned undead as well? If they've become undead as well, then they'll be able to break through that barrier soon. Jin asked, and Li Xin Wu smiled and agreed. Then he sighed and gazed at the distant dark flame ghosts, while adding something disturbing. They may be sucking their host's strength, but the host's level remains the same. If all goes well, then as they become undead, they may regain a portion of the powers they've lost. Plus, if these guys rampage on the surface, then the undead curse will begin to spread across the magic empire in earnest. At that time, the Emperor will have no choice but to intervene personally. The situation's this bad, yet the Emperor's not doing anything. What do you think he's doing? I wonder. I want to know too. Either the previous Emperor's transition of power didn't go smoothly, so the current Emperor didn't know the current state of affairs regarding the dungeon, or no matter how stupid he was, there's no way he could not know. The 12 generals are still managing the dungeon, so he knew about the danger it presented. But he was bothered by how passive the Emperor's approach to the problem was. It was possible that his subordinates had reported that the threat of the trapped monsters had gone down. He might even think the same regarding the undead curse, that it wasn't a big deal. But it pisses me off that this is all just an assumption. As I thought, I have to see the Emperor in person. Then, what would he need to do to see the Emperor on short notice? His solution was quite simple. If he killed all of the monsters trapped here, then they would have to summon him to the palace. Honestly, he didn't really have any other choice. If we don't kill them here and now, then the surface will be ruined. It'd be nice if they hurt some of the Emperor's forces, but the innocent civilians would be hurt the most. I have no idea whether you're a nice guy or an evil bastard. You say you want to save the innocent, but there are probably some innocent people in the Emperor's forces as well. But they're prepared to die as part of the military. Moreover, I don't really care whether I'm called a good guy or not. We've settled everything and come to the surface, but I don't want to live in a place where all that exists are the undead. He wasn't going to be hypocritical. Li Xin Wu spoke and then looked over the bugs. Their black armor was in tatters, but the binding power was still as strong as ever. To be exact, their health and magic had decreased enough that the reduced binding power of their armor was enough. Li Xin Wu explained the situation to Jin and organized his thoughts. Meanwhile, the bugs continued to fight desperately. His analysis of the dark flame continued to increase. As I thought, the dark flame can't be created just because you have both the fire and darkness element. Because they originally had the ability to absorb energy, they were able to fuse the fire and darkness elements and create this new element. In other words, whether it was acquired or an innate ability, a fusion element required a seed of power that befitted the fusion element. Only by having that could one create a fusion element. This information was incredibly important to Li Xin Wu. And what conclusion did he come to? Dark flames, if all goes well, I might be able to make them too. Yuck, that monstrous ability plus, that name's kind of childish. I can't do anything about that. He possessed the bone reinforcement ability and absorption abilities, so he already had the seed. Moreover, had already experienced the real thing. The feelings relayed by the bone armor were so clear that he felt like his body would be sucked into the dark flames. Could I fuse other elements as well? I'd like to acquire them before I fight that guy hidden inside. In any case, I have to focus on the dark flame. He thought distressingly, but created darkness and fire in each hand nonetheless. While the pitiful bugs continued to fight amongst each other, Li Xin Wu thought deeply, bringing all his abilities to the surface and focusing on learning a new element. The high-rank Marner bone skill has become LV6. Magic has increased by 30. The Marner acceleration skill have become LV6. Magic has increased by 10. While doing so, he became self-aware that he was close to level 8, the realm of dominating magic. Chapter 41 Part 5. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 5. Following Li Xin Wu's entrance, the Sun God religion's Pope and the Evili General, Shurina von Hegel, were oddly confronting each other in front of the dungeon. The Pope was worried that the Emperor was meddling with Li Xin Wu through the 12 generals, and the Evili General was also suspicious of Li Xin Wu's sudden appearance. Neither side could voice such doubts first, but even so, they couldn't hide all their negative feelings. It had been a full day since they set up camp, and as the second day passed, the mood became even worse. Your Holiness. Both sides seemed almost ready to fight against each other, but the wounded paladins and priests had then come out of the dungeon and cooled everyone down. Even the Pope was surprised with their haggard and disheveled appearance. Their equipment was riddled with holes. What's going on? What happened to K? Sir K is fine, but the dungeon, an uninjured priest reported whilst shaking. The priest looked like he couldn't believe what he himself was saying. It turned into a level 8 dungeon. What? No matter how strong K is, a level 8 dungeon is. What did you say? The Pope yelled in shock. The Evili General, listening in from the side, was likewise shocked. A level 7 dungeon was already classified as a national disaster, yet the dungeon's level had risen even further. Ultimately, she yelled at the Pope. Now what are you going to do by recklessly entering the dungeon? The Sun God's hero made the dungeon even more dangerous. What idiocy! Man cannot change a dungeon. It's simply assuming its true form. On the contrary, it's because of K that we've figured out how dangerous the dungeon truly is. Yet, instead of thanking him, you want to shift all the blame onto him. Is this how the 12 generals do things? Is this how enough? The Evili General knew what he would say next. He had wanted to say, "Is this how the Empire does things?" He was trying to insult the Emperor. Capital punishment wouldn't be enough for his crime. The dungeon was dormant. If he hadn't gone into the dungeon, then it would've remained peaceful. Do you really think that? Have you never studied the basics of dungeons? I suppose being one of the 12 generals isn't all that. Isn't that so? Nonetheless, the Pope remained relaxed and replied whilst snorting, and the Evili General, who'd wanted to retort, was speechless. Of course she'd be. The fact that the 12 generals took shifts to watch over the dungeon meant that the word peaceful didn't apply to it. They knew that something would go wrong eventually, but because they didn't have enough manpower available, they put forth a stopgap measure instead of a proper one. In a way, the Magic Empire had brought this on themselves. Before you ask the Sun God religion to pay for its crimes, get the Emperor to apologize to all the citizens. That doesn't matter right now. We need to do something about the level 8 dungeon. That was my original intention, but I guess you're finally open to a constructive conversation. Kuka Pope watched as the Evili general bit her lower lip in humiliation, and snorted once more. However, he wasn't actually feeling that great. He came out strongly, so that the blame wouldn't be shifted onto the sun god religion, but he couldn't help being worried about Li Xin-Wu, who was trapped inside the dungeon. Li Xin-Wu was the sun god religion's treasure, as well as the link between him and the Lawrence shop. There was so much more he had to do, so he couldn't lose him here. Report this matter to the Emperor in person. K is strong, but he can't clear a level 8 dungeon all on his own. If the other 12 generals are busy and cannot intervene, then you must get the Emperor to take action. The Empire's in danger. Do you understand? Whose fault do you think this is? I understand. I was going to report this matter to His Majesty anyway. The Evili general tried to keep what was left of her pride, but the Pope had become so serious that she couldn't maintain eye contact, and just went along with what he said. The sun god religion may be weak, but the Pope was always someone others couldn't look down upon. Compared to other religious orders, where the Pope was selected based on support, irrespective of level, the Pope of the sun god religion was a priest who could control powerful flames from a young age and was a hero who had single-handedly rebuilt the declining sun god religion. In terms of both power and resolve, the sun god religion's Pope was far greater than the other religious orders' popes. He had brought his order a young hero who would bring the order to new heights, so if Li Xin-Wu survived the dungeon, then the sun god religion would soon be known as the most respectable religion in the land. But if that happens, it could harm the Emperor's reputation. K has to die no matter what. We have to stop the level 8 dungeon's countercurrent, but I think we could wait until he dies first. Of course, the Pope mostly knew what she was thinking. He saw her call her soldiers over and secretly give them orders, so he clicked his tongue and called for the priests on standby. If that's how she was going to play, then he would respond in earnest. He already had something up his sleeve. Relay this news to the great God, merciful God, and living God religious orders as soon as possible. There are things that we should tell them, but also things that we should hide. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, Your Holiness. Then I'll get going immediately. The relation between the sun god religion and all the other religious orders wasn't good. However, when they fought against a common enemy, then they would prove to be the most trustworthy of allies. And if something this big was going on, then I'd rather not let them in on our pie, but it's not worth trading our hero for it. Once the Pope and the Evili general were finished taking appropriate measures, they looked at each other more menacingly than before. Then, the dungeon began to vibrate greatly. To be exact, the clashes within the dungeon had surpassed the dungeon's ability to contain them, and were thus affecting the outside world as well. Oh my God! The entrance to the dungeon has collapsed. This Marner I feel from within the dungeon. Wait a second. Isn't this an undead's Marner? The Pope furrowed his brow. He knew about the disaster that was befalling the underground empire. It hadn't spread to the surface yet, but the undead had appeared in the dungeons halfway underground. I knew this would happen. The underground curse still hasn't been taken care of it. Dozens of years ago, each temple had been given an oracle telling them to elect a hero to purify the undead curse. At the time, the Emperor and the religious orders selected heroes and dispatched them to the underground empire. He hadn't heard of them ever coming back, But he remembered the emperor saying that the curse has been taken care of, and that the barrier is as perfect as ever. The Pope hadn't believed him, but had thought that the emperor had something ready just in case, but considering what was happening now, it seemed like he didn't. Emperor, what exactly are you hoping for? How long are you going to stay on the sidelines and just watch? Do you really want us to all die together? He wouldn't leave them to die. Their country was recognized as an empire because of its citizens, not the emperor. The emperor would soon realize. No, he would make him realize. To do that, you need to stay alive, Kay. Prove to me that I wasn't mistaken about you at that moment. Li Xin-Wu, the main topic of conversation, ignored the wailing bugs before him and was at a loss. You have learned the fusion element. Begin a dark shadow. You succeeded in fusing the characteristics of shadow, which cannot become an element, with darkness to create a fusion element. Magic has increased by 20. A shadow is hidden within the darkness, and looks as though it is not there. However, it most certainly exists. When the world is unable to differentiate the two, the shadow can then mishmash all cause and effect. This element could only be created by you, who possess the Joker's calmer, and contains the power of reversal. This element will show its true worth when used in conjunction with the Joker's innate skills. By recognizing the other facets of darkness, you should be able to acquire a new element. Oh, that's strange. This wasn't what he was going for. He wasn't trying to acquire Dark Shadow, but Dark Flame. Li Xin-Wu was flustered at the unforeseen situation. He had familiarized himself with the essence and structure of the Dark Flame, and knew, for the most part, how to create the element. There was plenty of the real thing in front of him, and he had tried his best to fuse fire and darkness, yet. So does that mean bone reinforcement and absorption won't cut it? That was his one miscalculation. The parasites had gained the dark flames, as they possessed the ability to suck energy from their host. Li Xin-Wu had thought he could replicate those flames, as he possessed abilities similar to theirs. But at that point, Li Xin-Wu had already failed. What influenced the creation of fusion elements was less about the skills and more about one's fundamental characteristics, meaning it was related to one's class karma. For Li Xin-Wu, it was similar to his Joker karma. Dark Shadow, He had attempted to fuse darkness and fire together, but in the process, he had cast a shadow with his fire and fused the resulting shadow with his darkness element. The necessary knowledge, the proper state of mind, and his magic was factored in, and he managed to acquire a fusion element. After all, even a blind pig can find an acorn once in a while. 1. It's not half bad. No matter how I look at it, it's much more dangerous than the dark flame. But it's much harder to use than the dark flame. I've got one more thing I have to practice from now on. And Li Xin-Wu raised his head. The battle among the 3D arc flame ghosts had gradually intensified, and the one Li Xin-Wu had been controlling was now covered in wounds. Everything that happened from now would be crucial. Even now, the resistance of the host below was fierce, and contrary to the dying D-Arc Flame Ghost, the other two seemed to be in good condition. If he didn't take them down in the proper order, then the situation may become too much for him to deal with. If that's the case, then all right. You've done well. Dick. Li Xin-Wu clenched his fist towards the D-Arc Flame Ghost had been controlling. Then, its armor sprouted sharp spears and tore through its rotten flesh. Jin predicted what would happen next. Explode. Arc. As expected, the thorn armor, which had pierced through its entire body from the tip of its head to the bottom of its feet, exploded. It was exhausted due to the battle, so there was no way it'd be able to survive the explosion. It let out a death throw and finally found peace. I wasn't rewarded yet. I guess it's because I haven't resolved the situation. Once it died, he snatched the midair loot and grinned. By killing one of the three, the barrier began to shake even more than before, and the remaining 2 arc flame ghosts looked at him and couldn't hide their unease. They still weren't able to remove their bone armor. Wait just a little while longer, kids. Jiguk Gik Li Shin Wu controlled the bone armor, immobilizing the arc flame ghosts while they were fighting amongst themselves. Li Shin Wu had been analyzing them and as a result, could halt their movements with much less effort than before, and looked over the bone in his hand. It was entirely jet black and unassuming, but he sensed an extraordinary energy within. Let's get to level 8 before we fight the boss. He used bone reinforcement without hesitating, absorbing the rib bone that the pitiful arc flame ghost had left behind. An incompetent person or an unsystematic approach is bound to succeed every now and then by chance. Chapter 41 Part 6. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 6. Absorbing the LV8 fiery sands, arc flame ghosts rib bone. Strength has increased by 40, agility by 5, health by 50 and magic by 80. You have acquired the fusion element, intermediate arc flame LV1, and magic has increased by 50. The high rank regeneration skill has become LV5, and health and magic have increased by 20. The absorption skill has become LV12, and magic has increased by 40. As the arc flame is an innate skill that belongs to a different karma, you cannot advance the skill any higher than the intermediate level. Once he absorbed the bone, Li Shin Wu thought as expected. Giving him a ton of stats was great, but it was nothing to write home about. He was more concerned about the fusion element had obtained. Li Shin Wu understood the basis behind it, as well as its structure. Even though he should have had everything he needed, he wasn't able to learn the fusion element with his own efforts. Yet, by absorbing the arc flame ghost's bone, he was able to gain the element without a hitch. I should've taken a hint. Since the Joker's karma allows me to imitate any and all karma, although it's an innate element that I can't learn myself, I can still acquire it through bone reinforcement. It's disappointing that I can't get it past the intermediate level, but this is good enough. It had been such a long time since he'd seen the message informing him of his own limitations that he actually felt happy. Li Shin Wu had rebuilt all his skills, allowing him to break their limits and develop them further, but the arc flame was heterogeneous and was already a completed element. Therefore, he couldn't break through the intermediate limitation imposed on the skill. Even so, Li Shin Wu wasn't going to give up here. He already had a way of using the arc flame at a level higher than intermediate. But right now, this takes priority. Once he'd absorbed the arc flame ghost's bone, he felt his body teeming with mana. He wasn't stupid enough to not know what this meant. He was leveling up. How do you want me to just keep all this other stuff in your inventory? Thanks. He gave Jin the Titan bone core and the 2 other bone cores just in case he didn't want them to be absorbed while he was leveling up. Absorbing the Heaven Doors key would only benefit him, so he kept it on his person. However, it probably wouldn't go his way, since he didn't even know how it worked yet. After that, he distanced himself from Jin. And how did he distance himself from Jin? Using wind mana to propel himself into the air and float. He could float with ease by slightly changing the appearance of his level 7 cape, the Prayer of the Dead. Hey, you can fly yourself, So why did you make me do it? You're way faster and you look way cooler, and it makes it easier for me to concentrate on the battle. Yahoo! It was obvious when you think about it. Li Xin had already given him all the gear he needed to fly, and so long as he properly controlled it, he could fly as much as he wanted. Then, why wouldn't Li Xin be able to fly, when he could use the disguise skill that allowed him to imitate anything and everything? Whoever doubted his ability to fly was the strange one, not the other way around. But Li Xin calmly asked Jin to do something for him, even though Jin was so pissed. Cover me while I'm leveling up. Wait, right now what about them? They won't be able to move for the time being. Watch for any other monsters that may come. There existed other monsters within the level 8 dungeon aside from the dark flame ghosts and their host. All sorts of monsters gathered due to the immense energy the dungeon was emitting. Of these remaining monsters, most of them were monsters like the solar scarabs. But the level 8 dark flame ghosts' rampage had prevented them from coming out. Even if they did, they would be immediately vaporized, so Li Xin hadn't had to fight against such weak mobs. However, Li Xin was preventing the 2 dark flame ghosts from moving, so it wouldn't be strange for the monsters laying in wait to come for them now. While you're at it, pick up the level 8 bones on the floor too. I'll let you absorb all of them. You need to get to level 8 too. Yay, I'm so happy. With a teary face, Jin nodded his head and accepted the request. Then, Li Xin let go of the rampaging Marner within him so he could proceed with the level up. Even though the wind Marner disappeared, his body naturally remained afloat. His body was covered in a deep darkness and soon, the surrounding environment was stained in darkness. He never needed Jin's protection. At this very moment, no one would be able to find Li Xin, nor would they be able to attack him. It was similar to Metafelwidan's invincibility state when he was leveling up. You were able to comprehend your karma with no one to teach you, and have repeatedly grown to suit this achievement. Ultimately, you have managed to create a low-level innate element, which cannot be classified as mere karma. Instead, it can be considered a revolution that came about from who you are. Your worth cannot be measured by what your body is made of nor what you create, since you can fabricate it all and forge reality. You have finally reached the essence of the Joker karma. For now, you must borrow the power of darkness and shadow that obscures the line among all creation to do this. But if you manage to overcome this obstacle, then you will become a true Joker. You have evolved into a level 8 Shadow Joker. Li Xin had somewhat expected this to happen, as he had gained a deeper understanding of his disguise skill. He would eventually overcome the limitations of life and death, and even overcome the limits of all creation. He knew he would be reborn, and that the only term that could describe him would be a concept. As evidence, he had overcome the living's limitation of breathing. Moreover, had overcome the limitation of the undead bones. He hadn't lost them. He had transcended them. Li Xin could do so at any time, and there was no need for him to obsess over them anymore. Now he didn't need to breathe to dominate his surroundings. From now on, he just needed to color the world with his shadow. That was the authority of a level 8. No, it was high-rank authority that only Li Xin had reached. There's only one step left. He was lucky. If he hadn't acquired the innate element before he'd leveled up, then he would've had a long road ahead of him. But he was able to learn of the fusion element within the dungeon, and was able to study an element that harmonized with one's unique characteristics. Dark Shadow, which reversed cause and effect, was capable of switching one between life and death, human or the undead. He couldn't write this instant, but if he trained, he was sure that he would be able to one day. His class as Shadow Joker had made this clear. You now have a deeper understanding of the darkness element. High-rank darkness has become LV7 and magic has increased by 40. You have gained a fundamental understanding of darkness and absorbed the level 7 artifact, Everlasting Night. Oh. He thought he'd finally finished his level up, but he heard a message in his ear. Li Xin Wu was extremely flustered, as he hadn't expected this to happen. It was the bracelet he'd gotten off of Ethan Cruz, the level 7 bracelet, Everlasting Night. It sharply increased the potency of one's darkness magic, but he hadn't been able to change it into bone thus far, so he'd equipped it and forgotten all about it. However, he hadn't thought he'd be able to absorb it through his understanding of the darkness element, rather than through bone reinforcement. Is this what it means when they say that every stream and wave goes to the sea and becomes one? To be honest, he didn't really know. However, he did know it wouldn't result in anything bad, so he let it be. This level up felt truly bizarre. First off, he didn't feel any pain whatsoever. It felt as though his entire being was melting into the darkness. Yeah, as if this is what was supposed to happen from the very beginning. The Everlasting Night did the same. It melted into him, and they became one. Absorbing the LV7 Everlasting Night. Magic has increased by 150. The Marner acceleration skill has become LV7, and magic has increased by 10. The high-rank Marner bone skill has become LV7, and magic has increased by 30. High-rank darkness has become LV10, and has reached the MAX level. Magic has increased by 260. You have gained the title, He Who Has Reached the Peak. All stats have increased by 50. In the process of absorbing the Everlasting Night, Li Xin Wu had finally reached the summit of his darkness element. It was only natural when he thought about it. Li Xin Wu was born as a skeleton, so he had a high affinity with darkness at birth. Thus, it made sense that the first element that he mastered was the darkness element. Since he had reached its peak, he no longer needed the Everlasting Night's amplification ability. He definitely came out ahead if he were to weigh the pros and cons. Because he'd absorbed the artifact's abilities completely, his Marner acceleration and Marner bone skills had leveled up despite them just recently doing so. He was happy about that. Of course, his evolution hadn't stopped there. The high-rank assimilation skill has become LV5. Agility and magic have increased by 30. It made sense that assimilation leveled up too. Since the assimilation skill didn't just refer to his assimilation with Jin, but his assimilation of the world as a whole. He understood the darkness and himself better, so he could now melt into the world. Therefore, his assimilation had leveled up. Perhaps assimilation was far greater than Li Xin Wu had imagined. He was really happy when he thought it might be connected to his Joker armor. The high-rank combat sense skill has become LV6. Agility has increased by 40. Conversely, his combat sense skill had leveled up for a more simple reason. His senses had improved dramatically compared to before, so his skill had followed suit and leveled up. Stats were one of the best indicators of one's combat ability, so with this he could tell just how much he'd grown. But then, a wave came crashing down that would prove incomparable to his combat senses growth. He had understood the Joker's essence, reached the peak of the darkness element, had awakened the dark shadow element, and had become a level 8 because he had become so much more. He was able to attain this new skill. The high-rank Bursting Thunder, Thong Shadow, Emergency Evasion, high-rank Lightning Sprint, and Lightning Shadow skills are fusing together and evolving. All of the combat skills Head acquired thus far had fused together and filled his body. It was no mere combat skill, it felt as though a new weapon and armor was made for him that suited his existence. It had overcome the limitation of passive and active skills, and had become a skill that would create a new stage where he could contain and reveal all. Could he even call that a skill? He only called it a skill because he didn't know anything that would be appropriate. In fact, he could call it his alter ego. You have learned the innate skill, wildcard LV1. All stats have increased by 200. Once Head gained the skill of skills, Li Xin Wu smiled within the darkness. Wildcard, that was the very essence of a joker. Chapter 41 Part 7. Chapter 41. The Second Advent of the Sun God 7. Li Xin Wu. Shadow Joker. He who has reached the peak 15 others. LV8 Status Effectiveness 300. Strength 2548. Agility 2717. Health 2913. Magic 6501. Passive skills Wildcard LV1, Acting LV20, Invisible Heart LV4 LV159, Rebellion LV5, Marner Acceleration LV7, High Rank Marner Bone LV7, High Rank Command LV7, High Rank Assimilation LV5, High Rank Combat Sense LV6, Lucky Strike LV3, Soul Scene I LV3. Active skills Disguise LV9, Instigate LV8, Bone Reinforcement LV12, Rule of Bone LV11, Bone Armory LV10, High Rank Regeneration LV5, Sacrifice LV1. Elements Darkness MAX, Beginner Dark Shadow LV1, Intermediate D Arc Flame LV1, High Rank Fire LV6, High Rank Water LV1, High Rank Wind LV3, High Rank Earth LV3, High Rank Ice LV1, High Rank Acid LV4, High Rank Lightning LV5, Absorption LV12. Resistances Holy MAX, Darkness MAX, Light MAX, High Rank Fire LV5, High Rank Water LV1, High Rank Wind LV3, High Rank Earth LV4, High Rank Acid LV3, High Rank Ice LV1, High Rank Lightning LV4. Li Xin Wu melted into the darkness and then checked his completely changed stats. His skills grew, which resulted in a noticeable increase in his stats as well. Had just become level 8, yet his stats totaled 14,679. Moreover, by becoming level 8, his status effectiveness had increased, so even he wasn't sure how much stronger Head gotten. Although his growth rate was lower now than when he had leveled up from level 6 to level 7, he had gained an overwhelming authority in its place. So he didn't have any complaints. As the message said, it would be nigh impossible for other level 8s to gain this much power. And I feel it too. That I won't lose to anyone I've met anymore. He recalled the Archmage, Fitain von Selden, yet he didn't feel tense. When he was level 7, Head set the groundwork to countering the Archmage's spatial magic. And now that Head learned the Dark Shadow element and had reached level 8, he was confident that he could counter his spatial magic completely. If he were to factor in the Dark Flames as well. Wait, the Dark Flames. That's right. He knew he was forgetting something. Li Xin Wu stopped ruminating and got to work. The dense darkness was condensed into a single point, giving his body its shape. It'd be fine if he looked like a skeleton, but he decided to assume a human form, just in case the dungeon collapsed and they were exposed. Who? He appeared as a young man with a fit body and a tall height, causing him to emit a sort of decadent appeal. His body was much more balanced than when he was on Earth, but it was only natural when he took into account the transcendent growth in his stats. He could make himself look like this with a disguise skill, but making this form from darkness resulted in a way more lifelike feeling. I don't even need to use disguise anymore. Is this what happens when the world automatically overlaps the frame of a living person onto one's essence? Interesting, of course. It was because of the disguise skill that he was able to awaken, so he shouldn't be worrying about the differences between the two abilities. All of his abilities made up who he was. Perhaps I've achieved enlightenment, Li Xin-Wu uselessly thought, and equipped himself through bone armory. He couldn't yet, but if he were to transcend bone reinforcement, rule of bone, and bone armory is skills related to bones, then Li Xin-Wu would be complete, or so he thought. Had already transcended his previous physical form, so now he had to transcend his current abilities. Xin-Wu. Yeah, thanks for covering me. Once he became visible, Jin flew through the air and approached him. Li Xin-Wu replied nonchalantly, accepting the Titan bone claw and the two bone claws, but Jin's expression didn't look too bright. That's not the issue here. You look completely let's talk about that later. Okay. As expected, Jin also felt something after witnessing Li Xin-Wu's evolution. Did he find out that he could transform into a human? If he did, then Li Xin-Wu would have to apologize until Jin cooled off. But there was something more pressing at the moment. Bone reinforcement. Li Xin-Wu said softly and tightened his grip. Darkness leaked from his fingertips, enveloping the Titan bone core and the two bone claws. The Titan bone core and the two other claws lost their shape, and fused together they were forming into a completely different shape. When he leveled up, his existence changed completely, so all of his skills underwent fundamental growth, not just his wild card skill. If they hadn't, then the completed bone core probably wouldn't be rebuilt. Kaya archaic. Sorry, but y'all have to stick with me for a little bit longer. Yoop. The Titan bone core was still evolving. He gripped the darkness in one hand and extended his other hands to the groaning dark flame ghosts, who were trapped in their armor. Then, they surprisingly started to escape upwards. Kaya hack. Kei. Li Xin-Wu reinforced their bone armor by infusing his magic into them, allowing him to control them more easily. Then, the dark flame ghosts escaped the barrier, even though they hadn't been able to do so by themselves. Now's not the time to be fighting amongst ourselves. Get a hold of yourselves. Jake had been the one egging them on, so it didn't sound right coming from him. However, Li Xin-Wu's expression didn't waver. Was he not going to instigate them now? This was a complete 180. Jin looked disapprovingly at him. That's what his goblin fire seemed to convey at least, and Li Xin-Wu whispered. Jin, we'll be fighting the true boss soon. Bear with it until I get on the Titan. I'll take care of the rest once I've gotten on. Those bugs are still there, yet you want to call the host. Are you going to try and fool them? You can't even talk to them. It's because those bugs are there that I'm attempting to call the boss. And I don't need to fool them. You'll see. Jin was confused. Li Xin-Wu clicked his tongue and raised his hand even higher. The sound of something rupturing sounded throughout the clearing. Immediately after, a ridiculous amount of fire surged from under the ground. The dark flame ghosts had moved so forcefully that the barrier had been completely broken. Jake. A frightening amount of fire shook the clearing. The dark flame ghosts began to shake when they heard those cries. Li Xin-Wu didn't concern himself with their reactions and used more of his strength to completely pull them out from the ground. The sight of the giant dark flame ghosts unable to resist and being forced into the air was slightly adorable. Holy crap! Xin-Wu Qiuo. Once a part of the barrier cracked, the rest of it gave way quickly. Ultimately, the flames surging from under the ground burnt away the remains of the barrier. Though they were far away, the surging golden flames momentarily obscured their vision. It was such that Li Xin Wu couldn't completely shield himself from the sight with his darkness. In other words, that Xin shook at its overwhelming presence. On the other hand, Li Xin Wu wasn't very surprised, as had felt it before. It crowed as it flew, its feathers, composed of golden flames, rising into the sky. LV9 corrupted Garuda sun god. If the Pope knew about this, then he'd grasp his forehead. Since he'd have to remake all the stone statues of the sun god. Now's not the time to be joking around. If it's corrupted, then that means it's in the same condition as those dryads. Yeah, you're right. It'd be great if we can return it to its original state, but man, that thing's ruined. Li Xin Wu assumed that it was once covered in gold, but as of now, its body was a mix between a murky gold and black. He looked down at the giant divine bird and shrugged his shoulders. It looked like it had avoided a complete undead transformation, but it wasn't alive. There was even less of a chance of him restoring its intellect. At least, that's what he saw. Its soul is rotten. Well, it must have gone through a lot, so it makes sense. Xin Wu, let's run. We can't beat that thing. Let's let it rampage on the surface and hope it kills the Emperor for us. He's right. That's not something a living being can oppose. Its existence borders on myth as a spirit, I can tell. Only by transcending the barrier of the living and spirits can you gain that form. Now that he thought about it, had completely forgotten about Zenon. While he was evolving, he had unsummoned his greatsword and Zenon was released. He had been hiding all this time. Li Xin Wu called him to his side and soothed him. It's okay. We don't need to fight right away. Let's just watch for now. Huh. The Garuda was slowly coming up and getting closer and closer to them. However, Li Xin Wu remained relaxed. Zenon wondered why he was so confident, but he soon got his answer. The D-Arc flame ghosts were free-falling towards the Garuda. Kayar. Good. Let go of your anger. They're not letting go of their anger. You're letting go of them. Jin calmly retorted, but that really wasn't very important to Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu would be happy as long as the D-Arc flame ghosts and the Garuda fort. Jin had thought that Li Xin Wu would convince the D-Arc flame ghosts to fight against the Garuda, but he never needed to do so. If he left the three together, then QRR. The Garuda noticed the D-Arc flame ghosts and furiously spewed flames. The flames were so great that the sides of the clearing walls exploded. Part of the walls were simultaneously vaporized. The D-Arc flame ghosts had been drawing energy from the Garuda for years, so it was seething in anger. Work. Of course, the D-Arc flame ghosts were quite pitiful. They were brought here and sealed by the Magic Emperor, and had no choice but to draw energy from the Garuda to survive. But so long as it was hostile towards them, the D-Arc flame ghosts had no choice but to use their dark flames in order to survive, and so, the battle between the level 9 bird and the two giant level 8 bugs began. Li Xin Wu watched from above with Jin and Zenon and stuck his chest out boastingly. See that a swindler controls cause and effect, even while doing nothing. Yeah, you're amazing. That golden flame is either high-rank fire or fire mixed with something else, a fusion element. Unsure of it, considering the fact that the dark flames aren't very effective against it. Based on the info I'm getting from the black armor, the only reason they're lasting so long is because of the dark flames. but there was a pronounced difference in physical specs, so the battle would end at this rate. Rather than entering the battle himself, Li Xin Wu reinforced their black armor further by infusing more magic into them. He increased their defense as much as he could and was trying to draw out as much of the Gerudo's power as possible. "Those guys, do you think they can win?" "Nope," Jin asked cautiously, and Li Xin Wu firmly replied. "On the contrary, the true battle will begin after they die." He smiled as he looked at the still evolving darkness within his grasp. When those dark flame ghosts had done their job and turned into bone cars, the Titan bone core would finally be reborn into the state that Li Xin Wu envisioned. The Titan bone core would inherit the dark flame ghost's will and strength and be reborn. He would then ride the reborn Titan bone golem to defeat this foe. There was nothing more wonderful than this. "I'm glad that you're still the Li Xin Wu that I'm used to, even after leveling up to level 8. That's strange." Jin hadn't insulted him at all, yet he felt unpleasant for some reason. As the battle continued, Li Xin Wu wondered whether Jin had learned a skill like Instigate while he wasn't looking. Chapter 41 Part 8 Chapter 41 The Second Advent of the Sun God 8 Kei 10 minutes after the monsters, which boasted a height of at least 50 meters, began their decisive battle, Li Xin Wu was able to give the Gerudo's golden flames a proper name. Let's call that Shining Flame. It's just as tunable as your dark flame. No, that's not the issue here. It's the fact that it's the counter-element to dark shadow. While light possessed the power to sever connections, the Shining Flame took it one step further. The Shining Flames were capable of erasing all cause and effect of anything it touched. Whereas dark shadow allowed him to reverse cause and effect, so if the two elements were used against each other, then the winner would be determined by which was more powerful. Had only just become level 8 and obtained a beginner level 1 innate element, so he couldn't overcome the Gerudo if he went head-to-head with it. "I have the worst luck. I just got an innate element, but why did it have to be an element on par with it?" Li Xin Wu realized how wide the world truly was. After reaching level 8 and obtaining both Dark Shadow and Wild Card, had thought that perhaps he was unrivaled. However, he immediately met an enemy that shattered his delusions. Perhaps it was a good thing that he hadn't been conceited, he thought. Jin merely gazed at Li Xin Wu speechlessly. "Aren't you the one who's amazing for obtaining an element on par with that monster's? No, wait. How are you even going to fight it anyway? With the dark flames? Dark shadow won't work, but the dark flames will. There's a chance it'll work since the exhausted dark flame ghosts are putting up a fight." The dark flame was a powerful ability that destroyed anything it touched and returned what it destroyed to its wielder. Even if the Shining Flame erased cause and effect, by stealing that ability, Li Xin Wu would be able to weaken its efficacy. Of course, the dark flame ghosts were too weak, so they weren't able to nullify the Gerudo's Shining Flame, but they were at least weakening it. And through their black armor, Li Xin Wu was able to gather indirect experience with the dark flames, increasing his proficiency and allowing him to set up countermeasures for the Shining Flames. As a result, the intermediate dark flame element has become LV2. Magic has increased by 20. I'll have to integrate this element's power someday. Had already gotten a start. The wild card skill fused all of his skills together, so all of his attacks, defenses, or elemental conversions became unconstrained. If he studied exhaustively with this skill, then he should be able to reach the end of his path. This was another step forward. What a difficult next step, Li Xin Wu quietly muttered and extended one hand forward. At the same time, the dark flame ghosts, which were fighting against the Garuda, stiffened. Jiq once he reached level 8, all of his skills, even if they didn't level up, were affected by his karma and changed in a positive manner. His rule of bone was no exception and was strengthened considerably. So much so that he could easily control and restrain the two dark flame ghosts, even though he was tired. You've done well. Now die. You really do talk like a final boss. If he let this go on, then the dark flame ghosts would inevitably be killed by the Garuda. That in itself wasn't a huge problem, but there was a chance that the loot would be burned into dust by the shining flames. If nothing else, he knew the dark flame ghosts had nothing left in them. Warrior. Keik. The dark flame ghost suddenly screamed in agony. Although the Garuda was flustered, it didn't let go of this chance and unleashed its shining flame onto them. But there was no way that Li Xin Wu would help him out for nothing. The dark flame ghosts mustered their last remaining strength and barely blocked the shining flames when their energy was finally depleted and the Garuda was wide open quiring. Li Xin Wu blew up their black armor. The darkness swelled, covering the dark flame ghosts in their entirety. Then they exploded, unleashing destructive energy onto the Garuda. The beginner dark shadow element has become LV3. Magic has increased by 20. Oh, this dark shadow ability's great. That was dark shadow just now. Yep. Once I acquired the innate element, it became my fundamental element. It's like my normal attacks are turned into elemental attacks. Sorry, I don't get it. The dark shadow element was capable of reversing cause and effect. The explanation was quite ambiguous, but if his image and will were clear, then it was like an omnipotent ability. It was impossible to do this, aside from Li Xin Wu himself, so that's why it was called an innate element. Li Xin Wu had used the dark shadow element like this just now. Normally, rule of bone could only explode bones, but he had reversed cause and effect so that the rest of their body was considered bone. This allowed him to explode their entire body. This was only possible because of his disguise skill, which he could use on others, as well as his acting skill, which could even fool the world itself. That doesn't make any sense. Now you can fool the world. It does make sense. You're looking at it right now, but it's still imperfect, so don't go crazy with the compliments. That modesty's even scarier. Our head exploded 2 level 8 elites, so even the level 9 divine bird, which was in the midst of its undead transformation, couldn't withstand it unscathed. Li Xin Wu had landed a direct hit with the explosions, and the Garuda screamed weakly and plummeted. During that time, Li Xin Wu collected the loot that the dark flame ghosts had left behind. Jin, if I could, I'd reinforce you, but I have to prioritize the battle for now. Don't worry, I'll make sure to make it up to you later. No, you don't need to worry about that. Li Xin Wu was deeply moved by Jin's humility and soon executed bone reinforcement. He reinforced himself with the dark flame ghost's bones. He must have been lucky, as one of them dropped 2 bones at once, while he used the dark flame bone cause they left behind to reinforce the still evolving Titan bone core. Absorbing the LV8 fiery sands, dark flame ghost's wing bone, head exoskeleton, and molar, fully understanding the fiery sands dark flame ghost's memories. Strength has increased by 80, agility by 30, health by 70, and magic by 65. The intermediate dark flame element has become LV5 and magic has increased by 60. The absorption skill has become LV 15, and magic has increased by 60. Perhaps it was because he was on equal footing with them now, as the stats he gained were much lower than before. Even if he factored that in, he still gained a huge amount of stats. But more importantly, he had absorbed several bones that originated from the same species, causing them to resonate. This allowed him to see through their entire lifetime. His proficiency in the dark flame and the absorption skills weren't the only things that grew. By completely analyzing the lives of such high-level existences, Li Xin Wu's own existence grew. Li Xin Wu's state as one who overcame the boundaries of combat skills and elements had grown. But that's not the issue here. What is the memories of them draining the Gerudo's energy for hundreds of years? Those melted into Li Xin Wu's body, helping him better understand the Gerudo's abilities, its characteristics, as well as its flaws. They weren't represented as stats or skills, but these memories gave him the upper hand against the Gerudo. Plus the Titan Bone Core is evolving. You have acquired the LV8 Dark Flame Bone Core. The level 8 Titan Bone Core had absorbed 4 elite bone cores and finished evolving, assuming a different form. The core itself was smaller than before, but the energy within was about 2 times greater than before. It was such immense energy that Li Xin Wu wondered why it hadn't evolved into a level 9 artifact instead. That wasn't all. Black lines traversed along the outside of the once fully red core like blood vessels. Those lines were the core of its evolution, but it felt a lot gloomier than before compared to when the larva emitted the feeling of a giant. But more importantly, the name Dark Flame Cuke. He knew that it meant dark flame in English. He knew that, but Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth. Once head gotten over the humiliating name, he distanced himself from Jin before the Gerudo recovered. You know you can't come with me on the golem, right? If you're in trouble, I'll come charging at him to distract him. Thanks, but you won't need to. Li Xin Wu grinned. Then, he gripped the core. As the one who'd remodeled the core, he knew best how it had changed, so he didn't need to check its info. Oh, right. If he showed the core to Kreischer, then she'd be really happy. No, she may look into his new ability first. But in order for that time to come, Li Xin Wu had to beat this guy. Synchronize. The core absorbed Li Xin Wu's overflowing mana, and as it had been remodeled with Li Xin Wu's power, it had adopted more of his features. It pulsed darkly and responded. The outside of the core was released and covered his body. The disorderly-looking black lines covered the outside of Li Xin Wu's body, forming a geometric shape. Eventually, a shape formed onto his body and shined. Synchronization complete. Titan activating. Although this was his second time experiencing this, it was really difficult to adjust to the feeling of his small body transforming into a several-meter-tall giant. But by reaching level 8, Li Xin Wu had, in many ways, overcome his physical limitations, allowing him to focus without getting lost. He only realized after the fact, but the Titan was about 10 meters tall. Compared to before, when it was about 7 meters tall, it increased its height by about half. Li Xin Wu was amazed and clenched both hands tightly. At that moment, a message appeared before him. Activating the Dark Flame Titan. 500 seconds remaining. Your strength and magic temporarily increase by 2,500 and health and agility by 2,000. Not only could the Titan be operated for more than double its previous time, but the stat bonuses also didn't decrease much. Despite him leveling up with the stat bonuses, his total stats were 24,084. In other words, he wasn't much different from a level 9 being. Plus, while riding the Titan, the Dark Flame skill sublimates. With your current understanding, you can utilize high-rank level 5 Dark Flame. A considerable amount of heat radiated from the core and flowed throughout his body, but he welcomed the feeling. The Dark Flames asserted their existence within the Crimson Flame. As he had hoped for, the Titan had become a golem specialized in Dark Flame. Although he couldn't raise his Dark Flame skill over the intermediate level normally by using the Dark Flame Golem, he could. Shin Wu, it's coming. Kayark. At that moment, the Garuda struck. It realized that the Dark Flame Titan was no normal foe, and unleashed the largest blast of shining flame it could muster before the Titan could move. However, Li Shin Wu was already in full control of the Titan. Before had gotten on the golem, he had wrapped the Titan in wind marner, and gently raised it up into the sky as if it were floating in response. He extended both his hands and created a wall of dark flame. When the shining flame and his dark flame met, another message appeared before him. You are currently controlling a Titan, and are fighting against a higher-level foe, who possesses the power of a god. The rebellion skill activates. All stats have increased by 56. 3 conditions had been met, so the rebellion skill gave Li Shin Wu enough power to fight against a level 9 head-on. The intermediate dark flame element has become LV6. Magic has increased by 20. The dark flame had also intensified and vaporized the shining flame. As he thought, it was still too hard for him to absorb the shining flames, but blocking them was no problem. He had already known about this from the dark flame ghosts, but doing it in person made him shiver. Kaya har. Compared to the dark flame ghosts, Li Shin Wu easily eliminated the condensed shining flame. Seeing that, the Garuda screamed out and charged. Li Shin Wu summoned the Fire Dragon's Scale Greatsword to fight it head-on. He activated his gigantification, of course, in order to increase its size to 10 meters long. Zenon, let's go. Roman to understand. Zenon meekly obeyed Li Shin Wu's orders, settling into the greatsword and reinforcing it. Because of its increased size, Zenon had to expend more energy to reinforce it, but if he couldn't do that, then he had no right to be an Elder Salamander Prince. He hadn't done much thus far, so Zenon gritted his teeth and promised that he'd win against the Garuda. It seemed as though his feelings were relayed to Li Shin Wu as he smiled more deeply than before. All right, we're all ready now, let's go. You're too prepared. It feels like you'll tear the world asunder. Jai Wu. Jin, who'd retreated to a safe distance, retorted, and the Garuda screamed as if belittling him. It fluttered its wings and quickly flew towards Li Shin Wu. It looked quite majestic, its flames blazed, seemingly twisting the landscape. It's only level 9 and it's contaminated as well, so it must not be an important god. It looks plenty important enough to me. Yeah, time for us to kill a god. Warayark. Our had always wanted to say this line. While wielding the dark flame, Li Shin Wu hadn't realized that had aroused the hot-bloodedness he'd had as a child. This was the last battle with the dungeon's boss. Chapter 42 Part 1. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 1. The protagonist awakens in the midst of danger and bravely defeats the final boss. He's embraced by the princess and then goes home with everyone. That stuff only happened inside comics, Li Shin Wu realized. Even though he'd gained a new ability, there was no guarantee that he could take down the final boss with it. For example, against the sun god Garuda in front of him. Hyurururururau. Huwerp. Whenever the black and golden flames clashed, it would let off a deafening roar, as if the sky itself was collapsing. The dungeon had already reached its limit. The explosions caused by the golden flames, which distorted and erased cause and effect, had an indirect effect on the dungeon, causing it to collapse. Gyark. Whereas Li Xin Wu was in the heart of these raging flames. Whenever he clashed with a Garuda, he would grit his teeth at the resulting shock. It had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, and had been contaminated by the undead curse. And because of its fight with the dark flame ghosts, its magic had declined. It was in the worst possible situation. Despite that, it wasn't being pushed back very far in a head-to-head confrontation with Li Xin Wu. Time remaining 317 seconds. 3 minutes had already passed. If he couldn't beat it by then he'd be completely screwed. If it was this tough fighting it while in the Titan, then how would he fare without it? He wouldn't get out of this losing just 1 or 2 lives. As expected of a level 9 Garuda. It's strong. Really strong. Now that he thought about it, he felt the exact same way when he'd first met the Archmage. One didn't level up purely through an accumulation of stats, one needed to achieve enough feats as well. Had completely changed his way of thinking to reach level 8, but the Garuda had also grown both physically and mentally to reach level 9, so much so that it was difficult for him to comprehend the difficulty. Li Xin Wu thought he'd be able to defeat such a high-level entity by just matching its stats, but he was wrong. Jilululululu. Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth, as if to dispel all his hesitation, and thrust his sword. His sword, enveloped in flames, was threatening enough to instill a sense of fear in any strong foe, but the Garuda merely expelled flames from its body and took his greatsword head-on. It was always like this. Li Xin Wu was used to fighting against stronger foes, and swung his sword so that the Garuda couldn't dodge. However, the Garuda took his strike head-on, as if never intending to avoid his attack. Even if he attacked again, the Garuda wouldn't be hurt. The shining flames would be diminished for a mere second. They would return to full strength in but a moment. I can't even inflict a little damage to it like this. During their 3-minute-long clash, Li Xin Wu had come to a realization that it didn't move its body to fight, it only controlled its shining flames to fight. The shining flames, which enveloped its body, was both a perilous shield and weapon. It would naturally change the shape of its flame to match Li Xin Wu's attacks, and it could effortlessly change from offense to defense. Thus, Li Xin Wu realized that it was far greater at handling its innate element than he was. Most of its stats are probably in magic. It's completely optimized for fighting with its element alone. But there's one saving grace, that maintaining its shining flame drains its health and magic simultaneously. As Zenon had said before, the Garuda had transcended its physical body, and was halfway to becoming a spirit. Therefore, its fighting style resembled that of a spirit using an element, rather than a living being with a physical body. And whether its power came from natural law, magic, a natural element, or an innate element, its shining flames was an almighty ability that erased everything and anything. He could understand why the Magic Emperor had imprisoned it within a barrier rather than fighting it. Rather, Li Xin Wu thought, you're lucky the barrier lasted so long. It was a conceptual barrier that could not be erased by the shining flames, so if he were to fight against the Magic Emperor, then he'd need to prepare some countermeasures. If he could survive, that is. Hup. The Garuda seized the opportunity, unleashing dozens of shining flame spears, but with one swing of his greatsword, Li Xin Wu was able to repel them without much difficulty. Although his sword swing looked simple, It was actually quite complex. He loaded his dark flame into the magic wavelength and moved inscrutably, repelling the shining flame. It was a shocking sight, but Li Xin-Wu, who had managed to do such a feat, just gritted his teeth in fury. We're still at a stalemate, even after all this. Now that he could use level 5 high-rank dark flame, he remained unscathed, but he had a time constraint. He had 280 seconds left before his time was up. He had to kill the Gerudo within that time. There's a way I can beat it, though it pisses me off that it's similar to what the Emperor came up with. If he could, Li Xin-Wu would've wanted to defeat it head-on with his dark flames. Since there was no better opponent than a foe of equal strength to test out and develop his innate element. But that was a miscalculation. Had promised himself that he wouldn't get conceited when obtaining great power, but he had been conceited ever since he thought he could beat the level 9 divine bird head-on. He was a level down, and had just obtained an innate element. He had just realized this fact. Fine. I'll throw away my useless pride, and return to who I used to be, someone who does anything to win. Can we really call this guy the Sun God's hero? Li Xin-Wu hadn't been wasting time. He had been observing the Gerudo's shining flame ever since it had fought against the dark flame ghosts. And as a result, he concluded that the way to win was extremely simple, unrefined, and somewhat pissed him off. So what is that simple and unrefined method? I'd appreciate it if you let me in on it, since I'm in the sword you keep smashing into it. Fine. Let me explain. The shining flame was both a fusion element and an innate element. Thus, the price for using it was high. The more the Gerudo, which was specialized in magic, expelled such flames, the more it exhausted its magic. In other words, all he needed to do was make it use up all of its magic. He could easily kill it if he just waited until it wasted all its magic. That's probably what the Emperor was hoping for when he created this barrier. Although it had recovered its energy through the undead curse, everyone knows that if we spirits use up the magic that makes up the source of our existence, then we die too. That thing's too strong for me to kill it with any other method. Li Xin-Wu couldn't hold back and yelled. Likewise, Zenon lost his temper. Zenon gritted his teeth and asked, "So how exactly are you going to go about this? At this rate, your armor will give out before its magic does." "Who? You're clueless. Everything I've done was to gain momentum." If he continued on like this, he'd never beat it. However, Li Xin-Wu still had a card to play. His innate skill, Wild Card, which had gained upon leveling up, that combined all of his offensive skills. If you had something like that, you should've used it earlier. Shut up. This skill isn't easy to use. It won't unleash its full power just because I want it to. I wanted to beat it with just my innate skills, but I couldn't activate Wild Card before. I needed time to gather info while I clashed with it. Wild Card, as its name might imply, transcended the limitations of active and passive skills. Thus, it was a skill that buffed all of his actions. Strictly speaking, he had constantly been using it up until now. Whenever Li Xin-Wu swung his sword in an attempt to harm his foe, his attack would become much faster and more powerful than before. And it was all because of this skill. Lightning Sprint, Lightning Shadow, and Bursting Thunder, all his high-rank combat skills dwelled within this skill. Thus, their buffs were included as well. But unlike them, he could use Wild Card with any element. But that's ultimately just the basic property of this skill. That's why it doesn't work unless I'm using my active combat skills, or using an element at the same time. Not only did it fuse several skills in order to explosively increase his offensive and defensive capabilities, but whenever he attacked, he could swiftly switch from a skill to an element. That alone made it an amazing ability, but that wasn't its true value. Wild Card Innate Skill LV1. The most offensive of the Joker's cards used to engrave their existence onto the world. When you're in a pinch, all of your abilities are fused together, allowing you to perform an almighty act, which can surmount any obstacle, regardless of the circumstances you are in. All of your stats, characteristics, and skills are fused together, and that power is amplified. This skill grows when presented with a clear, indisputable victory. In a game, a wild card could change into any other card, but the fact that it could change wasn't very important. What was important was that one could win as a result of its change. Therefore, wild card didn't give him a method to achieve some result, but would lead him to the result itself. In other words, it would lead him to victory. So, in other words, you win just by using it. Isn't that the strongest skill there is? You still don't get it. Nothing is free. Every skill had a price, and wild card was no exception. In order to be victorious in a game, one must first understand the game. There are 4 conditions to fully activating wild card. Understanding his abilities, understanding his enemy's abilities, understanding the situation he and his enemy are in, and understanding the win condition, the game's rules. Missing any one of these would make the wild card a half-assed skill. Like Li Xin Wu's battle with a Garuda. Then, can you use the skill to its fullest now? Yep, probably. Normally, he would have to use his innate element, which was a match made in heaven with wild card, Dark Shadow, to reverse cause and effect a few times to keep things going smoothly. However, his foe had such a specialized power that it had taken this long to set up the game. But if he were to defeat the Garuda and obtain its shining flame as well, things would be different from now on. He would possess 3 innate elements. He was happy just thinking about it. Now then, he didn't need to, but Li Xin Wu decided to say it out loud to signal the start of his comeback. Wild card. Yoruk. Li Xin Wu's greatsword rushed towards the Garuda a second time. The Garuda snorted, as if saying it'll be the same, no matter how many times you try, and ignited its shining flame. At that moment, Li Xin Wu's combat sense, assimilation, Marner Bone, soul-seeing eye, dark flame, rule of bone, bone armory, high rank, regeneration, Marner acceleration, acting, disguise, and instigate skills simultaneously activated. Yorurururuk. The world was instantly filled with a dark flame-covered greatsword. It wasn't a figure of speech. The vast dungeon clearing was filled with countless greatswords. These greatswords, armed with dark flame, the only power that could erase the shining flame, radiated darkness at their edge and aimed at the Garuda. The Garuda was flustered and widened his eyes, yet it still ignited its shining flame, burning all of the greatswords. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds, no thousands of dark flame swords rushed towards it. I've already seen through all your abilities. Erase them all, if you can. Kikuo. Li Xin Wu was still encased in the golem, with dark flames violently blazing atop it. The Garuda was furious, and expelled shining flames in every direction, as if saying, I won't lose. However, the golem before it remained unscathed. No, it looked a little closer than before. The show had already begun. Chapter 42 Part 2. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 2. QKR. How did this human's power increase so suddenly? Had he been hiding his strength all this time? The Gerudo, surrounded by dark flame greatswords, looked around and couldn't hide its panic. Kikuo. Next, though it expelled its flames in every which direction, and managed to melt the greatswords, more greatswords would take their place and attack it. Each and every greatsword was tinged in dark flame, so the Gerudo could not oppose them without its shining flame. At first, the Gerudo thought it may be a hallucination, but there was not a single person in the world that could fool it, the master of the shining flames. Just in case, it allowed one of the greatswords through, but was met with agonizing pain. Li Xin Wu's dark flame was much more powerful than the dark flame ghosts, so the Gerudo immediately released its shining flame and erased the greatsword. However, it had taken considerable damage in the process. Dwariarch Kujiar. Who? There was only one thing it could think of. Either he had way more magic than it did, or he was supplying himself limitless mana through some unknown means. But what about the Gerudo? It had just awoken after hundreds of years of imprisonment, so its body was in terrible shape. Its body had been contaminated, its mana hadn't recovered properly, and it couldn't use any of its other authorities, aside from its shining flame. A few more attacks like this, and it wouldn't have enough mana to even produce its shining flames. Kuruk then. What should it do? It obviously had to run away. If it ran away at full speed, a human wouldn't be able to follow. The Gerudo still hadn't figured out just how fast Jin was. First, it would run away, somehow replenish its mana, figure out the human's abilities, and then form some countermeasures to them. Yeah, that would be the rational decision. But because the Gerudo's mind and body had been corrupted by the undead curse, it made the exact opposite call. It unleashed even greater flames, burning away the greatswords, and then charged at the Titan. Kuvatharthark. Nice-looking flames you got there. It was level 9. Although it was standing on the precipice of life and death, there was no way it couldn't kill a level 8 human. On the contrary, if it were to kill him and then absorb his mysterious mana source, it would soon be restored from this corrupted state. Its mind was filled with violence, void of any reason. The Gerudo looked like any other undead in the underground empire. The Gerudo had barely kept itself together before, but had completely snapped after fighting Li Xin Wu. Good. On the other hand, Li Xin Wu couldn't stop himself from inwardly smiling. After had analyzed both his and his enemy's environment, he had activated Wild Card, which was definitely working. Once had activated the skill, had anticipated the Gerudo's response, its panicked state, and even its current action. By using Wild Card, everything was going according to his script. This skill, Wild Card, turns a limited space into my stage. It sets up the situation, causing my enemy and the circumstances to go in a certain direction, a direction in which I win. I'm the only main character here. Honestly, his innate skills, e.g. disguise, instigate, acting, etc. weren't suitable for battle. Regardless, Li Xin Wu had used those skills resourcefully or forcefully to overcome danger. However, they weren't meant to be used to attack the enemy. But when Wild Card fuses all of his skills together and amplifies them, the Joker's innate skills become the most powerful skills in the world. The clearing, filled to the brim with greatswords, was a good example of this. Those were mostly created with his disguise and acting skills. To be frank, they were all falsities that only he and the Gerudo could see. If I can make them think it's real, then it supplants what's actually real. Moreover, it's gotten hit by one of my greatswords already, so it's already afraid. Normally, it would be impossible to use his disguise, acting, and instigate skills on such a large scale. But it was made possible by his wild card skill, which made the entire area his own, amplified all of his skills, mixed and matched them, and activated them. You can't act without the proper stage. Wild card sets up the perfect stage for me, and when I, the actor, sets foot on that stage, the play begins. Of course, not all of the greatswords within the clearing were fakes. A few of the swords had been created by his bone armory skill, so some real weapons were mixed in with the fakes. And when the Garuda had tested to see if it were hallucinating or not, Li Xin Wu had used a real greatsword. Once it pierced its body, true dark flame erupted from the blade and caused a grievous wound. Kajiark. You really think you'll be able to burn all of these with those measly flames? You need more. As a result, the stage was set. The Garuda thought all of the greatswords were real threats, so it was burning each and every one of them with its flames. While Li Xin Wu had barely used any mana, the Garuda was releasing its shining flames over a wide area, so its mana was draining fast. Thus, the once close battle had completely turned in his favor. It might be different if the Garuda could reabsorb its mana, but it wasn't a complete level 9. Moreover, Li Xin Wu was dominating the mana in the entire area as wild card had increased his reach, so he was gradually strangling it. It hadn't even been 3 minutes since he'd used the wild card skill. He had 140 seconds left before the Titan deactivated. Yet the flames that enclosed its body had become pale and diminished significantly. Plus, its form looked clearer than before as well. Its half-rotten eyes looked into Li Xin Wu's eyes. Its hostility, anger, and regret were reflected within those eyes as it couldn't defeat him. Who? Now you're starting to look at me. Kikiuo. Originally, its golden body must have been beautiful. However, the many years spent trapped here caused its skin to split, and the undead curse caused his body to rot, blackening its body here and there. That was the biggest cause of its rapidly dwindling intellect. It had been imprisoned by the Magic Emperor's barrier, and was corrupted by the Undead Emperor's curse, so the Garuda was just an unfortunate victim of the strife between the two. It was quite pitiful, but directing that anger at Li Xin Wu would do nothing but inconvenience him. If you even have a shred of reason left, then we shouldn't have to fight. You would've looked a little cool if you went raising your greatsword. It seemed as though Zenon had also figured out Li Xin Wu's personality by fighting with him, as he retorted like Jin would. But what he didn't know was that if the Garuda really did have any reason left in it, then Li Xin Wu would've sent it to the surface to wreak havoc onto the Emperor's forces. Li Xin Wu thought about wanting to see the Emperor's face at least once, and simultaneously thrust with his greatsword forward. His strike was reinforced by wild card, allowing it to surpass all limitations. He was able to cut through the weakened shining flame shield like a hot knife through butter and severed one of its wings. Critical hit. Dark flame steals your enemy's strength and magic. While you have the dark flame active, strength is increased by 150 and magic by 350. You have acquired the fusion element. Beginner Shining Flame LV1. Magic has increased by 20. He had completely severed one of its wings. The severed wing fell from the sky, the dark flames engulfing and vaporizing it on the way down. Then, he felt the Garuda's strength wane while the Titan's magic increased at long last. His dark flame had absorbed the shining flame and destroyed it, resulting in him acquiring the shining flame. Kyugyuwuwu. The Garuda, losing one of its wings, let out an agonizing cry that threatened to blow up the dungeon. No, it actually happened. A high-level monster and a titan had clashed, so the dungeon had begun to collapse on the inside. But its cry was the straw that broke the camel's back. The ceiling and the walls began to break. The dungeon's collapsing. No, more importantly, look over there, that giant bird and that giant greatsword. The size is different, but that's the greatsword that Sir K wields. Does that mean that that giant is K? Are the other members of the 12 generals almost here? No, even if 1 or 2 of the 12 generals do come, we still wouldn't be able to beat that. Moonlight fell upon the clashing Garuda and Titan, and the surrounding humans just watched in shock. They now had an audience. Everyone watched the several-meter-tall firebird and the dark flame giant fighting against it. It was like a reenactment of myth, and no one could do anything as they all just remained rooted in place in awe of what was happening in front of them. This is dangerous. Li Xin Wu had prepared his wild card in case it tried to escape, but felt a little nervous that it might go to waste. However, that didn't end up happening. On the contrary, its contamination spread even further with the loss of its wing. So a somber darkness came out of its body, simultaneously strengthening its magic and taking away all its intellect. As a result, the darkness and the shining flames mixed together, and the Garuda charged Li Xin Wu once more. Kaya Hai Arc. Darkness Har, that's good news for me. If it had stuck to its shining flames, then it would have lasted longer. But to think it would use darkness against him, when it couldn't even properly control it yet. In the process of reaching level 8, Li Xin Wu had completely mastered the darkness element. Yet, the Garuda was trying to harm him, not with a fusion element, but with a darkness element that naturally clad its body once it became an undead. That's funny. He snorted and took it head-on. Dai 1. Kyudu Wu. He raised his greatsword up high and swung downwards like lightning. As if copying the Garuda, Li Xin Wu's blade was clad in both dark and golden flames, half and half, but the power contained within was incomparably greater than the Garuda's flames. The power that's enveloping the golem's sword, it's mixing light and darkness together. It looks to be the stronger of the two. The humans looked up at Li Xin Wu's sword and yelled in shock. However, Li Xin Wu merely used dark shadow to mix dark flame and shining flame together. Now that the Garuda's shining flames had weakened was the perfect time for him to use dark shadow. Warrior. He warp. When Li Xin Wu's greatsword and its beak clashed, the Garuda's darkness energy flowed backwards and exploded. The explosion was both gruesome and beautiful, and the ground cried out once more. The Garuda's beak was broken into pieces, and its shining flames had dispersed. Lines of flames appeared from its head to its tail. Although it was corrupted, it was still a divine bird. It wouldn't forgive the greatsword for daring to touch its body and used its last remaining energy to burn it in an instant. However, it couldn't undo Li Xin Wu's strike, so it was cut in half. But it wasn't over just yet. Young spirit. H. Ho. Zenon was simply dwelling with Li Xin Wu's greatsword. He had been relaxing within it and watched the battle between the Garuda and Li Xin Wu as if he were watching a movie. But then, he suddenly heard someone initiate a conversation with him. "Am the child of the sun, the father of the flame. Garuda, I have a request for you, as one who has lived the same life as myself." To think, it was the Garuda, who Li Xin Wu had just cut in half and killed. That's right. Once the boss battle was over, the conversation with the soul event had started. Without Li Xin Wu at that 1T, and this actually says be cut in half and die. Chapter 42 Part 3. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 3. It's not over. Li Xin Wu narrowed his eyes. Although the Geruder's corpse had disappeared, it hadn't dropped any loot yet. He had a hunch as to why. Since a snow-white light rose from within the Geruder's body as it disappeared and was sticking to the Titan's body. When the greatsword melted away, Zenon immediately left the blade and entered the Titan. This peculiar phenomenon probably had something to do with Zenon. His assumption was completely correct. Zenon was busy speaking with the Geruder's final remaining will. Young spirit, could you inherit my will? Lord Geruder. In just a regular spirit following, this human Zenon was conversing with a part of the Geruder's consciousness. When it had realized that its body and soul were being eroded by the undead curse, the Geruder had torn a piece of its soul off and stored it away. Its soul was incredibly pure. Of course, not everyone could do this just because they were a high level. It was only possible for the Geruder because it had developed its innate element, the shining flame, and the light element to near perfection. The fact that I was able to meet you, one who wields the same fire energy as me, before I died in vain must be due to God. And if you've chosen that human as your contractor, then I will respect your decision. Is that so? The Geruder spoke amicably, but it just made Zenon feel a sense of awe and break into a cold sweat. It probably didn't understand Zenon and Li Xin Wu's relationship in the least. If that's not it, then it wouldn't be so calm. Zenon thought about it faintly, but he didn't say it out loud. If you have something you want from me, then please say so. His short interaction with Li Xin Wu was drawing attention to him. Right now, the right move was to just listen to what the Geruder had to say. This human, who you've entrusted your soul to, is incredibly strong. Moreover, he's realized part of the truth of this world at such a young age, so if he doesn't tread down the wrong path, then he should be able to correct the chaos of this world. Chaos you should already know. That curse, which was able to corrupt even I who had transcended death, came about due to mankind's unending greed. If left unchecked, the world is doomed. So long as your contractor hero doesn't correct it. That's right. The Geruder possessed some divinity, albeit weak, so it knew that Li Xin Wu was one of God's heroes. Hearing that, Zenon slightly tilted his head. Then why aren't you telling him this yourself? It's related to what I'm about to tell you. I will give you the power to erase anything, so if that hero treads the wrong path, then I'd like you to destroy him with your own two hands. Zenon could tell how earnest the Geruder was being, and just laughed inside. He doesn't think that that's actually possible, does he? However, the Geruder maintained its serious tone and continued. Your contractor's ability is exceptional. At such a young age, he not only reached level 8 but also possesses the ability to distort the truth. In my long life, I've never seen someone like him. He should be able to correct the chaos that plagues the surface and the underground. However, if he were to go astray, then it will result in unspeakable disaster. Yes, that's true. Now that Li Xin Wu was level 8, he considered life and death the same. And with his wild card skill, he could distort reality in a limited space. The Geruder probably didn't know this, but Li Xin Wu's innate element, Dark Shadow, was incredibly dangerous. The Geruder thought that Li Xin Wu's innate element was something like the fiery sands, Dark Flame Ghost's Dark Flame. And if he were to advance even further, what if he were to use that power for evil? The world would become even worse than it is now. He was right, of course. He's right, but I don't think this human will do something so troublesome. Moreover, contrary to the Geruder, he hasn't been affected by the curse, and can actually use the curse for himself. Zenon couldn't imagine Li Xin Wu straying from his path. If he had to be wary of anyone who had a dangerous ability and was talented, then there were so many more that he'd have to be worried about. After all, even the Garuda who had obtained divinity had caused a lot of trouble. Yet, he had the gall to say something like exterminate the hero, so Zenon was speechless. Regardless of the why, Zenon thought it just wanted vengeance against the one who'd killed it. What would Li Xin Wu, the contractor of the Spirit's Spring, say at a time like this? Li Xin Wu would keep his mouth shut and get what he could first. If he retorted, then the Garuda might leave, which would be such a waste. Zenon nodded his head and the Garuda continued in satisfaction. Of course, you do not possess the power to oppose your contractor. So I'll give you what you need. I will instill my power into this golem that you currently reside in. So if the time comes when you must put him down, you just need to come into this golem. It will cause the giant to ignite the accumulating shining flames inside itself, and even your contractor won't be able to avoid death. I understand. And I'll give you my power as well. You will become my successor who wields both light and flame. So if you continue to train both, then you will one day be able to use my innate element shining flame. I grant you this authority for the sake of all spirits. So if you're in a situation where your own power is insufficient, then you should borrow their power to overcome it. So the Garuda did have an underlying motive for bestowing his power. He was giving him one of the Garuda's abilities, the power of light, which could sever all. It thought that if he was given this power, which could sever all connections if need be, then he wouldn't be controlled by Li Xin Wu. Then, young spirit, I hope you make the right decision. I hope that you use this power that I leave behind for the betterment of this world. The Garuda's remaining consciousness emitted a bright light and split into two. One went into Zenon, and the other was absorbed by the Titan. It forcefully raised Zenon's level and raised his body and soul to new heights. To be more specific, Zenon's karma exploded and he leveled up. LV8 Shining Salamander Zenon. That wasn't all. Zenon realized that he could now use the high-rank level 1 light element. To think he, who was born a fire spirit, would be able to use another element as well. The Garuda wasn't wrong when it said that he would be its successor. But what he gained wasn't purely positive either. The Garuda's will, which possessed divinity, had a huge effect on Zenon and planted a sense of distrust in Li Xin Wu. But it was the exact opposite of Zenon's original feelings, so he felt quite uncomfortable. Is this the price of thoughtlessly accepting a god's power? Yeah, that's not something you accept without thinking. He had forged an improper contract with God and become a magical girl. No wait, he was forced into becoming a hero. Li Xin Wu genuinely gave him some advice, and Zenon found himself nodding automatically but then asked in shock. Did you hear everything? Not everything, but most of it. If it knew that I was the one who made the Titan, and it was made of bone, then it wouldn't have done something as stupid as talking within it. Even at the very end, that asshole looked down on me. I think he did. He thought he'd lost to you because of his corruption. Of course, it was true that the Garuda had weakened, so much so that it was incomparable to its original strength, but had made a basic miscalculation. It hadn't realized that Li Xin Wu had used his ability to create a stage in which he could win against the Garuda. In other words, Li Xin Wu was way too talented. I'll take care of it, so stay still. Li Xin Wu looked squarely at Zenon with his soul-seeing eye. Immediately after, he used his dark flame and shining flame to cut out a piece of Zenon's body. Then, the unpleasant feeling disappeared. He was a little weaker, but it wasn't enough to lower his level. Li Xin Wu erased the Garuda's foolish will with his shining flames and absorbed only the essence within. The beginner shining flame skill has become LV3. Magic has increased by 20. With this, the negative effects of the Garuda's power disappeared from Zenon. He was going to erase the traces of the Garuda's will from the golem as well, but decided to leave it be, as he found that he could use it for himself. But Li Xin Wu found his experiences and abilities a bit lacking to properly study it. Moreover, he couldn't maintain the Titan Bone Golem any longer. Beginning to recharge heat. Time before fully charged 45 days. It's gotten a lot stronger, and the recharge time went down too. It's more efficient at absorbing heat now, which may be attributed to the reinforced dark flame's power of absorption. The next time I call the Titan, I hope I can combine all the flames together. Li Xin Wu gripped the Titan bone core, which released the Titan form and returned to its original size, and then sighed. The Garuda had engraved the shining flame deep within the golem. If he got more used to the shining flame and advanced enough that he was able to combine the shining flame and the dark flame together, then he should be able to develop the golem even further. To be more specific, he would be able to raise the Titan to level 9. After unearthing the dungeon's secrets, you managed to defeat the dungeon's master, who had managed to acquire divinity. You have acquired the title, He Who Challenges God. All stats are increased by 10 when battling against the divine. All stats have increased by 50. The rebellion skill has become LV6, and all stats have increased by 10. By the time Li Xin Wu had eliminated all traces of the Garuda, a message indicating that the battle was over finally appeared. He had just acquired an innate element, yet there was another headache-inducing word God that he'd have to look into, but more importantly, he had to collect all the loot. Lucky strike, you have acquired 681,993,040 Pirium. The lucky strike skill has become LV5. You have acquired the LV9 Garuda's wing bone and sphenoid bone. You have acquired the LV9 Phoenix feather. The bone reinforcement skill is not at a high enough level, so a change does not occur. You have acquired the LV8 God Sword of Light. Through the bone reinforcement skill, it changes into the LV8 Death God's Shining Bone Sword 3. You have acquired a LV7 Sunstone. Through the bone reinforcement skill, it changes into the LV8 Sun Fossil. No way. To think Lucky Strike would activate here. He gaped from gaining 700 million Pirium all at once. That wasn't all. Befitting a divine bird trapped underground for hundreds of years, it dropped such amazing loot, but Li Xin Wu couldn't keep his eyes off of one of the two bones, the Garuda's wing bone. Xin Wu, are you okay? Ho. Once he'd confirmed that the battle was over, Jin had flown over to Li Xin Wu, but for some reason, he felt a chill and started shaking, as if he felt the pain that was to come. Chapter 42 Part 4. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 4. The Pope and the Evili General had requested reinforcements from the other religious orders and the palace at the same time. However, the Evili General delayed her reinforcements as long as possible. The Pope saw through her scheme and had asked the other religious orders for assistance in saving the hero K, which turned out quite well for him. In the name of the great God, we accept your call for help. It would be a waste to let the hero K die in a place like this. The great God has also taken an interest in that man. You came, Michael. It hadn't been long, yet the reinforcements from the great God, merciful God, and God of life religions had come. They had probably come after weighing their own interests, but it meant they, like the sun god religion, understood the severity of the situation. As proof of this, the great god religion had sent their top level 6 archbishop, Michael von Gurealit, while the merciful god religion had sent their level 7 paladin leader, Maria Eldalitz, widely considered the merciful god religion's deterrent against the 12 generals. The god of life religion had outright sent their entire paladin order, which consisted of level 6s who specialized in defense. A level 8 dungeon. Now I've seen everything. But I want back down. Since the merciful God will watch over all, even if they worship another god, the God of life is the same. His grace extends to all creation, and all living beings have the right to struggle until the end comes. Huke. The Evili general, Sharina von Hegel, gritted her teeth as she saw the 3 religious orders ready to enter the dungeon without hesitation, despite it being a level 8 dungeon. If the level 7 Pope of the Sun God religion, as well as the paladin leader of the God of Mercy religion, worked together, then they might be able to save Kay from the level 8 dungeon, and if that happened, then the odds would be against the Emperor's side, or more specifically her, who was responsible for this area. Recklessly entering the dungeon is dangerous. As one of the 12 generals who protect all the citizens of the Empire, I cannot let you enter the dungeon without His Majesty's explicit instruction, so long as it has become a level 8 dungeon. Sorry, but our hero is still fighting even now. We're just going to go in, save him, and come right out. You'll provoke the monsters inside more than is necessary if you go inside. You must go inside only after we've established a line of defense. Those who heard her shook their heads. Her ability to escape reality was on the level of an innate skill. You're still uttering such nonsense. A line of defense? What do you think a line of defense will do against a level 8 dungeon? What you're trying to do is so obvious that it's distasteful, Evili General. If that's the case, then why hasn't the palace sent any reinforcements when it's so close to the capital? It makes no sense that our reinforcements arrived before yours when our religious orders are so far apart from each other. The merciful God religion's paladin leader, Maria Eldalitz, said harshly. Although the other religious orders weren't pleased with Kay's increasing fame, they decided to overlook it and agreed to work together in order to cut down the Emperor's authority. Moreover, there were rumors that Kay had become level 8, so someone as powerful as him may eventually be able to oppose the Emperor head-on. They couldn't lose someone so valuable here, no matter what. Quang. At that moment, the dungeon exploded. Those arguing were shocked and looked back. The dungeon began to collapse and the hot flames melted the ceiling, exposing the dungeon's interior. A giant firebird and giant were clashing against each other. That's the dungeons collapsed. More importantly, those are that giant bird and giant. What exactly are they? As they went within range of his wild card skill, they didn't see the countless greatswords, they merely saw the 2 of them confronting each other and igniting their flames. But that was plenty. The flames, they've been sublimated to the realm of the gods. The sight of the dark flame and shining flame clashing, exploding, and then vaporizing each other several times was overwhelming, regardless of whether they were fighting or not. The other religions, as well as the Evili general's troops, reacted similarly, but the members of the Sun God religion, they, who could wield fire, albeit weakly, instinctively knew what the firebird and giant were, which shocked them. A greatsword the size is different, but that's definitely what Sir Kay wielded. Then is that giant Sir Kay? Impossible. His flames have sublimated into something greater than mere flame. That's the power of a god. 2 gods are fighting against one another. Is that real? Kay? He knew that Kay was strong. He also knew that Kay was hiding something. However, Head never thought that Kay was actually involved with a sun god. The Pope just thought that Kay had some ulterior motive and was a clever individual that fit well with them. However, it's blinding. A truly blinding power. What else could you call that other than the sun? The Pope let his thoughts be known. Of course, Li Xin Wu's Titan used dark flame as its main element, but Head added the shining flame that Head just acquired to his greatsword. And with his dark shadow, he had reversed the dark flame, coating both his greatsword and body in golden flames. Whereas the Garuda had, at first, expelled shining flame, but was now gradually being enveloped in darkness. It looked like it was currently encased in blackened flames. Their roles had completely flipped. Sir Kay really was sent by God. How even those from the other religions were speechless at the overwhelming sight. The merciful God religion's paladin leader, Maria Eldalitz, focused on Li Xin Wu's transcendent element. As she was strong herself, she, more than the others, knew just how impossibly strong Li Xin Wu currently was. And the Evili general, Shurina von Hegel, was no exception. But the way she reacted was different from the others. Are the other 12 generals not here yet? No, 1 or 2 of them won't be enough to deal with that. There's no need to call reinforcements anymore, Evili general. At some point, the Sun God religion's Pope had approached the panicking Evili general. He was briefly captivated by the Titan, which exhibited greatness almost in line with the Sun God himself. But he got a hold of himself, and looked more energetic than before. He was confident as he smiled at the Evili general. It was the face of someone sure that God was by his side. Since it looks like Kay can deal with it himself. How foolish. That giant cannot be controlled by man. How can you be so sure that that giant won't attack us? Har. I suppose you can't see it. But we've spent so much time with Kay that we see it clearly. Very clearly. That's impossible. That's right. Although Head changed into an enormous Titan, his moves were synonymous with Kay's, who they'd spent more than a month with. It couldn't be controlled by man. No, if that were true, then they wouldn't need to be afraid, since it would just be another powerful monster rampaging about. The reason they were in awe of Kay's new form was because he had full control of that tremendous power and was sublimating it with his own abilities. Kay had become the true master of that power. O Sun God, please grant your blessing to your loving children. And I thank you for your never-ending grace of sending him to us. After Head shut up the Evili general, the Pope quietly prayed to the Sun God in thanks. No believer of the Sun God could bear witness to the sight and stay still. The Sun God's child was using his flames to exterminate the wicked flames that surged from beneath the ground, so they couldn't be a believer if they couldn't recognize their God's flames. Oh, ooh. Sir Kay is swinging his flaming greatsword. He's clashing with a firebird. Run away, the heat's spreading. You are. The heat from the battle intensified. When the Garuda and Titan landed their final blows, the shock created a wavelength of mana that surpassed mere heat and spread throughout the entire area. However, they were completely oblivious to the fact. But this heat is ooh. The others, aside from the Sun God religion, were shocked and avoided it, but the Sun God's devotees didn't move, as if they had been given a revelation from the Sun God himself. They couldn't oppose such heat. However, when they were struck by the heat, they started glowing with hot mana. The heat hadn't harmed them. Rather, it had stimulated their own mana and strengthened it. Fire is burning bright within my body. The Sun God is blessing us right now. No, this is Sir Kay's blessing. Surprisingly, there were level 6 paladins and priests that grew to level 7 as a result. 3 of them had leveled up at that. Those who hadn't found that their fire element and resistance had increased, and there were those who gained stats, a new title, and even a new skill. The Sun God. That man is undoubtedly the Sun God. Who the Pope was no exception. While he hadn't leveled up, he had been stuck as a high-rank level 7 for the longest time. But the heat had caused several skills to level up, and with his newly acquired title, his stats had increased significantly. He was shocked. He had long thought his advancement was hopeless, but now the path was wide open for him. I'm glad no one has died. While the members of the Sun God religion took control of their newfound power, the others were speechless at their sudden increase in strength, which had more than doubled collectively. Then, Li Xin Wu came out from the explosion. Of course, this was after the Titan was released. Hello. I told you I'd leave after I cleared the dungeon, but you called reinforcements anyway. You didn't need to. Har har. Ah har. You're right. You always say that, so I had no way of knowing whether you were telling the truth or not. So I ended up doing something I shouldn't have. The Pope couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Li Xin Wu greeting him from atop a winged horse. The emergence of a level 8 dungeon, the advent of an absolute boss monster that couldn't be overcome, the giant that fought against it, and the flame of flames. The Sun Gods, believers, had also awakened from just watching the mythical battle. Those were all unbelievable events, yet Li Xin Wu, the source of all this, looked exactly the same as before. I've never lied to you before. I'm a bit sad that you thought that way. Li Xin Wu's statement only caused the Pope's smile to widen further. He wanted to bow down before Li Xin Wu but barely stopped himself. As he requested, the Pope decided to remain as a traitor, an equal, and replied, "Don't worry. I'll believe everything you say from now on. There's no one I trust more." Good, that's plenty. And having an audience was kind of nice. Was the Pope satisfied? Li Xin Wu grinned. Then, he nonchalantly dropped a bombshell that would surprise all the surface dwellers. I've taken care of the tail end of the darkness that comes from the underground. You need an audience for a moment of history like this. Chapter 42 Part 5. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 5. Li Xin Wu wanted to put everything aside and just collect the loot, but now wasn't the time. By killing the Garuda, which plugged up the hole, Li Xin Wu had allowed the underground curse to leak from the partially destroyed dungeon. First, Li Xin Wu placed all the perium, the wing bone, the sphenoid bone, the phoenix feather, the death god's shining bone sword, and the sun fossil into his inventory. After that, he called the Pope's party over. The Evili general eyed Li Xin Wu as if she were going to kill him, but everyone else looked at him with admiration. Sir K, you truly are amazing. I could feel the power of a god. The Sun God must have chosen you to represent him. I would like to duel you someday. He could understand why the believers in the Sun God were acting so ardently towards him, but he was taken aback by the reactions of the other 3 religions. They worshipped different gods, so he thought they'd ostracize him, but the power he'd displayed had broken down all barriers among the religions, and they looked at him with pure reverence. Sir K, I admire your faith. Although the God you believe in is different from my own, that determination of yours is something to admire. I'd really like to learn that sword or you used at the end. Oh, I'll teach you if I have the time. Maria Eldoletz, the beauty whose blonde hair was tied up, looked at him with a bright expression, which was especially burdensome to him. Seeing that, Jin began to feel worse and worse. You're so popular. You must be loving it. You're popular too. This isn't being popular. I've become a clown even though you're the Joker. That's right. Before, Jin had been considered just a strong horse that Kay rode on, but now that he had steel wings and could fly, the paladins were curious and were checking him out. After all, it was any knight's dream to fly in the sky atop a winged horse. So it wasn't just fast. Is this horse a divine creature sent by the sun god? A divine creature it probably is. I thought it was quite the beautiful horse before. Jin saw Maria Eldalitz flirt with Li Xin Wu and felt unpleasant, so he kicked the approaching paladins with his hind legs. The paladins misunderstood his actions and thought it truly is a divine creature that chooses its owner. The undead curse, huh? Do you think we can just leave it like this? Whereas the Pope remained the most calm out of everyone there. He and the Evili general knew how serious the situation was. He also knew why Li Xin Wu had prioritized exploring the bottom of the dungeon first. Yes, I should be able to do something about it with the power I just acquired. It's not power you already possessed. I'm telling the truth. Seriously. Har har. While teasing Li Xin Wu, the Pope exchanged glances with the great god's archbishop, Michael. Right now they were keeping the Evili general in check. If word got out that the undead curse had appeared at the bottom of the dungeon, a dungeon which was close to the capital and was managed by one of the 12 generals, then the emperor's image would worsen. They didn't know what the Evili general would do, so they were keeping tabs on her. Li Xin Wu soon saw what they were doing and understood why they were doing it. There's nothing to worry about. That woman won't be able to do a thing. If you say so. Yes. So long as another one of the 12 generals doesn't try and kill us. It wasn't the Pope that was startled, but the Evili general herself. Li Xin Wu grinned at her. There was a sharp edge underneath that congenial smile. The Evili, was it fair, quite beautiful. Roman, too, that's so. Now, get a move on while being mindful of others. So that those beautiful eyes don't get hurt. Okay. The Evili general shook. Those who saw her awkward movements instantly understood what was going on. She was hiding something, and that secret of hers involved being one of the 12 generals in some capacity. And Li Xin Wu had seen through it all. Is it a skill that lets her establish a target? It's quite unique, but it's easy to understand. At first, Li Xin Wu hadn't realized this, but he could tell with ease now that he was level 8. The Evili general's ability was a support-focused ability rather than an offensive ability. It was an ability that allowed her to target someone. She could share this ability with her allies, and it increased the likelihood of hitting the target and/or landing a fatal strike. It was a good ability for her own use, but its true value lay in its ability to be shared with allies. And Li Xin Wu felt the presence of a powerful foe waiting from afar. They were probably sharing the Evili general's targeting ability and specialized in long-range attacks. It's a nice ability, but killing her and taking that ability is pointless since it's a rank lower than my wild card skill, which allows me to control the situation in its entirety. Moreover, although its use was unquestionably simple, countering it was also incredibly easy. It would be easy for him to erase the targeting with his shining flame, or he could reverse the attack with dark shadow. No, he even knew how much damage they would inflict if he decided to tank the hit. But this was limited to Li Xin Wu alone. He wasn't sure he'd be able to protect everyone else. If that's the case, then he had no choice but to kill that general, the one lying in wait. but because that meant that he'd have to fight against the Emperor. He wasn't too happy about the situation. That's why he'd warned the Evili general. He basically said, if you don't want to die, then be good and follow me. As I thought, the Evili general is Protect Circe. He is currently carrying out God's will. Although she was a member of the loyal 12 generals, she had no reason to risk her life. She bit her lower lip and followed the group from the rear. This meant that she wouldn't try anything. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu smiled thinly and led the group into the dungeon. Due to the clash between the Titan and the Garuda, they were pretty much descending a rock face, but most of the people here were stronger than level 6. No matter how steep the slope, they could follow him with ease. By the way, if you find any loot, please pick it up for me. Understood. How can this be errant? These the bones of level 8 monsters. To think that there are so many of their bones laying around. But why are there only bones as loot? Even if they were the ones that killed the monsters, Li Xin-Wu had claimed ownership over the loot. His calmer would change the monsters' loot to bone, but bones already had a high drop rate, so they weren't really suspicious. With a paladin's help and his discreet use of Rule of Bone, he was able to collect the bones that had been left behind. Nice. Level 8 dungeons are on another level. It'll be close, but if I give him the Garuda's wing bone, then Jin should reach level 8 as well. Wait a sec. The Garuda's wing bone, you're going to give that thing to me? Hey, don't, what the hell are you thinking? Li Xin-Wu had been so focused on his fights with the dark flame ghosts and the Garuda that he hadn't noticed, but during those bloody battles, the level 8 Sola Scarabs had been climbing up from the bottom of the dungeon and died in droves. He didn't think that there would be that many of them, but he didn't know why insect-type monsters were so fearsome. Though they couldn't be compared to cockroaches, in which finding one meant that there were 100 more of them, but the Sola Scarabs had been breeding for hundreds of years at the bottom of the dungeon. Thus, there was a surprising amount of Sola Scarabs that had been in the dungeon. What if we had to kill all of these ourselves? In a sense, it might have been a tougher battle than the one we had with the Divine Bird. Once they arrived at the bottom of the dungeon and followed the path, they occasionally found some shaking Sola Scarabs that went dead. Since there was really no point in killing them, Li Xin-Wu allowed Jin or the members of the Sun God religion to kill them for karma. They were just finishing them off, so they wouldn't get much karma from it. Even so, they were still killing level 8 monsters, so either their stats or their skills would grow. There's nothing we can use these bones for, but they dropped quite a bit of Pyrium. So much that you could buy a city with it. Har har. I suppose the Lawrence shop won't need our support anymore. By the way, why did you accept Lawrence's help with your power? You should have been able to attain whatever you wish, regardless of his monetary support. It's the opposite. I'm helping Lawrence out. Since he's my friend. A friend, huh? Li Xin-Wu replied, but for some reason, some of the female paladins and priests turned their heads away and blushed. From their reactions, Li Xin-Wu could tell what the friendship novel that was being sold in the capital was all about and felt strange. A gay romance between himself and himself, that's impossible. We've arrived. This place is a home. How much longer did they go on like that? Soon, the group arrived at the hole that the Garuda had escaped from. The barrier had been broken into pieces and they could see the black energy leaking from within. The expressions of any priest that neared the energy darkened immediately, but when Li Xin-Wu extended his hand, they were okay again. What did you just do? I burned it away with a clean flame. But be careful. If you approach it without me, then you'll become undead soon. Undead. That firebird was undead as well. Because of this energy. Even that bird, which possessed a god's power, was affected by this energy. Yes. Li Xin Wu pondered briefly. Should we talk about the barrier that had originally imprisoned the Garuda? No, that would be a huge mistake. He shouldn't reveal any more information than is strictly necessary. When the Emperor gets word of his actions here, he'll become wary of him anyway. So there was no reason to reveal more information and make him an even larger threat. I don't know why the Firebird was here for so long. But I do know that if it hadn't been weakened and degenerated by this energy, then I wouldn't have been able to beat it. An energy that leaks from underground. We've experienced this in a few of the other dungeons. We can't hold onto the notion that they're turning into the undead naturally anymore. This is critical. The God of Life will not tolerate this foul energy. If you've found this kind of energy elsewhere, then I cannot overlook this. We'll have to mobilize all of our members and respond. They adopted grave expressions and chattered about just by watching the darkness energy leaking out. Even the Evili general was in a cold sweat. Why did the Emperor turn a blind eye to this until it became this bad? The golem network that the Empire is so proud of couldn't even pick up such clear signs that this was happening. I trust that you're not going to say that the Emperor left it here on purpose. The monsters aren't the issue here. If this energy reaches the capital, then the Evili general cowered at the interrogation. It would've been nice if they had managed to kill Li Xin Wu before all this was revealed, but Li Xin Wu had seen through her plan. Li Xin Wu clapped his hands and calmed everyone down. Now, let's collect some of the energy. We also need to form a barrier to stop the energy from leaking. A temporary one works too. It's no time to be going around abandoned dungeons and playing hero anymore. All eyes were on Li Xin Wu. The Evili general looked like she was about to cry. This is a holy war. A holy war between us and those trying to turn us into the undead. Thus, Li Xin Wu had become commander of the surface's undead resistance force in place of the incompetent god. Chapter 42 Part 6. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 6. Temporarily sealing off the leak went smoothly, as some of the members of the God of Life religion were skilled in sealing magic. Plus, the priests of the other religions supported them with their own skills and magic, so they were able to plug up the hole and prevent the undead curse from leaking. Li Xin Wu was surprised to see that, and was especially surprised at their ability to seal a portion of the curse into a small container with said sealing techniques. What a nice ability. It would've been nice if we were a tad bit stronger, but this is our limit. But at the very least, we were able to strengthen the seal with the help of your magic, Sir K. Thank you very much. The priests of the God of Life religion didn't respect the Pope, yet they were well behaved in front of Li Xin Wu. At this point, they were almost revering him, but Li Xin Wu decided not to let it bother him. Since his title as the Sun God's hero wouldn't be enough to unite all of the surface's forces in their fight against the undead. However, this was a good enough position to do start on that. Please don't forget what happened today. This awful Marna, you must not make light of this energy of death. This isn't something that can be solved by a few sacrifices. We all have to work together. I agree with K. I believe the Sun God sent K to us in order to deal with this threat. Please lend us your strength. I promise that each religion will be rewarded appropriately for their deeds. The Pope's attitude wasn't much different from Li Xin-Wu's, but there were differences in core areas. His words were swaying all those present, and it was also coaxing the leaders of the three religious orders as well. The three religious leaders nodded their heads. Of course. Pope, you don't even need to ask. We trust Sir Kay. It's a bit strange to say that we trust him. It's more precise to say that there's no reason for someone with such strength to lie to us. Hey, wait. It wasn't just reverence, but a full-blown religion. Li Xin-Wu was surprised and went into a cold sweat, as the situation had progressed so smoothly. Yet, the Evili General, Shurina von Hegel, bit her lower lip and gazed at Li Xin-Wu. However, she looked at him warmly. Her type, the one who couldn't hide what they were thinking, was so easy to trick. Of course, Li Xin-Wu was the swindler. If I can coax her, then I should be able to acquire some information on the other 12 generals. Of course, Rem was providing him with general information on them through the Golem network, but it would be different to hear it from one of the 12 generals themselves. Moreover, if things went well, he could learn more about the Magic Emperor as well. If he could, he'd like to know more about the Emperor prior to meeting him. You're thinking about something evil again, aren't you? No, I'm not. Initiating a sexual relationship would be best, but Jin's gaze was scary, so he decided against it. Looking at her now, he felt like he could control her if he just picked up one of her weaknesses. His relationship with her would go in a different direction from the religious members, which was worsened by the fact that she didn't think of him as human. Then, let's go back. You'll be really busy from here on out. If it's to stop the coming catastrophe, then we'll do whatever it takes. Q-Huk. They sealed the hole and were on their way back to the capital. The religions had broken down all barriers and became close. They didn't speak to the Evili General or her troops, as if they'd made a promise prior. What's worse, the soldiers were too weak to even enter the dungeon. They wouldn't allow the Emperor's forces to get in their way. Although they wouldn't be able to exclude the Emperor's forces in such an important matter, they would only allow them to join once the Emperor had acknowledged his mistake. And in the process, the Evili General would be subject to ridicule. To be honest, they had already considered her a corpse. At that point, Li Xin-Wu quietly spoke to the Pope. Pope, could you please leave her to me? I know you don't have a lover, but are you really going to go after one of the 12 generals? I know she's good-looking and all, but everything else is a trap. Sir Kay, there's no need for one such as yourself to desire such a dirty woman. A dog of the royal family is not fit to be by the side of one who can wield a god's power. The Pope reacting like that wasn't anything new, but Maria Eldeletz had, at some point, come over and was pissed. Her, the Evili General, and every other strong young woman had met were all the same. They couldn't hide their feelings. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly and said, "That's not why I'm approaching her. You never know what one will do when they're at risk of death. If possible, I want her to help us. We should be able to help each other out. I'm not sure if I've told you before, but I'd like to say it again. I'm glad we're not enemies. As expected of you, Sir Kay. You had such a plan ready. This won't do." The Shining Flames buff was way too strong, so they took it positively. Regardless of what he said, they should be glaring at him instead. Li Xin-Wu felt burdened by them, and did his best to avoid their gaze. When he locked eyes with the Evili General, she shrieked and turned her head away from him. Her mental state was so fragile right now that it'd break if he just gave her a slight nudge. "Let's get away from the general following us and then talk." That would be simple with the use of his wild card and disguise skills. Li Xin-Wu had successfully relayed his message, and the Evili general, who was at a loss, had cried and accepted his offer. After that, the party reached the capital and the various factions split and went their separate ways. Mr. Xin-Wu, you came back safely. Paul Zero, I'm so glad you're safe. You're even stronger than before. Of course I am. Sorry, but I think things will be even more hectic than before, so stop with the cute act for now. You can do it all you want later. I'd like to hear your report first. Li Xin-Wu, having safely returned to his residence within the capital, was met by Senior and Yi Jin rushing towards him. However, he somewhat cold-heartedly restrained them, and then learned of what had happened while he was away. Transferring the newly born spirits to the spirits spring was going smoothly due to Senior and the other spirits' efforts, but there was a problem with his shop. He had expected this, but someone was openly sabotaging his shop. Not only were there several people messing with his shop, but the key members of the Empire were discreetly aiding the Lawrence shop's competitors. But because Bisher Moon had mobilized his workers and taken certain precautions, they were able to weather the storm. But you should have nothing to worry about soon. Public opinion will side with us, and above all, the other religions will support the Lawrence shop as well. How did that happen? To put it simply, you could see it as all the forces, aside from the emperors, have joined a single team. Since the undead curse isn't just a threat to us heroes. That's not simple at all, Paul Zero. Mr. Xin-Wu, you're so amazing. He hadn't even told him about the innate elements that had acquired, yet Senior and Yi Jin's eyes were already sparkling. At this point, Li Xin-Wu barely realized that something was off, and as a result of his self-diagnosis, he confirmed that something was indeed wrong. When he leveled up, he gained the innate skill, Wild Card, which was always active. But it turns out that it not only buffed all of his skills, abilities, etc., but also had a hugely positive effect on all of his words and actions. In other words, it had evolved into a cheat skill. The skill really fits me, and my level as a Joker has increased, but still, what the hell is this? It seems like my level as a human has gone down. Li Xin-Wu felt a bit down and shook his head, but then, Jin retorted, who was the only one that had remained calm. Since this is something that he needed to hear, he was here too. But Xin-Wu, do you really need to rely on the shop anymore? If Li Xin-Wu added his dark shadow to his disguise skill, then he could reduce Jin's body to less than half. To be honest, he could do even more, now that he'd acquired Wild Card and Dark Shadow, but he was keeping that for later. Li Xin-Wu needed to prepare himself too. Yeah, I don't really need it since I've cemented my position as the hero K. But in the future, the Lawrence shop will probably be more beneficial to us than K's name. I beg your pardon. In talking about after we've eliminated the curse and have dealt with the trouble on the surface, it'd probably be difficult for us to return to our original worlds. So, we have no choice but to continue to live on the surface. You get me thus far, right? Yes, of course. The reason Li Xin-Wu was preventing the undead curse from spreading to the surface was not only because he didn't want his enemies to increase, but mostly because he didn't want to live in a world filled with death. That would be a stagnant world, unable to move forward. Yi Jin probably thought the same. But if we just protect the world, we lose out. I'm protecting this shop so that we have a way to enter the world without using force. Since money and status are the best for living happily in peace. and the shop lets us gain both. You were thinking that far ahead then. You must planned for me to be your representative a long time ago. Yi Jin seemed to be misunderstanding something and blushed in happiness. Of course, there was no way Li Xin-Wu thought that far ahead. Disguising himself as a merchant and figuring out the surface had done a lot better than expected, so had changed his objective. That's all, but for some reason Yi Jin was really touched, so he decided to just let her think whatever she wanted. In any case, we can just leave the shop as is. So what about the Red Moon? They're currently fighting against our moon shadow. That made sense. If Bishamoon were inside the capital, then there was no way he wouldn't know about Li Xin-Wu's return. He had felt it was strange that Bisher hadn't come to see him, but it seemed like he was busy fighting off the Red Moon. By the way, Mr. Xin-Wu, if we don't have to worry about the shop from now on, can I fight against the Red Moon too? If we have to move only at night, I can do that. I'll allow it once you've reached level 7. Anyway, I plan on going back down soon, so will you be okay? I thought about it, but there's a lot more I can do up here than down there. If you're not here, then I'll be here in your stead. Yi Jin had made her decision. Since she was drinking plenty of medicine because of his trickery, she would soon become strong enough to move around safely without fear. It might be tough on her, as her stats had increased while her skills had not, but her stats should supplement her long-range spear throwing, and if need be, her ability to run away are. What's wrong? It's nothing. Really, it's nothing. The Evili General, Shurina von Hegel's eyes would be a good fit for Yi Jin, but it was a little too late to be changing his strategy. After all, had decided to use her to gain information on the Emperor. Moreover, Li Xin-Wu had no taste in deliberately killing someone weaker than him, especially when they had no intention of harming him. If she were a monster, he would've killed her without any hesitation. I'll go to the secret shop later and see if there are any similar abilities or artifacts. So, right. At that moment, someone softly knocked on his mansion's front door. Could he really not become a noble? Li Xin-Wu shrugged his shoulders and stood up. We have a visitor. A really important one at that. Chapter 42 Part 7. Chapter 42. Sun God's Hero 7. End of Volume 10. The Evili General, Shurina von Hegel, entered his residence discreetly, as if she didn't want to be seen, and instead of giving Li Xin-Wu a friendly greeting, she said honestly, "The best way you can help me is by letting me kill you. You wouldn't be able to kill me, even if you brought all of the 12 generals. You're well aware of this, so you came alone, no?" "Yes." Li Xin-Wu grinned at the Evili General, who'd suffered a total loss. She had been watching him while hiding out of sight. Her eyes were so sharp that they resembled that of a killer's, but it wasn't surprising anymore, so he just ignored it. "Let's start with the situation you're in. I've heard. Apparently, you're in a bit of a pickle, right? Who do you think is responsible for all this skeuk? Anyway, you're right. I'm being watched. Me, one of the 12 generals. You have no idea how hard it was to sneak over here unnoticed." "Did she really come unnoticed?" Li Xin-Wu tilted his head, expanded his senses, and scanned the surrounding area. Nothing bad would happen even if she had been discovered, but as she said, no one had followed her, as per her title of as one of the 12 generals. At this point, she was almost crying, and Li Xin-Wu smiled softly. "It must have been tough on you. So, who can you trade for your life?" "I originally held the lowest seat amongst the 12 generals. As you well know, I possess a special ability, so I was assigned to every important battle. But because I didn't have enough strength to protect myself, I wasn't able to go very far. My subordinates suffered the same fate, and they're not in the best position right now. In other words, there was no one she could even sell out. This part made her swell with emotion, as her eyes brimmed with tears. Coercing her didn't seem like the best course of action, as she would be just more intimidated than before. Therefore, Li Xin-Wu decided to increase their level of intimacy first. Then let's talk. How much I can help you depends on what information you can give me. There's no rush. Why don't you drink a cup of tea? The Evili general felt slightly immoral for selling out her country, but Li Xin-Wu's tea was so warm that it made her forget the situation she was in, and ended up relying upon that warmth. Even if she was the lowest seat, she was still one of the 12 generals. She ended up telling him one or two things that he couldn't find out through the Golem network. Moreover, this new info mixed with his old info, giving him more insight. And there was something particularly interesting amongst the information. So the Emperor hasn't made an official appearance in years. Yes. The only ones who can see him are the 12 generals and a small handful of high-rank bureaucrats. But we can only see him at a certain time and at a certain place. I've never met him in the daytime. Learning about the Emperor's appearance was huge. Information regarding the Emperor was top secret, and Li Xin-Wu felt like he was really suspicious. Of course, His Majesty is a remarkable individual, so we have no idea what he wants or what he's thinking about, but those who slander his name are coming up with all kinds of false rumors. For example, the Emperor's a vampire. Something like that. Dar. The Evili general stiffened. Li Xin-Wu shrugged his shoulders and continued. He only operates at night, so anyone would think he's a vampire. So what is he for real? You'll pay if His Majesty finds out that you've put him in the same boat as the undead. He's a human. His complexion and even his manner are completely human as well. Despite that, the rumors that he's a vampire won't cease. Aren't you at least a little suspicious? Ugh. The Evili general stiffened once more. She was sensitive to any unfavorable remark made about the Emperor, as if she had been brainwashed. At that moment, an alarm rang in his head. The feeling got even stronger, so he scanned his surroundings, but there was no one here besides the Evili general. They just don't know how great His Majesty truly is and aren't aware of what's in store for them. His Majesty is an archmage and has realized something we haven't, so we cannot judge him. Hearing that, Li Xin-Wu had already considered the Emperor a vampire, or considered other possibilities that might apply. Before, when he'd gotten the report from Bishamoon regarding the Red Moon, he had been surprised by how bold the vampire had been. But if the Emperor himself was also a vampire, everything made sense. If that's the case, then God wasn't referring to the undead Emperor, but to the Shiz said that the Emperor had sought immortality. What if she was referring to the magic Emperor, not the undead one? Perhaps part of the reason for the rapid progress of Golem development was for that very purpose. And if that's true, then it explains the Emperor's current appearance, the immense magic he sensed from the Farof Palace, and the Red Moon, which controls the capital at night. Li Xin-Wu thought and scoffed. Their goals are completely different, but their means are similar. This is no laughing matter. As expected of brothers, the Crown Prince had banished the second prince hundreds of years ago. So Head thought that perhaps the current magic and undead emperors were different, but with what he knew now, he discarded all such thoughts. Li Xin Wu was sure that the surface and underground were ruled by the Crown Prince and the Second Prince respectively. Nothing else would explain their lunacy and obsession. But if that's true, then does the Emperor not care if the others become undead? Is that why he just left the death energy as is? But what if the undead underground were to invade the surface? It didn't make sense that he wouldn't have something prepared. It seemed fine for now, as the undead curse was the only thing surfacing, while the undead themselves seemed to have no intention of invading. But Li Xin Wu was confused about something. The undead had overcome their greatest obstacle by becoming the undead, so why hadn't the undead emperor ordered his forces to invade the surface yet? What exactly was stopping him? Was it armor steelworker Siegeld von Rietaden? Though they were forces independent of the emperor's, they only held one of the 12 general positions apiece. On the other hand, the emperor possessed the archmage, as well as the remaining 12 generals, so it made absolutely no sense that he couldn't come up to the surface because of them. But it's not like I can go and ask the archmage, "Hey, why aren't you guys going to the surface? Why aren't you asking anything else? Did you get everything you wanted? If not, then are you thinking about something that she can't answer?" At that moment, the Evili general who sat in front of him said something out of the blue. The mood, which Li Xin Wu had been controlling, had changed. What? This time, Li Xin Wu was surprised. Her body and voice hadn't changed, yet the quality of her magic had changed. Moreover, Li Xin Wu was somewhat familiar with that magic. He narrowed his eyes and voiced his assumption. "Darkness magic, Emperor. If you were that curious about me, then you should've come to see me yourself. You see, I hate incompetent individuals like the owner of this body, but I like people overflowing with talent like yourself. Indeed, whenever, wherever." Li Xin Wu raised his head and looked straight at the Evili general. He sensed darkness marner deep within the recesses of her eyes. It was an unseverable relationship that he must have made beforehand. Li Xin Wu had experienced this before. By giving one's name, an unbreakable link would be formed. And this link was formed between the Evili general and the emperor. So the Evili general was disposable from the very beginning. She had a chance, but she wasted it. The contract is absolute, but she didn't realize that. How unfortunate. The magic emperor spoke brazenly with the Evili general's face and voice and shook his head. Li Xin Wu snorted and simultaneously analyzed his manner. He came to an immediate conclusion. It was an innate element. Darkness, and probably the lightning element. It would be simple to call it the dark lightning element, but the dark lightning he felt from the emperor wasn't so simple. Lightning's speed, power, and conductivity felt like had developed it in a completely different direction. And it was probably what was allowing the emperor to perform such a feat. Do you all get such unique abilities when you reach level 9? Ho! You saw through my lightning bind with one glance. I suppose that makes sense. Since you managed to kill the divine bird that was on par with me. Now that we're at it, let me ask you something. How did you imprison it? He didn't ask because he was really curious. When he absorbed the Geruder's bone, head no then. But he wanted to ask a good question to buy him some more time. Oh, I thought you'd ask me about that. Was it because he was sure that he was stronger than him? The emperor answered happily. Perhaps the emperor was still underestimating him, he who had defeated the divine bird that had escaped its imprisonment. Its innate element responds when it recognizes external stimuli. If that's the case, then you make it so that it can't recognize it. If you prevent it from moving, then the next step is simple. You must felt it, but my power, lightning bind, is quite powerful in that regard, since you didn't even notice that you'd been affected yourself. Yeah, you're right. Li Xin-Wu hadn't been able to move his body ever since the Emperor had shown up. It would probably be easy to dispel with his innate elements, whether it be his dark shadow, dark flame, or his shining flame, but he was deliberately not doing so. If he did, the Emperor would just restrain him again. This space was already filled with the Emperor's magic. It might be different if he had been facing another level 8, but it would be difficult for even him to take control of a level 9's Marner. Did you spread your Marner all over the Empire? All the materials used to create the capital's buildings and roads are subject to the palace's approval. Each of those materials is saturated with Marna, which I can change into my own whenever I wish. No one managed to figure it out, so don't be so frustrated, Sun God's hero, K. Even Li Xin-Wu couldn't see through this elaborate trap. The wild card skill had its limitations. Li Xin-Wu couldn't break through the barrier set up over hundreds of years and see through the Emperor's Marna. Was this a level 9's power? Li Xin-Wu suddenly realized how wide the world was due to the Emperor's ability and unfathomable method of controlling the capital. Had heard from Kreischer that a magician's power would increase several times over within their workshop, but this bastard had turned the entire capital into his workshop. Do you have anything else you'd like to ask as a parting gift? I'll answer any questions you have. Why are you ignoring the undead curse at this rate? The undead curse will spread to the Empire. Ho! You're not going to ask if I'm a vampire or what not. Since there's no point, Li Xin-Wu declared. He didn't know how the Emperor took it, but he grinned and replied, "You must think it's so urgent, but that curse is still too weak. More people need to die to unite the Empire." Did he not get a report from Aramer Steelworker regarding the undead curse? The true power of the curse lies in its ability to kill the world itself, not just living beings. No, the Emperor, with his high-rank innate darkness element, should be able to absorb all of the curse's energy. If that's the case, then he could understand why he was speaking so peacefully. Don't worry. Everything is going according to plan. Humanity has been subject to danger a few times before, but each and every time we work together and overcome said danger. And every time, humanity dwindles in size and then repopulates itself. This is the way the world works. However, there's one problem this time. It's you. I was confident that with our golems, which are spread across the Empire, that we would know about all dangers and preempt them, but I didn't know about you, one who possesses enough power to clear a level 8 dungeon by yourself, beforehand. And because of that, my plan has gone a bit awry. The Evili general's face became wrinkled. It didn't fit a young woman's face, but for some reason, he didn't feel like it was strange. It must have been because of the mood. I thought long and hard before I came to see you, but I couldn't understand. I struggled and looked at all the possibilities, but there was only one answer I came to, though I couldn't believe it myself. Then, the Emperor looked straight at Li Xin-Wu. The words that came next, Li Xin-Wu would probably never forget them. You're a hero, but also an undead. God sent you like that, right, to spy on the surface and the underground. Chapter 43 Part 1. Chapter 43. Return 1. None can hide from me on the surface, especially if they're strong. But that wasn't the case with you. I formed several hypotheses, but none of them fit. Of them, there was only one remaining possibility, that you came from a place beyond my gaze. And that means you either came from another world or the underground. What an interesting deduction. You may think that you're the only hero here, but God has brought several heroes here from other worlds. No, he already knew that. After all, there were 2 other heroes on the surface right now. But unfortunately, God's summoning magic is too conspicuous. After the Golem network was created, I would find and kill any hero summoned on the surface, unless one of God's apostles secretly descended into the world. Wait a sec, the surface, not the underground. This is the first time I'd heard about it. So God had sent heroes to the surface rather than the underground in the past. Why? In order to defeat the Magic Emperor, who assumed complete control over the Empire. Of course, just looking at the Emperor gave him some idea. The underground empire wasn't the only problem. Both the surface and the underground had their fair share of problems. Who? The Emperor noticed that Li Xin-Wu was beginning to listen, sported a disgusting smile fit for a middle-aged man, and continued. God can no longer send heroes to the surface. Thus, you came from underground. Moreover, the barrier doesn't allow the living to pass through it, so you must be undead. But if you were one of the underground's undead, then you wouldn't have been able to leave him. Wait a sec. What he was saying was largely contradictory. On the outside, Li Xin-Wu acted calm, but he was actually quite shocked. The hell is this guy saying? Let's say that the Emperor was talking about the barrier under the assumption that Li Xin-Wu came from the underground. But what did he mean after that? If he were one of the underground's undead, then he couldn't have come out. Why not? They had gone through the trouble of turning themselves into the undead to pass through the barrier. So why couldn't they leave? But the Emperor spoke firmly and voiced his conclusion as if he were putting an end to Li Xin-Wu's many questions. So I thought about it. If God wanted to nurture a hero without being noticed by me, then she would call them underground and transform them into an undead so that they could go through the barrier. Am I right? Undead hero. Phew. Who? Not so relaxed now, Of course he wouldn't be. Since it was so laughable, that probably wasn't God's plan when she made him an undead. Had gotten it all wrong, yet had still come to the right conclusion that he was an undead hero. Li Xin-Wu couldn't suppress his admiration, whereas the Emperor, who couldn't know what he was thinking, raised a hand towards Li Xin-Wu and stretched out his fingers. Lightning bind, which restrained Li Xin-Wu's movements, got even tighter. Then he smiled in satisfaction. You fooled me with that disguise ability of yours. I acknowledge it. It's impressive enough that even I cannot replicate it, but you were much too rash and arrogant. That's why you failed. I'd like to ask one last thing. How do you plan on killing me? I don't know what you think of me, but I'm the one who killed that divine bird. You won't be able to kill me through trivial means. Who? You're still bluffing, even though you can't even move a finger due to my lightning bind. The Emperor smiled and refuted him. He must have thought what Li Xin-Wu was saying was ridiculous. It was called a divine bird long ago, but it was weakened by my barrier, the parasites, and the undead curse. You think I don't know that you could barely beat it by sacrificing all the sun god religion's paladins and priests? As he thought. On the way back to the capital, Li Xin-Wu and the Pope had conversed discreetly. If his abilities were revealed, then the Emperor would be more wary of him than necessary. So they would spread rumors that not only was the divine bird weakened, but that the sun god religion had sacrificed its paladins and priests to defeat it. Of course, he didn't doubt the Pope's abilities, but those rumors had reached the Emperor in just one day. Not only that, the Emperor completely fell for it. Did the Evili general not properly report to him? No, the emperor probably thought that she was exaggerating his abilities to save herself, and may not have completely trusted in her report. Then that means that innate element, lightning bind, was nothing more than the ability to connect himself with someone else whenever he wanted. This means he can't read one's mind, see the past, or get notified if something doesn't make sense in his domain. Its power was incredible, yes, but compared to his other innate elements, which could affect cause and effect, Li Xin-Wu felt like it was weaker. Was Li Xin-Wu the only one who thought that way? Perhaps the emperor hadn't even completely mastered the darkness element. It looks perfect, but this guy's information network is full of holes. It's fine, now that I know. Then again, the only thing he could interfere with was the status quo, so had so diligently created golems and spread them across the empire. Moreover, it seemed like the emperor wasn't yet aware that Rem had taken control of those golems, so he couldn't help but laugh. No one other than Li Xin-Wu could have thought up something like this. With this, however, Li Xin-Wu was already above the emperor. What the emperor said next was proof of this. Shall I tell you what the biggest reason you were discovered was? Someone with the strength to match a divine bird couldn't have been so easily ensnared by my ability. You're the hero who defeated the divine bird one-on-one when you couldn't even resist my ability and are just waiting for death. Har. What a funny lie. If I die here, then it'll become rough on you. You shouldn't look down on the feelings of so many people. It wasn't a threat. He wasn't trying to buy time either. He didn't need to anymore anyway. He was just curious. Rumors of the dungeon and the undead curse were spreading throughout the capital. So if Li Xin-Wu were to die, everyone would suspect and hate the emperor. So what was he thinking? That's only temporary. Didn't I tell you before? As time passes, the people have no choice but to fall back on the palace, on the absolute emperor. Without you, the religious order cannot lead people. You must be sacrificed to maintain public order. Another simple answer. This so-called emperor placed way too much confidence in his power. He was speechless that a guy like this would be brazen enough to utter the word arrogant. Of course, he possessed such absolute power, which enabled him to control the empire. Moreover, had become a vampire and thus immortal, so he could understand why the emperor felt like he had nothing to fear, but it seemed like he still hadn't realized it. That nothing lasts forever in the world. If I had my way, I would have destroyed Lawrence as well, but there's no way a mere merchant can take your place. There should be no problem with just leaving him be. You shouldn't look down on Lawrence. Since I'm Lawrence. Har. I don't look down on people. I make my decisions objectively. And if I'm acting confident, then there's only one reason for that. It's because I am the emperor who rules over all creation. Having said his piece, the emperor tightly clenched his hand. The large quantity of mana enclosing Li Xin-Wu, the entire mansion converged onto Li Xin-Wu and exploded. And as a result, the emperor, the Evili general, was affected as well. She was dead the moment she'd picked Li Xin-Wu over the emperor. Sour. The magic explosion muffled all sound, and the entire mansion was vaporized. In its place, the darkness of the capital flooded in and filled the area to the brim. The only thing that proved that the Evili general had been here was her skull, and soon, even that melted into the air and disappeared. The wild card skill has become LV2. All stats have increased by 30. The beginner dark shadow element has become LV5. Magic has increased by 20. The acting skill has become LV21. Your acting can even fool magic. You have acquired the LV7 Evili General, Shurina von Hegel's skull. So in order to fool the Emperor, you're hosting a hero getoj here. Li Xin-Wu smiled at Plain, who had pushed her head forward over the counter and looked speechless. It's been a while. It's nice to see you, Plain. Har har. It's nice to see you too. Wait a sec, that's not what I want to say. Wow. That scary shop lady's talking so proudly. Was I able to enter because we formed an official contract? It's a really interesting space. So Li Xin-Wu, who is that woman? I sense divinity from her. That's right. Li Xin-Wu's entire party was in the secret shop right now. To be more specific, Li Xin-Wu, who'd sensed the Emperor's visit, had sent everyone else to the secret shop, then had spoken with the Emperor and come to the secret shop after. I can't believe you acted in front of the Emperor and managed to fool him. Well, that's my karma. And because he was using the Evili General's body, he couldn't control his magic perfectly, which is one of the reasons that I could deal with him so easily. That lightning bind element or whatnot didn't seem like it was at a very high level either. And what were his countless reasons? He had several ways of dealing with the situation, but had chosen Wild Card and Dark Shadow this time around. The Emperor said it, didn't he, that there was no way someone powerful enough to fight the Divine Bird head-to-head wouldn't be able to resist his lightning bind. He was right. The Emperor believed that he was restraining Li Xin-Wu with his lightning bind, but what he was actually restraining was Li Xin-Wu's armor. If Li Xin-Wu had completely understood the Emperor's innate element, then his armor wouldn't have been restrained by his opponent's magic either. The next step was easy. When he unleashed that magic explosion, I used Dark Shadow to twist cause and effect, focusing the explosive power onto the Evili General. I hid my body within the darkness, took the Evili General's bone, and then came here, to the secret shop. When one reaches the peak of the darkness element, doing something like this became possible. Li Xin-Wu waved his hand as if he were bragging. His hand softly melted into the darkness, flickered, and then returned to its original form. Seeing that, Plain shook even more. What's worse, you came without any permits. You shouldn't just come in here whenever you want with a Heaven Doors key. Well, it couldn't be helped. Since I don't have any permits left when he came to the surface, the Heaven Doors key had eaten all of his permits, and he hadn't gained any on the surface. If Yi Jin didn't have any permits left, then he would've had to use the Heaven Doors key to get them here. But if he did, the Emperor would've known. We're not going to stay for very long, so just look the other way this time. If I had been properly rewarded for my actions on the surface, then I would've had permits to spare. Nothing makes sense anymore. Li Xin-Wu looked at the grief-stricken shop owner and grinned. Then, he suddenly thought of something. The one thing the Emperor had said that had bothered him. Plain, I'd like to ask you something. I can't promise you that I'll answer it, but go ahead. Why hasn't the undead Emperor gone to the surface when he can supposedly go through the barrier by being undead? Plain's eyes became empty. Li Xin-Wu spoke even more forcefully. Can't you tell me at least this much? I deserve to hear it. You should already know the answer to that question, Mr. Xin-Wu. Plain responded with a bitter smile. Immediately after, she said something so simple and clear, the despondent truth. It's because the undead cannot move forward. Chapter 43 Part 2. Chapter 43. Return to but what you already knew this, Mr. Xin-Wu. That all the undead in the underground empire have stagnated. Even if they raise their levels, their existence won't change. There was no doubt about it. So, when she said the unthinkable, he fumbled with his words. But don't the undead have a clear sense of identity like the Archmage? Compared to most humans, he's much more Mr. Shin Wu. An undead's sense of identity or their intellect has no bearing on their true identity. It doesn't matter how rational or knowledgeable they are, having a clear goal doesn't matter either. Because the undead are irrevocably tied to the past, they cannot see the future. And they cannot even act in the present. That is their identity, which they cannot escape from. Li Shin Wu was struck by a dull shock. He could understand it mentally. That's exactly what individuality and identity meant. No matter how skilled one was, they couldn't go against their natural instincts. And to the undead, that instinct was stagnation. The undead didn't want to change. They wanted to stay in the same place and repeat things over and over again. Li Shin Wu could understand. At least he thought he could understand, but he really didn't get it. How can that be? The undead emperor is level 9. The Archmage is not only level 8 like me, but understands Marner much better than I do. What's worse, he knows spatial magic, so he can get through the barrier whenever he wants. It's because they've become undead. They must have stayed underground for far too long. They have become unable to go to the surface. They forever remember the day that they were banished, and they hate everything on the surface. They want to tear the magic emperor to pieces, but despite that, they wish to remain underground. You must accept it, even if it doesn't make sense. It's their natural instinct, just like eating is necessary for humans to survive. How pitiful. Li Shin Wu briefly thought that they did nothing wrong. They researched a way to get out, and made themselves into the undead, yet as a result, they were unable to escape and were trapped underground. How ironic. Come to think of it, God told me that I had to kill the emperor to stop the spread of the undead curse. She didn't say they might come to the surface, so stop them. Yes. For her part, she didn't lie to you about that from the very beginning. It was also something she couldn't hide from you. It was so obvious that Head forgotten at some point. Head stopped thinking at a crucial moment. No, Head thought that the fearsome undead weren't affected by logic and could do whatever they wanted. I can understand why the Magic Emperor wasn't worried. He should've gotten a report from Aramer Steelworker on the Undead Emperor's movements, so he would be sure that the Undead Emperor isn't going to invade the surface. That must be why the surface dispatched heroes at first, but then stopped soon after. Head finally solved the puzzle. There were still some mysteries he hadn't solved yet, but he could just look into those in the Underground Empire. Like the actual goal of General Siegold's anti-skull. What a pain in the ass. That guy's goal might be different from what I first suspected, Mr. Shin Wu. You're not thinking something strange, are you? Something like, I'll send all of the undead to the surface myself. Oh, nice idea, Mr. Shin Wu. And just joking around. Plain was startled and yelled. Li Shin Wu grinned and tried to calm her down, but it didn't work. She must have some deep-rooted feelings. When God made you into an undead, she granted you a little bit of divinity to erase the undead's identity. It was a desperate attempt on her part, but it worked a lot better than she could have hoped. But to think you'd be able to do the same with other undead as I thought. Li Shin Wu was talented in using the darkness element, and was even able to make the Pauls his subordinates when he was at a low level, making them freer than before. They prioritized his orders, but they had no other restraints. In other words, they weren't stagnant like the other undead in the Empire. They were freed from the past and were capable of moving forward. So I thought you might take the Empire's side and lead them to the surface, putting the deceased on the proper path. Huh, that sounds pretty cool. You wouldn't be putting them on the proper path, but on the path to ruin. It was a joke, of course. To repeat, Li Xin Wu didn't want to live in a world filled with death. But this plan showed him some actors that he could control on his stage. Since ancient times, there was nothing better than a foreign enemy to unite the people. If he controlled the situation properly, then he could lead it in a favorable direction for him. His vague plans, which had formed upon coming to the surface and acting as K, were being adjusted in his head. Har har. It's become quite interesting. Har har. Your ominous smile is making me shake all over. When he was level 7, he may have had some special abilities, but he was still at a much lower level than plain. But by reaching level 8, his existence had fundamentally changed. As a result, he became almost on par with God's representative, Plain. She still beat him in terms of pure magic and power, but he was ahead of her in terms of his authority. It seemed like Li Xin Wu was still unaware of this, but Plain had noticed. No matter how talented he is, or whether he was bestowed divinity or not, I didn't expect him to max out one of his elements already. It's much more surprising than learning a high-rank element, but what is his element I can't tell with just the energy it's emitting. Of course, she didn't say all that. She didn't want Li Xin Wu to be biased or conceited about his own abilities. He would continue to grow at a rapid pace, and if she said something now and affected that growth, then she wouldn't be able to take it back. All right, I get it. In the end, my job hasn't changed much. If you're willing, I'd like to hear what the job of yours entails. You won't tell me, will you? You can just watch and enjoy, Plain. Will I really be able to enjoy it? Jin, come over here. Why yes. Was she intimidated by the sight of them talking so intimately after they'd deepened their relationship? She acted close to him too, but she walked over stiffly, as if she'd forgotten all about that. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly and asked, "Are you still far from level 7? No. Not close if you look at my combat experience, but I achieved a lot of feats in the Underground Empire, so I gained a lot of stats. And as you know, I used a lot of the money I got from working as Lawrence's representative to buy medicine. You bought it, and I need about 1,000 stats to reach level 7. So you're still not there yet, but it's a relief. You're farther along than I thought." She had grown a lot, considering the fact that she had been at the tail end of level 5 when she came up to the surface. If the other heroes knew about this, then they would've wrung her neck. She had grown faster than he did when he was at her level. However, she's my own creation, so this much is expected. Li Xin Wu knew how diligently she'd been working. If she had just taken what he had given her for free, then she wouldn't have grown so much. To achieve a feat, one needed to be proactive, no matter how little it was. If she hadn't tried so hard, then she wouldn't have achieved it. And she probably hadn't been lax on her skill training either. She'd ground her bones to catch up to Li Xin Wu, if even a little. But Li Xin Wu was made up of nothing but bones, so it wasn't enough. You've nurtured another hero quite well. Plain, who was listening to their conversation from the side, was astonished. But Li Xin Wu shook his head, as if displeased. In case I had to leave Jin on the surface alone, I wanted to get her to level 7. But that damn emperor came looking for me and messed up my plans. So going back there isn't such a good idea, and though it's not ideal, I have no choice but to proceed like this. Why isn't it a good idea? In a sense, me dying is good for me. Li Xin Wu explained the current situation, as well as what he would do in the future to Jin, who was tilting her head, and the rest of his party. The Emperor destroyed the Lawrence mansion, fully prepared to take a hit to his reputation. My fame went up significantly, and the fear and animosity towards the undead curse increased as well. The person at the center of all that was killed, so everyone will direct their anger towards the Emperor. That's true. The Emperor said he was prepared for all that. He added that the people had no choice but to rely on the Emperor. And he was right. As long as things continued as they were, that is. But what would happen if I came out and said actually, I'm alive? Of course, the people would be happy, but that forces me into a fight against the Emperor. Since I came back to life, the Emperor will consider me his mortal enemy, and it'll become hard to move around afterwards, so it'd become really, really tough on me. But you said that it couldn't go on like this. Yeah. So I'll set up K's replacement. That's you. Hearing that, Jin looked extremely confused. But already Lawrence's representative Lawrence will come forward. Lawrence, angered by his friend's death, will do everything in his power to keep his friend's wishes alive. Together with you, who is both Lawrence's and K's representative. If we tell people that you're not just business savvy, but you were trained by K, have great power, and can wield flames, then wouldn't that make quite the story? It's such a great story that I feel like a story depicting the love triangle between K, Lawrence, and Izuna. Jin's false name will come out. Exactly. It'll draw people's attention. If that happens, then those who supported me will support you and Lawrence. You see, if they harm you, the successor to K's name and beliefs, then the Empire will break down completely. Honestly, that crazy vampire Emperor may damn the risks and try to kill Jin anyway. So, he would need to set up some countermeasures just in case. It seems like the perfect plan. However, Mr. Shin Wu, aren't there actually two huge problems with that plan? Jin, who was deeply absorbed by what he was saying, acting in Li Shin Wu's stead, felt romantic to her, pointed out some flaws in his plan, as if she felt really bad for doing so. First off, Lawrence is one of your names, Mr. Shin Wu. But you're going back to the Underground Empire, aren't you? From now on, Bisher Moon will become Lawrence. Not only has Lawrence never officially appeared, but through my influence, Bisher has become able to disguise himself freely, so he can play the part of Lawrence. Moreover, he can more freely connect the Lawrence shop and Moon Shadow together, so there's no better choice. Now that you mention it, but even you can't fix the second problem, Mr. Shin Wu. Go ahead. It's me. Li Shin Wu looked oblivious, and Jin ultimately looked at him with a half-crying face and yelled, I'm not as strong as you, and I can't wield flames. You even told me to get to level 7, but I couldn't even do that. Even though I tried my best. I really did my best. That's okay. That's okay. Li Shin Wu took out an artifact from his chest, and once he did, it drew everyone's attention. They had no choice but to pay attention to it. Phoenix Feather. LV9. Durability: so long as one ember remains, it self-repairs itself. Defense: 2500 3500. Element: Fire. LV8. Options: all stats increase by 100, magic increases by an additional 100, you take no fire damage, you take no critical damage, automatic health recovery, and level 8 fire is added to every one of the wielder's attacks. Special passive skill: Sun God's Breath. By storing enough fire mana, the wielder can concentrate the flames and discharge it whenever they wish. Special active skill Sun God's Blessing. When the wielder dies, the wielder can defy death once through the use of the flames that burn away cause and effect, and return to life. The one who revives through this effect receives the Sun God's Blessing. The soft dress boasted greater defensive capabilities than any of the armor within his possession. Plus, it increased one's stats by a crazy amount, and it would even add an element to one's attacks, increasing one's offensive abilities. It was the whole package, excelling in both offense and defense. It was the greatest inheritance left behind by the divine bird, the Garuda. What's worse, it was the first time God's representative, plane, had ever seen a level 9 piece of equipment. 1 Tien ground one's bones is a Korean idiom. It means to feel unbearable pain and or work incredibly hard. Chapter 43 Part 3. Chapter 43. Return 3. Why you're going to give this to me? Yep. Well, I'm not exactly giving it to you, but lending it to you. It was a level 9 artifact, so just giving it to her wouldn't have a good effect on her karma. He could barely even lend it to her, as the item's level was much too high, but by using his dark shadow and wild card skills, he was able to make up for her deficiencies. What, Mr. Shin Wu, this is the best item I've ever seen. How could you hand it out so casually? I pretty much have no way of using it right now, so I decided to give it to Jin, who can use it effectively. Plane, who was watching from the side, widened her eyes and tried to stop him, but Li Xin Wu just shrugged. Of course, Li Xin Wu was well aware of how amazing the phoenix feather was. It didn't matter that it was more geared towards women. If he were to absorb it, he could adjust it to a form that suited him. But that's the problem. I can't. With a little more study, his bone reinforcement rule of bone, or bone armory skills may evolve to even greater heights. However, that wasn't happening anytime soon. These skills wouldn't be able to alter an artifact that the level 9 divine bird, the Garuda, dropped. Still, do I even have the right to accept this? I'm scared. If something happens to me and I can't return it, then especially this special active skill, you can only use it once. But if I were to waste that abilities, why am giving you this item? Think about it. The Sun God's Blessing is ultimately the Garuda's blessing. But I killed the Garuda, so will that blessing actually benefit me? I don't think so. This was the truth. Though the Garuda had rotted away literally, it was still a level 9 divine bird. Even till the bitter end, it was suspicious and wary of Li Xin Wu, so there was a chance those feelings were stored within this artifact. It wouldn't be much of an issue with Li Xin Wu's abilities, but it was still kind of awkward for him. The best case scenario is if nothing happens to you, but it'd be a weight off my shoulders if you were to use this skill to survive if you find yourself in danger. So, don't feel so burdened and just wear it. However, as expected, Jin still felt burdened from his request, even though he'd gone so far to assure her. Well, it made sense. To Li Xin Wu, a revival ability wasn't really a big deal, but to Jin, it must be. The artifact's other abilities were quite considerable as well. He supposed it couldn't be helped. Li Xin Wu decided to give her some extra service. He beckoned her with his finger and Jin came over to him, albeit confused. Then, he whispered a few words into her ear. It was super effective. You were omen to understand. Good girl. Shortly after, she distanced herself from him. However, her face was flushed beet red as she quietly nodded her head. She had barely accepted the phoenix feather. Her reaction caused him to smile in satisfaction, and those who had watched their interaction narrowed their eyes. Of course, he didn't let that bother him at all. But there's no way that you can just wear this cheat item. It's impossible, so long as you don't possess the level 6 high-rank fire element like me. I can temporarily trick the item by using my wild card skill, but it won't last, so it won't work with me alone. Is that where I come in? Ho! You got so smart from just one level up, our little Xenon. He hadn't even called him, but Xenon came forward. Once had become a level 8 shining salamander, he retained his appearance as a fire lizard. However, his body was a lot smaller than before, as he had shed his skin. He had much smoother curves than before and gave off a sense of elegance. As he thought, the higher level the spirit, the more attractive they became. I can control that artifact. That girly Jin, right? I can help her use the artifact. Moreover, if I were to help her, Jin will be able to unleash even greater flames, and she won't have any problems being your representative. 90 points. You're just a little bit off. I'll stay by her side and protect her. At the same time, I'll relay information on the surface to you. And you're hoping that I grow with her, right? Bingo. 100 points. You've just obtained the light element, so you need time to try out your new abilities and grow. If you stay by her side, then you can go wild without people suspecting a thing. As expected, forming a contract with a spirit would cause the spirit to adopt some of the contractor's qualities. Xenon had said exactly what Li Xin-Wu had wanted and went inside of the phoenix feather. The phoenix feather, which had unrestrainedly expelled flames everywhere, calmed down and looked like a normal red dress now. He passed the dress over to Yi Jin without hesitation. Yi Jin accepted it with much difficulty and felt the dress over. Then, she carefully voiced her appreciation. When I look at it up close, it looks quite splendid. It might be difficult to talk to someone wearing this every day. Who cares, it's better for a hero to stand out anyway. You're pretty and have a nice body, so it'll look nice on you. Don't worry. He added in some compliments here and there, making her feel happy. If she met a silver-tongued bastard, then she'd be completely fooled by him, he thought. But when he thought about it again, Li Xin-Wu realized he was that silver-tongued bastard. Yi Jin, Xenon, and Bishamoon, who's still in the Empire working, you guys will be responsible for the surface. Rem will support you too. I made sure to check, but the Emperor doesn't know that I've taken control of the Golem network. We should be able to acquire information regarding the movements of his forces, the 12 generals, and his plans. Mostly everything aside from the Emperor himself. Understood. I trust that you haven't changed your mind. I'll definitely make a world where all spirits can live in peace. What a trustworthy response. Although Yi Jin currently needed the phoenix feather and Xenon to do much of anything right now, if she were to be Lawrence and Kay's representative, then the amount of calmer and Pyrium she gained would skyrocket. Thus, she'd quickly become level 7. She might even reach level 8 before the underground heroes. That's how far his influence reached. I'll lend you one more thing. No matter how offensively capable the phoenix feather was, it was still a defensive item, so Li Xin-Wu decided to let her borrow a weapon too. It was a javelin created by transforming the level 7 Fire Dragon's scale greatsword. In exchange for its special options, it gained the ability to amplify the fire element when thrown. This is an amazing item. Can I really have it? Yeah, you can have this one. If it breaks, I can fix it from afar. Although he had to use one of his 10 bone armory slots for it, both his rule of bone and bone armory skills had grown significantly. Even if she were on the surface and he were underground, he could still maintain the weapon for her and even reinforce it. Wow. I should be able to reinforce and withdraw the weapon with my control if it's a weapon with such powerful flames. It wasn't much for Li Xin Wu, but to Yi Jin, it was an unbreakable divine spear. And thus, he had successfully created a hero on the spot. The Emperor must be astonished right now. He also wanted to transfer the Evili General's Evili to her, but he couldn't as of yet. If his bone reinforcement advanced a little bit more, and if he studied how to interfere with bone and other matter a bit more, then he should be able to do it, but he couldn't yet. And Senior, why do I have to stay on the surface too? Stay in the Spirit's Spring for me. We need someone to lead the spirits in the Spirit's Spring in Zenon's stead. Since we've formed an official contract, you can always call for me, no matter where I am, so don't feel so lonely. Senior had stuck to Li Xin Wu all the time lately, as if she thought that being by his side was only natural. Was that why her eyes were brimming with tears? But the elder Dryad Princess knew full well that she shouldn't be stubborn. In the end, she nodded her head and said, "Make sure you dote on me later." "You got it." "Dote on her, huh? How do you think he'll dote on her?" He ignored the others' reactions again, and Li Xin Wu ordered to go their separate ways. Yi Jin nodded her head and bought medicine with all the money she'd accumulated thus far. She took all of it at once, wore the phoenix feather, with Zenon inside, placed the javelin Li Xin Wu had created for her on her back, and then left. "Then, shall we get going? In the end, it's just us two going back." Plain, who was wondering what the rest would have to say, widened her eyes. "Oh my. Are you really not going to shop for anything? Moreover, the two of you should have some plans moving forward. Are you not going to tell me what they are? I told you. Watch and enjoy." Li Xin Wu winked at her and activated the Heaven Doors key. Li Xin Wu took out some of the accumulated bones from his inventory and used all the mana had saved up to create a gate. Plane watched on vacantly, but when they took one step into the gate, she said to their backs, "You don't need to feel sorry for me. All right. Since I knew this would happen, I'm actually quite happy that this day came much faster than I'd expected. I appreciate it." Jin tilted his head from beside Li Xin Wu. Did he not understand yet? It might be for the best if he didn't understand till the very end. "So you don't need to avoid me out of guilt. Do you understand? I told you in advance." Yes. Thank you. While you're at it, my stupid little sister might trouble you, but be kind to her for my sake. I'll think about it. Li Xin Wu was a stern man. Plain was pouting, saying that he wasn't a simple skeleton, but Li Xin Wu, who was halfway through the gate, turned his head back and asked, "Is my body really not your type?" "Oh my. Did he even say that?" Ever since they first met, Plain narrowed her eyes and replied, "That was a lie. You see, I'm not the type of girl that judges people based on their bodies. You're flirting with me, aren't you? I'd always wanted to tell you this." Li Xin Wu smiled refreshingly and told her his true feelings. "I really wasn't flirting with you. And your face is pretty, but you're really not my type. See you later." What Li Xin Wu, who'd successfully carried out his revenge, waved his hand at the shaking Plain and left the secret shop. For some reason, Jin, who wasn't even a part of their conversation, was laughing alongside of him. Chapter 43 Part 4. Chapter 43. Return 4. The first thing they did after leaving the secret shop was inspecting the wine factory's facilities. After that, they told the dryads where their princess was and what she was doing. After Head calmed down the spirits that latched onto him, he collected the wine barrels and supplied new oak barrels. And only then could he sigh. "We've finally come to a safe place, so shall we start?" "Start what?" Jin replied and gulped down spit he didn't even have. He tried to feign ignorance, but he already knew what Li Xin Wu was planning. He could tell just looking at Li Xin Wu taking out and sorting the 10,000 or so bones Head collected from the level 8 dungeon. "What do you mean before we go? We're going to level you up. I still need 2,500 stats to level up." "Do you really think it'll be that easy?" "Yeah. So long as I have this, the Garuda's wing bone." "I think so too." Jin saw Li Xin Wu's unnecessarily brisk smile. Whenever Li Xin Wu smiled like this, it usually meant that something assuredly not fun was going to happen, and realized that he had no way to escape. Since meeting with Li Xin Wu this time, Jin's best friend Resignation had been patting him on the shoulder. "You could say that your level up is the fruit of your time on the surface. I'm sure of it this time. If you absorb the Garuda's wing bone, then when you level up, you'll gain real wings. You could make me wings. Can you not make me into a human?" "Oh, about that. I hadn't really explained that part thoroughly enough to you." Ugly Xin Wu suddenly sobered up. Jin, who had been pushing him, felt tense. Jin thought that maybe Li Xin Wu could already transform into a complete human. He didn't get this from Li Xin Wu's reaction but from Yi Jin and Sinner's reactions. All the more reason he didn't want to hear it from him. He was scared of getting a definite answer. "You must have some idea by now, but just a little while ago, I became able to disguise myself completely as a human." "No, to be more specific, calling it a disguise at this point doesn't really fit. It'd be more accurate to say that I can define myself. It's because I have this ability that I was able to use the wild card or dark shadow skills. However, that ability's focused on me, which means I can't yet use it to fundamentally change others. Several of my abilities grew as I leveled up, so I could probably change your outside appearance to that of a human's, but it's ultimately limited to just the outside. I thought that might hurt you even more, so I didn't say anything." "Sorry." "You are." "Jin." Li Xin Wu had made up his mind and spoken, but Jin reacted in a completely unexpected way. He expected him to kick with his hind legs or use his magic breath, but Jin just rolled onto the ground while screaming. You are." Li Xin Wu was truly taken aback at the sight of Jin rolling on the floor, his four legs writhing. Because Jin's agility was so high, his feet left after images, but laughing would be the worst possible decision here, so he suppressed the feeling. "Hu Jin, have you calmed it down?" "Jr." A few minutes later, Jin stopped writhing around. But when he asked a question, Jin grit his teeth. Seeing that, he realized that Jin hadn't calmed down yet, so he decided to wait patiently for a few more minutes. Jin skillfully stood up by himself and stepped onto the ground with his four legs. Good. Alright. Just wanted to get this out there. You didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to vent. Moreover, I know that you're trying to figure out how to turn me back into a human. If he were to say you knew about that already, then their partnership might break. Li Xin Wu looked into his eyes and Jin sighed. Then, Jin spoke much softer than before. You said you could change my outer appearance, right? Yeah. To whatever appearance you recognize. All right. Then could you turn me back, before I level up? Just once I want to show you what I looked like when I was still human. It was a long time coming. At least, that's what Li Xin Wu thought. When Jin said that, the hanging tension between them had already implied the coming results. Even so, he couldn't not do it. This was an event of sorts. An event that had to occur if Li Xin Wu and Jin wanted to continue to be partners from now on. In the end, Li Xin Wu nodded his head. All right. I'm all set. Li Xin Wu slowly extended his hand towards Jin and used his disguise skill. The change was immediate. The horse shape turned into a human's build, and in the middle of it, skin began to cover Jin's body. If Li Xin Wu were disguising himself, it wouldn't take this long. But because he was using it on someone else, so dramatically at that, the process was a bit horrifying. The basic modeling was finished, which set the groundwork for adjusting the fine lines of the human body. It was starting to look like a human now. Jin's image was indispensable, as he was transforming from a skeleton horse to a human. Not a weak image, like something he'd seen just once or twice, but his own image, the image of himself all his life. Therefore, there could be only one viable result: Jin Taylor's human appearance on Earth. It really is my body. She was finished disguising. Jin's voice was always quite beautiful, but it had become even more so when she'd transformed into a human. It was the type of voice that made someone feel better just by listening to it. That so? Yep. Jin's legs were slender, as if it was evidence that she was a sprinter, and the beauty of her leg lines, which started at her muscled thighs, was truly striking. The hot pants really fit her. Her upper body was thin as well. Jin's loose-fitting t-shirt didn't fully cover her slender waist. It was the same for her slender stomach. But her chest was so voluptuous that he wondered whether she could really run with it. Jin saw where he was looking and smiled as if she found it funny. Then she explained, "Xin Wu, you shouldn't underestimate the recent sports bras. What's worse, it even disguised what you're wearing as well. Never mind." Had only transformed her outer appearance, but had almost responded unnecessarily. It was definitely because he was agitated. Li Xin Wu then asked her, "So how do you feel?" Li Xin Wu looked into her eyes as she was laughing and smiled bitterly. Her blonde ponytailed hair was quite striking, but her endlessly blue eyes and her facial features were so beautiful that he felt like it was a bit of a waste that she was an athlete. When she was still an athlete, she must have had a ton of fans, he thought calmly, and then he bowed his head and apologized to her. "I'm sorry for everything till now. I'm a real bastard." That's right. Had desperately ignored it until now, but had already known for a while that Jin was a girl. There was no way he couldn't know. Our countries were different, the way we lived were different, we had too many different fundamental values that couldn't be attributed to just those two factors. No, that was just an excuse. Had known from the beginning. He was suspicious when had first heard Jin's voice, and he was sure of it when he saw how well she got along with Yi Jin. He had been a company employee in South Korea. There was no way that Li Xin Wu, who'd met so many people during his time as a company employee, wouldn't recognize his partner's gender, who he spent 24 hours a day with. But the reason had regarded Jin as a man was because it was more comfortable for him that way. Jin knew that, and he trusted that Jin understood. "You don't need to apologize. At first, I thought it'd be better if I kept it ambiguous. Even if I'm a skeleton horse, it'd be tough to ride on top a girl's back, right? No, I'm so sorry. Moreover, look. were a skeleton and skeleton horse. Who cares about gender? What was the point in even distinguishing my gender? I'm sorry. Li Xin-Wu had thought that way, so had left it alone, but you never know how someone might react. They really should've tackled this issue from the beginning. That's why Li Xin-Wu was apologizing. The more you apologize, the more miserable I feel. The reason why trivial issues like this had become such a big deal, despite them being a skeleton and a skeleton horse, was because, well, it was kind of obvious. Could he really write it off by saying that their timing was off or their mental attitude wasn't good? It was fine when Jin was still a skeleton horse, since her feelings wouldn't show on her face, but now he could see her bitter expression on her face. So no matter how shameless Li Xin-Wu was, he felt like something was stabbing him in the heart. I guess there's some hope for me yet if you're feeling so apologetic. Though it's kind of laughable for me, a skeleton horse, to be saying stuff like this. I should be able to turn you back into a human soon. Alright. I trust you. When the time comes, we can start there. We'll be able to start from there, right? Jin's specialty was acting weak and unconfident, despite her exceptional abilities. Even after she assumed her beautiful human form, she remained the same, so he smiled automatically. She was well aware that her outer appearance was just a secondary factor to their relationship. Yeah, of course. All right. I trust you, so I'll go back to being a horse. I'll level up as fast as I can. Okay. Li Xin-Wu used all the elite level 8 bones, as well as the Gerudo's wing bone on Jin, and Jin finally leveled up. In the process, Shed gained actual wings, though they were comprised of bone. She wouldn't need to use the jet engines all across her body anymore to stabilize herself in the air. Steel heart formed over the bone wings, and by shooting out mana from that section alone, Jin would be able to fly. And there was one more trivial change as well. The moment Head used the Gerudo's wing bone for bone reinforcement, both Li Xin-Wu and Jin gained the light element. Chapter 43 Part 5. Chapter 43. Return 5. You have learned the LV1 high rank light element. Magic has increased by 100. Light is one of the two great elements that govern the world. It is the power that signals the beginning, accelerates the growth and development of all creation, and is the power that allows you to reach an unreachable domain. Light dispels the darkness and possesses the power of severing relationships. It is incredibly difficult to grasp the nature of the light element, and is not an element easily wielded. This power, which can be acquired only by severing everything, is often referred to as divine power by priests. As true divinity is something only gods can wield, the light element is not true divinity. So this is how I get the light element, huh? Li Xin-Wu perused the message a few times and was deeply moved. He hadn't shown any signs, but had been trying very hard to obtain the light element. Had used his bone-winged serpent staff to reverse darkness into light, studied his light resistance, recollected Sarah von Rittadain's powerful light, and had tried to copy the Marna pattern Shed used, to no avail. To put it bluntly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Head dumped all his free time into acquiring the light element. The fact that I did all that, but still didn't get it, must mean that I don't have much affinity with the light element. That was only natural. The light element wasn't normally obtainable by the undead, so it made sense that his compatibility with the element was at an all-time low. Li Xin-Wu wasn't aware of this, but whenever the Gerudo used the light element or its shining flame, which was mixed with a light element, it took damage, as it had degenerated into an undead. Regardless, the Gerudo was able to wield the high-rank light element with ease, and as a result of absorbing its bone he still had his share, the Gerudo's sphenoid bone. But in the process of reinforcing Jin with the wing bone, the sphenoid bone had awakened as well. He was able to acquire the high-rank light element as well. If God hadn't bestowed him with light resistance, then even Li Xin-Wu wouldn't have been able to obtain the light element. Jin was in the same boat. Dark flame is nice and all, but bone reinforcement's the best for permanent growth. Rather than researching the element by himself, it was a far more effective approach to absorb a divine bird's bone, which could wield the light element at an already high level. Of course, he kept in mind that there was a chance that he wouldn't obtain the light element from bone reinforcement either, but he got lucky. Since he'd been yearning for the light element ever since he'd acquired the darkness element, he felt like he'd just completed a high-rank quest. It makes sense that I got the element, but it's really surprising that Jin did as well. It might have been the best time for her to level up. If not, maybe my Joker karma affected her. Normally, humans, all of mankind, excluding monsters, couldn't wield the elements themselves. Even if they could, it would be the result of processing natural mana, or through a special skill or spell, which meant that they would have to go one step higher from the middle. However, Jin had acquired the light element regardless. There were several reasons as to why she did. Li Xin-Wu's Joker karma could have affected her, or perhaps Jin gained a deeper understanding of magic and her limits were released as she leveled up. If not, then perhaps Jin was considered a monster rather than a human being now. He had one more idea, but if he said it, Jin would definitely hit him, so he just thought about it. Since Li Xin-Wu wouldn't be able to look at Jin for a while. Now that I think about it, the Emperor used a high-rank element with ease. Maybe the difference between man and monster becomes meaningless when one passes level 8. When he had reached level 8, Li Xin-Wu had reached the peak of the darkness element. And because of his innate skills, he could define himself however he wished, so it felt like he was right. He accepted it and nodded his head. Li Xin-Wu looked at Jin, who was flying with her steel-covered wings, and tried using his light element again. It had been so hard getting it, yet once he did, it was so simple to use. But he could already control cause and effect through his shining flame and other innate skills, so Li Xin-Wu didn't feel that the light element, which severed relationships, was very appealing to him. Though I suppose it's useful in healing, growth, and development, or attacking at an incredibly fast speed. Li Xin-Wu glimpsed to the side again. Jin, who'd become accustomed to flying with only her wings, used light mana as an auxiliary propulsion system. She was trying to fly even faster with those boosters of hers and managed to top her previous max speed. She wasn't able to control her speed 100, so she collided with objects here and there. He decided to ignore the fact that her doing so was causing the underground cave to reach its limit. It's too fast. Sorry, Jin. I can't understand you at all. Befitting the skill God had bestowed upon her, Jin had truly become a child of light. She could reach light speed now. He was so jealous, but it wasn't in his character to just stay jealous. Yeah, there should be several innate elements that are derived from the light element. After all, Li Xin-Wu possessed the beginner shining flame already. Of course, this was created from the divine bird's karma, so Li Xin-Wu could only advance it to the intermediate level. However, Li Xin-Wu knew that there had to be a high-rank derivative of the light element or even a fusion innate element. The message that described the light element had been extremely suspicious. It would allow him to reach an unreachable domain. This must not be referring to learning the light element itself, but what lays beyond it. Now that I think about it, when I was first affected by the light element, my holy resistance reacted, resulting in the creation of light resistance. Which means perhaps the holy element was an innate element that was derived from the light element. No, it might even be a fusion element with a darkness element. With that in mind, Li Xin-Wu felt his heart pound. He was still in his human form. But he couldn't try it out right now. Just because he knew that he could combine the two elements and create an innate element didn't mean that he could just be like, how about I give it a go and combine them so easily. Innate elements required, above all, karma that suited them. The resulting change in the element would follow. So, Li Xin-Wu was merely at the starting line now. If for no other reason, Li Xin-Wu raised the remaining sphenoid bone. It was fine if he didn't get much from it. If the shining flame was reinforced, then that would be fine. Absorbing the LV9 Garuda's sphenoid bone. Strength and health have increased by 130, agility by 200, and magic by 250. The high-rank light element has become LV4 and magic has increased by 60. The beginner shining flame element has become LV5 and magic has increased by 20. The soul seeing eyes skill has become LV5 and all stats have increased by 10. The Marner acceleration and Marner bone skills have become LV8 and magic has increased by 40. You have learned the special passive skill, monetization. Health and magic has increased by 20. He thought, but he gained something else entirely. Monetization. Li Xin-Wu had a feeling as to what it was when he obtained the skill. When he thought back to the Garuda's body, he knew the answer. It had made half its body into Marner. That ability had become a skill. A level 9 indeed. An unimaginable skill just pops up out of nowhere. Li Xin-Wu closed his eyes and thought. He was already somewhat capable of turning his body into Marner. As a result of reaching the peak of the darkness element, he could temporarily turn his body into darkness. However, this skill, monetization, was similar but also fundamentally different. This skill is permanent. The Garuda was almost half spirit. It had attempted to transcend the limitations of its physical body and soul by turning its body into Marner. In lieu of that, though, the monetization skill would transform his body into Marner. To be more specific, it would replace all his stats, strength, agility, and health, etc. with magic. Could he call it artificially becoming a spirit? Was it a natural development for him? No, he supposed it was only one of the many possibilities of maximum growth for one who understands the principle behind magic. But this skill, there are a lot of things I'm concerned about. Of course, turning his body into Marner wasn't without its weaknesses. The spirit's physical strength wasn't very good. There was no going back once he decided to change his body into Marner, and training the monetization skill meant that he would be picking one of the two roads in front of him, without the ability to go back. For everyone besides Li Xin-Wu, that is. I gained quite the ability here. Cold sweat trailed down his back. He could already define his existence however he wished and change it whenever he needed to. In other words, even if he trains the monetization skill and changes all his body into Marner, he could immediately change his body back whenever he wanted. To be blunter, he, who had focused most of his stats in magic, had become able to redistribute his stats at will. Training monetization might be better than training to get the holy element. Even he thought this was a cheat skill. Combining his ability as a joker and the monetization skill was far too dangerous. But that's precisely why he was drawn to it. If Li Xin Wu switched between his Marner body, in other words, an evil spirit, and his physical body, then he could respond with the appropriate form during battle. Perhaps that was, in its own way, a perfect form. Moreover, maybe I can solve my skill issue with this. Changing his body into Marner meant that he would be changing his bones into Marner as well. If he could cause a fundamental change in his bones by training his monetization, then wouldn't it fundamentally change his bone reinforcement, rule of bone, and bone armory? Perhaps he could raise them to an even higher level. This was only speculation for now, but Li Xin Wu realized that his monetization was the key to evolving his skills. If he were to train this skill, which changed everything he was, into Marna, then he would ultimately transcend matter and magic. Lord Garuder, thank you so much. If I get to level 10, then it's all because of you. Li Xin Wu genuinely thanked the dead Garuder. If it knew, it would probably be really pissed, but fortunately, there weren't any problems on that front, since its soul had been burnt away as well. Chapter 43 Part 6. Chapter 43. Return 6. He still had 2 pieces of loot left. One of them was the level 8 sun fossil, one which had made before by using the shard of the Sun Temple's central pillar. Li Xin Wu wondered what he should do with this, but ultimately used it on his Titan core. Not only did the recharge time reduce by 2 weeks, but its growth due to the Garuder's power was accelerated as well. He touched it in satisfaction, and turned his attention to the final piece of loot. This was the biggest issue here. It was just too good of an item. Death God's Shining Bone Sword 3. LV8. Durability 50005. Attack power 2500 2750. Element Light LV8. Options: Strength 150, Magic 100, and when you attack, you sever your enemy's link between their health and magic. Special passive skill: Smile of the Death God. When you are attacked or attack during battle, there is a high chance that the Shining Bone Sword will duplicate, which will automatically attack your foe. Once the duplicated Shining Bone Sword strikes, it disappears. Special active skill: Fury of the Death God. This ability can only be used by accumulating a large quantity of mana within the sword. Unleashes a slash at every foe within your sight, and severs all spatial and magical interference. One might think that Li Xin Wu wouldn't feel enthusiastic about the weapon, as had given the phoenix feather to Yi Jin just a little while ago, but this was actually the first time he'd ever gotten a level 8 weapon. As evidence of this, its attack power was ridiculously high, even when factoring in its evolution and the 3 tag. Plus, its max attack power was about 250 higher than his previous most powerful weapon, the level 7 giant drake horn lance. When he took into account the fact that the Death God's Shining Bone Sword could be wielded with one hand, while the giant drake horn lance required 2 and could only be used when charging, Li Xin Wu could tell just how high-class this weapon was. If I fought the Emperor with this in hand, wouldn't I just win? Li Xin Wu briefly deluded himself, but soon shook his head. He wasn't sure about the Undead Emperor, but the Magic Emperor was no pushover. He could die if he was conceited. Even though he had 154 extra lives, it wouldn't change the gravity of death. Let's stop thinking about such pointless stuff and absorb this. His bone armory skill was now level 10. His weapons and armor were reinforced within his bone armory, as the equipment's info was shared with each other. In other words, if he were to absorb the Death God's Shining Bone Sword, then all of his stored equipment would be reinforced instantaneously. It was less burdensome to absorb equipment than bones, but absorbing such a high-level weapon should take a lot out of him. Once he had prepared himself, he gripped the sword and absorbed it, storing the death god's shining bone sword in the bone armory. Strength has increased by 150 and magic by 100. The bone armory skill has become LV11, and health and magic have increased by 20. You can now summon and maintain 20 pieces of equipment at a time. All equipment stored within the bone armory have been reinforced. You can now summon the LV7 Dead Bone Full Armor. Li Xin Wu had expected his bone armory to level up once he absorbed the death god's shining bone sword, since this was his first time absorbing a level 8 artifact. But he didn't think his bone armory's summoning limit would double. When bone armory reached level 10, the skill had become much stronger, but Li Xin Wu was shocked, as he didn't think one more level would make this much of a difference. By becoming level 8, Li Xin Wu could use more mana at one time, and could even draw in ambient mana, so this could be seen as his bone armory becoming 2 times as effective. Not only that, his armor set had been upgraded to level 7 as well. He had nothing else to ask for. Li Xin Wu felt as though his bone armory skill was almost perfect, and shook. With this, maybe I really should hold a ceremony for the Garuda. More importantly, are there no half-rotten mythological creatures in the underground empire? You're terrible. Jin, who'd returned after becoming somewhat familiar with her new body and the light element, looked at Li Xin Wu unkindly. Of course, Li Xin Wu didn't pay her any mind and immediately swapped his armor. After that, he resummoned his Prayer of the Dead, the cape, which had become slightly stronger both in terms of its defense and subsequent properties. If he included Yi Jin's javelin, then he had 3 slots used up right now. Alright. Then to fill up the other 17 slots he summoned 2 giant drake horn lances, 2 fire dragons scale great swords, 2 light gods fury, and 2 copies of the Titan's fortress. After that, he summoned 9 death gods shining bone swords and attached one of them to his waist. Li Xin Wu's mana had bottomed out, as he had used so much at once, but by using his mana acceleration and mana bone skills, his mana was quickly replenished. Li Xin Wu dominated the mana around him, which somewhat resembled the archmage Fitane von Selden. It would be a sight to see, shooting all the fully charged death gods' shining bone swords. The fact that these weapons are going to be following us around everywhere is terrifying. Of course, charging level 7 and level 8 weapons was still an arduous task for Li Xin Wu, but it would also be good mana practice for him. It would be his warm-up for his training in monetization. Then, there's nothing else to do here, right Jin? Let's go inspect the troops. Inspecting the troops? What exactly do you mean by that? Moving a mountain with one finger, or making a tunnel, or setting up a barracks, stuff like that. How are you going to move a mountain with a beam? Li Xin Wu climbed atop Jin, whose speed was incomparable to before. They both felt a bit awkward and left the wine factory. They then went to one of the large cities in the level 3 danger zone, where the heaven-defying general's troops were divided and stationed, went down into the sewers, and checked on the condition of his troops. While he was on the surface, he had given his appointed commanders. The Giants' commanders were Ilarter and Aragon, the Chimera's commander was Kai Paul, and finally, the Avenger, Shino Rendu, was the Paul Corps. Orders to move around his troops in rotations. As they were undead, which didn't tire, there were a large number of bones gathered from each squad. Lord Paul Zero, it seems like you've become even stronger. That's not all. The power he's conveying is even stronger than before. The Titan has become even stronger. Ooh. As expected of the Titan's second coming. Look at me. I've received the Titan's energy and can now wield flames. You guys are no pushovers. It'll make you even stronger, so bring me all the bones you've collected. The giants were first. The conspicuously large giants were forced to move carefully, killing everything in the area and then returning to hide within the sewers. Even so, they had collected the largest amount of bones amongst the squads. He used most of them to reinforce the giants but kept the garbage bones to himself. Li Xin Wu could always use them to either fuel the Heaven Door's key or heal himself. Not only were they strengthened by bone reinforcement, but the reinforced Titan core had strengthened the entire tribe once more. The giants saw him off, and Li Xin Wu moved onto the next group. Lord Paul Zero. I'm glad you've come back safely. Yeah, I'm glad you're safe too. You've become a lot stronger, huh? Next up was Shino Render's squad, which consisted of the quickest of the Pauls. This squad was best suited for investigation or infiltration. They had found a hidden level 5 dungeon and had brought back a large number of elite bones. I'd like to become level 8 as soon as possible too. Don't be impatient. If you do your best, then you'll reach level 8 eventually. Shino Rendu, who thirsted for revenge, had inherited Metafelridan's essence, and could thus develop his stats and skills separately without achieving a feat, using bone reinforcement, or leveling up his skills by eating any monsters, including the undead. How much must he have eaten for him to possess an intermediate level 7's stats? Moreover, Li Xin Wu had used only the elite bones to reinforce him, yet Shino hadn't had his fill. It seemed like he was excited by Li Xin Wu's level up. What about the 12 generals' movements? Nothing much changed after my last report. But we met the Fire Slayer Sword God on our way back from a hunt. The Fire Slayer Sword God, since coming to the Underground Empire, had met several people with extremely chunny titles before, but this was the first time he'd ever heard something as ridiculous as the Fire Slayer Sword God. Li Xin Wu tilted his head, and Shino Rendu added, "He was definitely Siegeld von Retadane." As he thought. Siegeld was one of the 12 generals, so that must have been the title he received from the Emperor. But he still had his doubts. It was way too much to give one of the 12 generals a title like that. The Fire Slayer Sword God. Would the Emperor really give one of his men the title of God? Li Xin Wu felt like he'd need to look into this further. But there was something more important than that to be done. So what happened? The fact that you're here means that he didn't kill you. He asked us to join his troops, but I refused, saying that I already followed someone else. I was prepared to die, but surprisingly, he just let us go. I felt like he wasn't our enemy, for now at least. Yeah, as long as you came back alive, it's fine. When faced with an unbeatable foe, Li Xin Wu's policy was to trick them and get out of there alive, but it would've been better had he gotten a spy to infiltrate Siegeld's ranks. They had all survived though, so that was good enough. Li Xin Wu tapped Shino Render's shoulder, who looked like he was saying, "I stayed loyal to you until the very end, Lord Paul Zero." It seems like he's gotten smarter than before, but perhaps this was as far as his intellect would go. We exist for Lord Paul Zero. It's not Siegeld who walks the righteous path, but Lord Paul Zero. Glory to Lord Paul Zero. Moreover, Shino's Pauls were saying that they'd follow Li Xin Wu instead of General Siegeld till the very end. They didn't even give Li Xin Wu an opportunity to retort. Li Xin Wu looked tepidly at Shino and asked, "Did you hear anything out of the ordinary from him?" He said that he could probably cooperate with you, Lord Paul Zero. He said that our enemies are the same. Enemies? He felt like he'd heard that somewhere before. Now that he thought about it, it was the same thing that he, as the heaven-defying general, had told the other heroes. He moaned automatically. In any case, so long as Sigurd was aware of the heaven-defying general, he would have an opportunity to meet with him in the not-too-distant future. Since Sigurd's power was an unknown, he would have to approach him carefully. "All right. I may need your power soon, so rest up for now." "I understand." Compared to the other squads, the Golem squad had sustained more casualties, as they followed their master's orders to the letter. However, they were also easier to restore back to full strength, as they had brought back the cause. Once Head finished reinforcing the golems, he approached the Chimera squad. They had been using the underground waterworks of a city that bordered the level 4 danger zone as their base camp, and because their revenge was mostly focused on Armor Steelworker and the Emperor, they had been the most active. They also had some information they needed to share with him. Armor Steelworker is on the move. He is heading towards the city in the level 4 danger zone Baron. 1TN. I assume that this sun fossil and the hands that cover the sun are equivalent. Chapter 44 Part 1. Chapter 44. Baron Infiltration 1. Baron was located in the level 4 danger zone and was an extremely large city, which led directly to the capital. He knew he needed to go there eventually. But to think that Armor Steelworker was going over there, this was obviously no coincidence. Armor Steelworker, huh? That's correct. You already knew that their movements were unusual following our last great battle. We've also seen the Emperor's forces and the Anti-Skull fight in a few small skirmishes, but did they make any suspicious moves after that? Yes. Armor Steelworker and some golems, which emitted a strong energy, appeared where you said they would, and we've confirmed that they're moving in a particular direction. It's the route to Baron, as I thought. Good work. It's important info. But you mentioned that their movements weren't particularly hidden. Yes. They moved so conspicuously that I suspect it was on purpose. Please take that into consideration. He could trust in the Chimeras and their hostility towards Armor Steelworker, but something smelled off with their info. Why was Armor Steelworker acting now, when he had been so quiet thus far? According to the information Head procured on the surface, Armor Steelworker wasn't the type to take risks against the undead Emperor. Moreover, he's showing himself and going to Baron. That was way too suspicious. That guy's objective might be the heroes instead. Everything was progressing as the Magic Emperor wished. However, all of the heroes were currently underground and attempting to overthrow the undead Emperor. A few of the 12 generals had been killed, and killing the undead Emperor had become an actual possibility. Perhaps Armor Steelworker was wary of the heroes interrupting his plan. If not, then perhaps he was trying to eliminate them in case they posed a threat to the surface. No, that was unlikely. Since Armor Steelworker should have in-depth knowledge regarding the underground barrier. If it's none of those options, then there's only one possibility left. He may be trying to kill the heaven-defying general. Hall 0, or the heaven-defying general, was considered the hottest potato underground. They didn't know where the heaven-defying general would pop up, and he was bizarre, as he acted outside the scope of normal undead behavior. No one could tell whether the heaven-defying general was really an undead or not. Thus, there was a high likelihood of Armor Steelworker being wary of him. Armor Steelworker's conspicuous movements must be to draw the heaven-defying general to Baron and annihilate his forces. Let's assume this information has been leaked to the other heroes. He may be trying to get the heaven-defying general and the heroes to meet. Li Xin Wu quickly organized his thoughts. And then, he smiled bitterly at the Kai Pauls, who were awaiting his orders, and said, "In going to Bayron, I have another mission for you. But my lord, it's a trap, I know. He's probably trying to get us, the Imperial troops, and the heroes to fight against each other. Going with a large force is a bad idea." "That's true, but my lord, I'm concerned for your safety." They claimed they were concerned for his safety, but they couldn't hide their thirst for vengeance that dwelled within their blazing goblin fire. If anyone other than their master, Li Xin Wu, had ordered them not to go, then they might have fought back. Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly and explained, "If I bring you all with me, then fail no in the heaven-defying general. Also, you don't have to be concerned for my safety. Even if he attacks me with all 4 of the 4 heavenly commanders, I can win all by myself. Of course, he could have something hidden up his sleeve, but the moment we face off head-to-head, he'll be no match for me. I'm sure of it. You see, I have a secret weapon of my own. A weapon that's right." Once Head ascertained Aramer Steelworkers' true identity, Head given Bisher Moon a single order through Rim. Bisher Moon had fulfilled his duty and gotten Li Xin Wu what Head wanted. Fortunately, Bisher had passed it on to him before Li Xin Wu had to leave the surface. So long as he had that, there was no chance that He'd lose to Aramer Steelworker. Though I wasn't able to create a new seal that surpassed Aramer Steelworkers, the end justifies the means. What's important was that Aramer Steelworkers' golem army posed absolutely no threat to Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu didn't even consider him a target anymore. He was worried about the other 12 generals interfering, especially Siegeld von Retading, one of the 12 generals, who possessed the title of Fire Slayer Sword God. He was part of the 4 heavenly commanders. The undead who commanded the organization, Anti-Skull. How would he, who researched till the bitter end so that his people didn't turn into the undead, have turned out? Would he be deluded, just like the undead emperor? If not, then would he be independent and free-willed like Li Xin Wu? "Perhaps my greatest foe will be him." Would Siegeld have missed Aramer Steelworkers' movements? Unlikely. Had even encountered Li Xin Wu's troops, who had moved as secretly as possible. They had been quiet until now, but if they decided to act in earnest, then their mobility and information gathering wouldn't lose to any of the other factions. I suppose I won't know anything for sure until I meet him in person. Meet who? Anyone. This might be as big of a mess as the one on the surface. You're the one who's going to make the mess, Xin Wu. Just like what you've done up till now. I'm just preparing myself thoroughly. Prepare yourself for the worst, ready yourself for every variable, and then make your move. This line of thinking had become even better ever since He'd gained the wild card skill. If Jin could read his mind, then she'd say so. In the other words, you're going to make a mess of things from now on too, and despair. But fortunately, she didn't possess a mind-reading skill. I wanted to go only after I'd gathered a few more maps. He possessed 3 barren inner maps. These maps were dropped by the 12 generals. Unfortunately, each of the 3 maps' contents were different. If he had 2 more maps, or even just 1 more, then he would be able to compare the differences among them and create a singular map, but it couldn't be helped. He didn't have any more. Li Xin Wu had no other choice but to arrive on site and rely on his wild card skill. Lord Paul Zira, good grief. Li Xin Wu shrugged his shoulders and sighed. However, Kai Paul was looking straight at him. His gaze was so intense that it felt like lasers would shoot out of them. Fine. Let's go. You have to try and get your revenge, don't you? Really? Their very essence was made up of vengeance. He couldn't stop them from coming, especially when they wanted to meet the target of their revenge so badly. Above all, Li Xin-Wu felt slightly guilty towards all of his undead subordinates. He thought that if his subordinates had free will, then he'd respect it. However, that had turned out to be a lie. I'm going to pretend to be a human. I told you before, but we can't go together. So we'll space ourselves out, exchange opinions from afar, and then act. Understood. Kai Paul was a level 7 elite. Ever since he had been in Li Xin-Wu's service, he had been a level 7 elite. However, he had grown immensely, and through this recent round of bone reinforcement, his stats were almost at 9,000. Moreover, 4 of the other Tai Pauls had gotten to level 7 through their recent reinforcement, so they were more than enough to take on one of the 12 generals. If he used them well, then they would definitely be a lot of help to him. It's nice to be back underground. After all, I can call guys like this without hesitation. Now that he thought about it, Li Xin-Wu's actions on the surface had been a one-man show. Even his most trustworthy ally, the Pope, hadn't stepped foot onto the battlefield and was the type to show his true worth when dealing with other people. Li Xin-Wu wondered how Yi Jin was doing on the surface, but soon grinned and organized his thoughts. Then, get ready to leave. I'll do a final check over the data. Yes, sir. Was there really any need to look over the data? Li Xin-Wu wanted to pay his respects to his seniors before the battle, and it was also meant to act as a pick-off throw. He then accessed the chatting channel. Li Xin-Wu seniors, have you all been well? Lloyd H.K. I feel like I'm going to die. Irian Rupert, I feel for you. We just got out of a dungeon. You have good timing, Li Xin-Wu. The first person to greet him was Lloyd. Had gone through a lot, but Li Xin-Wu could say that Lloyd was, without question, the most hero-like of the heroes. After his duel with Li Xin-Wu, Lloyd had matured mentally a little bit and had become a hero that would really suit a comic book. Li Xin-Wu, I'm glad you're alright. I just cleared a dungeon myself. It's nice that there are so many dungeons in the level 4 danger zone. Lloyd H.K. But there's danger lurking everywhere. You never know when you'll meet one of the 12 generals. Prince Altair, I agree 100. Li Xin-Wu Senior Prince, there's no reason to deliberately follow Kreischer's speech pattern, is there? Prince Altair, I'm not. It's just that, hanging out with her for so long has made me talk a lot less. She didn't seem to talk any less than before, but he just grinned and went with the flow. He felt at peace somewhere in his heart, as he was able to talk with his comrades after such a long time. It was a relationship filled with lies and deceit, but he felt warmth from the relationship regardless. Perhaps this was proof that he was changing. Irian Rupate, I was concerned since you hadn't kept in contact for so long. Though I know that you're the type of person who works well alone. Li Xin-Wu, I apologize. I knew I needed to get a lot stronger, so I was completely absorbed in my endeavors. Lloyd H.K. It's fine, since you're okay. You see, I have high expectations for you. I was able to grow because of you, so I hope you always stay as you are. Why am I suddenly saying something so embarrassing? Prince Altair, so you can feel embarrassment, huh? You really have grown. Lloyd H.K. Prince, you will there come a day where he tells them the truth? If not, then would it be better if he never told some of them, since he can assume a perfect human form? He briefly pondered on the multiple scenarios that popped up in his head and just grinned. Li Xin-Wu realized that he considered the other heroes as comrades, or allies. Back then, when he had first come to the Underground Empire, He would have held his stomach in laughter. Of course, this had only become possible because he had become so strong that none of them could pose a threat to him. But still, Ali's height wasn't a bad feeling. That was even more surprising, but Li Xin-Wu decided to accept that newfound feeling. Perhaps this was natural growth that came about due to his level up. Prince Altair, in any case, Crasher suggested that we meet up. You must have it rough, being alone, Junior, so I'll come personally to Li Xin-Wu. I'm going to Baron right now. It's a large city within the level 4 danger zone. Is there anyone currently in that area? Lloyd HK. Baron Prince Altair Ute. That's they muttered, but none of the other heroes said yes. It was exactly as had expected. It would be dangerous anyway, as there was a chance that the other 12 generals or undead forces would be there, so he was just going to warn them that they shouldn't approach. Li Xin-Wu, yes, it's dangerous. And it'll get even more dangerous from here on out. I recommend that you do not approach Baron unless I ask you for help. You too, Senior Prince. That's right. This was his way of keeping his seniors out of danger, but Sarah von Retadane, am already on my way there. What a coincidence, Li Xin-Wu. Would you like to meet up? Huh. A coincidence. He was pretty sure he should be the one saying that. The person had least wanted to associate himself with had taken the bait. End of Vol 3 Part 1.